Hello. Ah. Hello, everyone. Morning. Goedemorgen. I tried my best. Hey, Caroline. There's a lot of seating space still. I said before, we're going to be 600 people today. So we really need you to make new friends, sit close to each other, maybe hug each other, if you want to. No. No. Can't hear yours.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey,
there we go. Woo! Yes. All right. Well, let's sometimes let people come in. You wanna come join me on the? Oh, we could even sit down and do like a late night interview thing, like.
Cool.
And this one time, I was hanging out with David Letterman, and he just spilled some tea on me.
Cool.
Yeah.
And how did that make you feel?
Wet. Thank you. I'm here all night. That's the last stragglers. Okay. All right, close the doors. We're done. No, there's no more people coming.
We're full.
No, this is a joke. You can come inside. It's all right. No, he just left.
He left, yeah.
Just like poked his head in, like, no.
We need 10 minutes. There's still a line for the coffee.
To be fair, we are...
There's a line for coffee.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Oh, you need coffee tomorrow.
But the smart thing, though,
After
is
Devopsdays.
to get your coffee when everyone's in here. That is kind of the smart thing.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would do. No, you need to bring him a coffee. Come on. Get with the program.
No, I'm good.
All right. I think we can get started. I think it's reasonably full in here. But also, I think now we need to stand up.
All right.
You can click for me, it's fine.
I'll stand here. So.
Okay. Well, you can just click for me. That's okay. I'm going to start anyway, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to click the first one.
All right.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hello. Oh, that wasn't good enough. Come on. Hello, everyone. Hello. Yes. Or as they say here, hoi. So welcome to the 11th edition of Devopsdays Amsterdam. Are you all excited? Woo! Yes.
I am.
Yes, I know. So am I. So yeah, we are so happy to have you here with us to share and to learn for 2 awesome days. Well, 2 and yesterday. I hope you were here. Some of you were. My name is Lian.
I'm Jos.
Yes. Jos. We're MCs for today, and tomorrow we'll have Thomas and Teresa, so everyone can get excited, pre-excited for that as well. And now next slide. Oh, cool, that's me. So at Devopsdays, we have a little tradition to get things going. And for that tradition, I have to ask everyone to get up, stand up. Yes, yes. And now everyone go like this. No, it's fine.
No.
It's fine. Okay.
Wrong conference.
Well, like it doesn't hurt to move a little bit. Okay, we can scratch a bit. It's really early in the morning. Okay, so let's see. Whoever, this is their very, very first Devopsdays Amsterdam. You can sit down, or you can raise your hand, but you can also sit down now.
Oh, so
That is a lot.
that's a lot of people. Maybe
That's
40%.
more than half, right?
Yeah. Half? Yeah.
No, that's more than half, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, the other ones are still outside because they know what's happening here.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome. Great to have you.
Yeah. So every Devopsdays, I have at least one conversation with someone who's new, who's here for the first time, and who learns about imposter syndrome for the first time. So I think that's really great, and thank you for being here.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, don't sit down yet. For who is it the second time? Who's here for the second time? You may sit down. Okay, all right.
All right.
This is a fun game.
Third time?
Third time? Okay,
A little bit more.
Yeah. Okay, sit down. It's actually my third time too. So.
Yeah. Fourth time?
Are you gonna sit down now?
Okay.
Fourth
Not
time?
many people left.
Fifth time? Oh, you guys need a life.
Or they should become organizers.
Oh, or that, yeah.
Automatically,
Or become organized again. Okay, for who is it the sixth time? Oh, finally, you can sit down. And you're just like lazy. I'm just going to sit down now.
Seventh time? That's me out.
Oh my God. All right. 8, 9. Ivo, I'm so sorry. 10, 11, 12? No, wait. Come on. All right. Congrats. You may pick up your senior citizenship card outside at the door. All right, so since we have so many new faces here, let me just really quickly tell you a little bit about DevOps Days in general. So DevOps Days is a global group of DevOps enthusiasts, and they've existed since 2009. They're all volunteers and create local events. So yeah, as I said, they're all around the world. They organize conferences and meetups. And the focus really is bringing traditionally separated business units together, like developers and operations. Because one of our core values is diversity, because we do believe that bringing people together with different perspectives and backgrounds really, gets you to do better work, have better ideas, and ultimately build better products. So definitely go to devopsdays.org, check out the other amazing cities around the world that also are doing DevOps Days, like Eindhoven, a little town that you might be familiar with, who are having their conference very soon in the fall of this year. Woo, yes. Yes.
All right, so let's go a little bit over the program today. So both days will have sort of this structure. We'll start off with a keynote. Today we'll have Julia Sullivan talking about imposter syndrome. Then in the morning we'll have full talks. And around 12 we'll have lunch. We'll have a nice lunch break for about an hour. There's food outside, there's food trucks as well, and I'm told there's stroopwafels. So don't miss those. After lunch we'll have another full talk, followed by Ignites. So for those not familiar with Ignites, Ignites is a 5-minute talk format, auto-advancing slides every 20 seconds, I believe. They're really fun. Please be here for that. After the Ignites, where are we then? Yeah, and then we'll split the track up in two. There's the Beyond Cloud track in the Grootzaal, but we'll also do open spaces. Now, I'm not an expert on open spaces. Bas and I believe Nathan will tell a lot more about that at the opening. But in short, it's the way to make the conference your own. If you have an interesting topic you want to discuss with our attendees, this is the moment to bring that topic to the open space opening. If you see a talk this morning, you think, well, I've got maybe a comment, not so much of a question, bring it to the open space. Introduce it there. And tomorrow we'll follow loosely the same program.
Yeah. So definitely make the most of the fact that we're all here, that you can discuss with your favorite speakers or colleagues about the things that you love, and it doesn't have to be tech related, right? Flora and I were going to do an open space on lash lifts or lash extensions, yes or no, which one? So join that one. But after the official part is over, at about 4:45, we'll meet here again for a very short closing, and then we're going to go outside for a barbecue and a special musical surprise. Is it Beyoncé? We will find out. Then we will have bingo. We will go back inside, have bingo and karaoke. Once again, Beyoncé, maybe. So yeah, I hope you will enjoy the time, have fun, make friends with your fellow attendees, so tomorrow we can squeeze even closer together.
All right, so since a lot of you are new, let's go over the code of conduct a little bit. It's important to know we have one, it's on our website, and you should read it because we enforce it. So, about the code of conduct. Basically, not everyone's like you, And that's a good thing, right? So don't judge, don't make assumptions just because someone's different, whether in some visible way or in their lived experience. We ask everybody to treat each other with respect. We're here to share and learn with each other, and each and every one of you has something to offer each other and learn from each other. That's basically it. So the code of conduct can be found at that link behind me. There's a QR code, I believe, on the program outside, and you can read it there. If you have an issue to report, if you have a COC violation to report, you can ask any organizer. They have these black badges. But there's also a dedicated code of conduct team. That's Floor and myself. We're from within the Devopsdays organization. And there's Foy, who's outside of DevOps. If you maybe feel you are more comfortable talking to someone who's not within the organization, they are available for this.
Right. So, a couple more housekeeping items. So on the left here, we see a couple of stickers. These are our communication stickers. If you have specific preferences, you don't want people to talk to you, you want people to talk to you, put them on your badge. And also please respect everyone's preferences here. Same with the pronoun stickers that we also have. If you want to talk about what's going on here, please do so. You can mention us at Devopsams or use the hashtag Devopsdays. Obviously, Devopsdays, there's a lot of them, but we're the best, so everyone knows who we're talking about. Also, if you're going to post pictures of people to social media, please ask them first if that's okay with them, or don't. Don't post them. And then finally, we have a live stream that is currently running, and we don't only have a live stream this year, but we have a full online experience. There will be interviews in our breaks that will be streamed to the internet, but also around the venue. So if you can't stay inside here all the time, that's totally fine. You can watch the stream on the monitors that we have around the venue, including outside. And finally, we have these amazing Devopsdays Amsterdam shirts that I've already seen some people wear. If you want one, you can grab them downstairs in the basement by the coat check. And, oh, there's another, finally. There's also our visual recorder here, who's over there, who's going to make these amazing sketch notes. So, yeah, exactly. Come on. Yes. Thank you. This is perfect. Nice. Love it.
All right. So for questions, we're using Slido. The QR code is here. You can take a picture now, but it's also on the side monitors. So if you have any question, we're not going to do... we have that boombox thing to throw, but we're not using that this year. All questions through Slido. I'm told not every speaker is going to do questions at the end. If that's the case, we're skipping this part, and you can talk to them outside. Even if you don't have a question, please use Slido. You can use it to upvote questions you think are relevant. And we only have a couple of minutes at the end of each talk, so we'll only ask the most highly rated questions. Oh yeah, then, of course, our sponsors. A big thanks and shout out to our sponsors, without whom we could not make Devopsdays happen. I want to shout out a couple in particular. There's Portworx. They're responsible for the barbecue tonight.
Brought a lot of employees as well.
Yep. We've got Smoky Goodness from my hometown of Delft, who are going to do an amazing barbecue. Thanks to Portworx. And yeah, that's going to be good. Then there's Contrast Security, who sponsor the beer, the Devopsdays this year.
Which the Orga team spared no expense and no hard work trying all the different beers until we found the best one.
Yeah.
It's a really hard decision.
We got a special gin Weizen from Gebrouwen door Vrouwen. That's really good. I will encourage you to try it out. There's Greater. You already met them maybe, because they sponsor the coffee cart outside.
They're still outside waiting for it.
The last one I want to shout out, my name is Google. They are our t-shirt sponsor. Yeah. But of course, we have food truck sponsors, gold sponsors, lanyard sponsors, silver, bronze, all of them, a big thank you. Then I want to move on to one final slide about sponsors. Those who came in today, who registered today, should have gotten this, the sponsor passport. It's there with check-in. If you registered yesterday, you can go back downstairs and pick one up. It's basically a stamp card. So we've got sponsors throughout the second floor here. There's next to the room here, there's gold. Across from the room, there's the silver sponsors. If you collect a stamp at each and every location, you enter our raffle. And what can you win? Well, for instance, not everyone may see it, but there's a Millennium Falcon here, the big one, the 900 euro one. There's the Little Mermaid, there's the Jazz Club, Mindstorms. It's a lot to win. So please do enter the raffle, visit all the sponsor booths, and turn your raffle ticket in. Tomorrow at closing, I believe that's 5 or 4:45.
I don't know, I'm not doing the hosting tomorrow, I don't know.
At closing tomorrow, you'll get a chance to win.
Awesome. Yes. So, now that we've got all of that out of the way, I think all that's left to say is have a fantastic time at Devopsdays Amsterdam. We'll see each other in the evening before the barbecue, and on with the show!
All right, we'll start with our keynote speaker, Julia Sullivan. Julia is a personal development facilitator and has spent the past 20 years supporting individuals and teams to tap into their hidden human potential and improve their communication skills. In her talk, Julia challenges the negative view of imposter syndrome and examines how flawed thinking can lead to self-doubt. She emphasizes the importance of soft skills and nurturing relationships. That battery? Oh. No, it's working again. She emphasizes the importance of soft skills and nurturing relationships, especially with oneself, for achieving success and fulfillment. Please give an applause for Julia Sullivan.
To say, I'm not used to using one of these, so it's working, I hear, yes. So, it was back in, let me see, can I see, yes, I see my slide there. It was back in February of this year that I got a WhatsApp. I already knew I was going to give the workshop here yesterday, but I got a WhatsApp, and the WhatsApp said, hey, would you consider giving a keynote? And immediately my heart rate went straight up. And there were two voices in my mind, and one was saying, hey, wow, Jules, this is great. And the other voice was thinking, Jesus, are you crazy? You've never done this before. This is very, very different from giving a training. You only have 4 months to prepare. And you know, I saw the thought, and immediately I had to laugh, because, it's a joke, isn't it? So, yeah, because for the last 20 years, I've been a personal development facilitator. I've worked with more than 4,000 people. Even psychologists come to the trainings I give. And to be honest, I'm quite a scaredy cat. Every single day, and there's a picture of a scaredy cat. Here's a scaredy cat. See, so that's me. So every single day, I encounter fear in one way or another. So for the last, so this is me doing something else scary last year. Writing the book was scary, but this was scary too. So first of all, great, thank you very much for turning up. So that's the first relief. My name is Julia, and for the last 25 years, in one form or another, I have been working together with an organization called Humanication. And they have a vision, which is to create a more human-friendly society. And they do that through uniquely powerful, experience-based trainings. And so I give a lot of those trainings. And several years ago, in 2014, you can see that my book is about geeks. Yeah, Geek's Guide to Work. My work with tech, because I'm not a technical person, The work I do with tech started in 2014 when I was introduced to a very smart, intelligent woman who at that point was leading up a professional services department of a successful tech company. And she asked me to come and work with her team and different individuals in her team to support them to increase their competence and their self-confidence in handling all the human part. And then one thing led to another, the ball started rolling, and since then I've worked with hundreds of people I've kind of lost count of how many tech companies I've worked with since then. Here's a picture, this was me at 22, having a nice tete-a-tete with a horse in the Pyrenees. I just graduated then. A year later, I came to Holland. I was born and brought up in England. Came to Holland expecting to be here for a year. And as you do, you meet someone and you stay. So I met this lovely man. I'm still married to him. Our sons are studying at university in Amsterdam. They've left home, so we're now kind of in the empty nest phase. And let's have a look. When I said I'm a scaredy cat. So let's look at some of the things I'm scared of. Well, one of the things I'm scared of, if I'm in a car, if I'm a passenger in a car, driving really fast on the motorway, and really fast for me is like over 100 kilometers an hour. And it terrifies me if I'm a passenger, especially if the driver is one of my sons. If I have an important meeting coming up, I can get nervous about it. I do get nervous about it. Like, are the right words going to come out at the right time in the right way? One of the things that scares me is every time I hear about the melting of the ice caps. It scares me. If we have people over to dinner and I'm the one cooking, I get nervous about that too. You know, is the food going to work out? Is it going to be enough? Am I going to burn anything? And for some years, something that was a source of a lot of stress for me, luckily quite a long time ago, but was the stress, am I going to be able to pay the bills next month? You know? So can anyone relate to this? And, you know, I'll get to this in a moment. I'll get to this. So one of the things, you know, all these emotions, by the way, I've forgotten something here. So, you know, talking about the words coming out of your mouth in the right order, already they're going in a different order than I expected. Yeah. So there was one picture that I'm very glad does not exist, but I want you to picture this. It was 1980, and it was a couple of minutes before the concert. It was in Nottingham, in the Royal Concert Hall in Nottingham, and it was a couple of minutes before a concert of the Stranglers. Now, the Stranglers were a post-punk band, which meant that every single person was wearing black. So the auditorium was this sea of black, and there was one 13-year-old girl in the audience. She knew nothing about music. She'd come along with her best friend, and she was so excited about her first ever gig, she'd put on her favorite pink outfit. So you can imagine how embarrassed she was. Yes, that was me. I was totally embarrassed. I was just sitting there hoping that the earth would just like open up and swallow me up. And so then, as now, still, at the age of 56, I am very, very familiar with emotions like embarrassment, nervousness, shame, self-doubt. And these days, there's an umbrella term for all this, which is the imposter syndrome. And people talk a lot about the imposter syndrome, also on social media. Now, you don't need to take long to find posts like this. And you know, within a minute, I looked up on social media and I found this. And then I found this. And then I found this. And really, looking at these sentences, I thought, yeah, I can relate to all of these. So could it be that I have the imposter syndrome? Now, it's part of my work, but also how I like to think. I like to check bullshit thoughts. Yeah? You know, these thoughts that sound good, but they're actually bullshit. So I decided to look up some definitions, and I looked up this: a person who assumes a false character or who pretends to be someone else. And then I looked on Wikipedia for syndrome. You can read this one yourselves, I think. So the thing is, when we use the term imposter syndrome, there's a hidden sentence underneath, which is, first of all, there is something wrong, and secondly, that we are in the minority. Now, I'm going to show you in the next 30 minutes that whenever and if ever you feel nervous or scared, there is absolutely nothing wrong with you, and you are definitely not in the minority. Yeah? So I just mentioned various things that I can be scared about, you know, so things I'm scared of, you know, like the ice caps and the cooking from friends. And some of you raised your hands. Who can relate to those things that you're sometimes nervous? Now, here's the thing. Reluctance to admit fear is in itself an expression of fear. Now, I'm totally with you on this, because there were probably some people who thought, yes, I do recognize, but I'm not going to raise my hand now. Now, if my younger self were in the audience right now, she would not have raised her hand. You know, she would sit at the back and she would probably think, I didn't come for audience participation, thank you. Or she would start rummaging in her bag, you know, trying to look for something. In other words, those would both be really good ways of avoiding. Now, I want to talk about avoiding. You and I, as human beings, we are very, very practiced at avoiding. And there are loads and loads of ways of avoiding. One of the ways of avoiding is focusing on other people. Either in the negative sense, by saying, by getting irritated by someone, by having a negative opinion about someone, by thinking someone's arrogant, and all those things. But just the same, getting, like being really impressed by someone. So focusing on someone else in a positive sense, like really admiring them, kind of secretly wanting to be them. This is also a way of avoiding, because actually we're diverting our attention from who we are and what's working and what's not working in who we are and what we can do about it. We're diverting our attention and we're focusing on something else. And there are the times when we get particularly good at avoiding are the times when our comfort zone is threatened. Because we like our comfort zone. Yeah? So anything that threatens our comfort zone, we tend to avoid. Now, a lot of people, everyone knows the term comfort zone, but a lot of people have the thought that the comfort zone is comfortable because it's called the comfort zone. But let me introduce you to there you see, this is about avoiding. I missed that slide. So, the comfort zone. First of all, what is the comfort zone? The comfort zone is the collection of thoughts and feelings and situations and behaviors that we are familiar with. Yeah, and we like to stay in our comfort zone. But I want to rethink this thing, is it comfortable? I have a friend, she's called Natalie. Not really, but she's called Natalie for now. And I've known her for 13 years. And ever since I've met her, there's been this kind of running theme in her life, which has been dysfunctional relationships, when I met her, she was going through a divorce, and it was a very messy divorce. There were children involved. Since then, she's gone through a series of relationships, and every relationship has been like ambiguous. Like, do we have a relationship or do we not have a relationship? And it's been a cause of a lot of stress for her. Not only stress, but also disappointment and actually pain and loneliness. You see, for her, dysfunctional relationships are her comfort zone. And I've said to her several times, you know, you can do something about this. And you know how she answered every time? She laughed and she said, oh, it's not that bad. As if you have to be a total loser, you know, to do some personal development work to get your life working better. So you see, the thing is, the comfort zone is not comfortable. It can be very uncomfortable. It's simply familiar. And the sad joke is, it's simply familiar. The sad joke is that 99% of people prefer the discomfort of their comfort zone over trying anything else. So, time to do something. Time to do something. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to stand up and turn to a neighbor. So either someone next to you or someone behind you or someone, but make sure that there are two of you, yeah? And I'm going to give you 2 minutes. And in those 2 minutes, each of you has 1 minute. So in those 2 minutes, you're going to share the most pathetic thing you've ever been scared of. Pathetic, ridiculous thing. Now, I can see some of you kind of looking up going, oh my God, really? Do I have to? So, okay, so let me get the ball rolling. I'll tell you one of mine. I've got loads, but here's one. It was 16 years ago. We were invited to a child's birthday party. He was turning 6. And for those of you who are not Dutch, how Dutch birthday parties usually go, it's usually on Saturday afternoon between 3 and 4. You arrive, you come into the living room, people are sitting in a circle. In the middle of the circle, there's food, and the food is usually coffee and cake, 1 piece of cake. And then after that, it's either, you know, soup and quiche and bread and cheese. So that's you see the picture? So I come into this living room, and on the sofa, I see a famous person. He's a famous politician. His name was Wouter Bos. He was sitting there on the sofa. Now, at that time, Wouter Bos was the leader of one of the socialist parties in Holland. Later on, he became finance minister, and later on, he became deputy prime minister of the country. He was sitting there on the sofa. And immediately, I was thinking, Jesus, how am I going to handle this? Of course, I know who he is. He has no clue who I am. And so how should I greet him? And so this kind of, and I'm really not proud of that moment. It was awkward, it was gauche, it was, and so in the end, what I ended up doing, I ended up shaking everyone's hand, and when I passed him, I went really fast and didn't look him in the eye. I mean, it was embarrassing, awkward. So I was simply scared. I was simply scared of doing the wrong social thing. So you're going to get 2 minutes. Stand up. So turn to a partner. You got 2 minutes. You can stand in 3. You can join them. So some of you may have recognized it. That was the Stranglers. That was the bell. Now, so that feels better, doesn't it? Because what happens when we share fear? Now, it could be that some of you noticed while you were talking, you noticed the urge to avoid and talk about something else. Yeah? That's the urge to avoid. But those of you who spoke about fear, you'll notice that it feels better. Now, it feels better for two reasons. The first reason is when we communicate about our fear, when we share it, the fear gets less. And the second thing is, if you and I are talking to each other and both of us share about our fear, something changes between us. It's like we become we can relax. We can start getting real. In other words, we start to show our humanness. Now, if you are ever nervous or have self-doubt or are wondering, really, they gave me the job, really? How come? Everyone else is better than me. So it's obvious there is fear there. You are not an imposter. Welcome to humanness. We're talking about humanness. So the thing is about humanness and about fear. Everyone experiences fear. Everyone. The thing is that there is a huge taboo around fear. And the authors of this book, both of them Harvard University professors, they talk about a phenomenon that they've seen in all organizations, which is that people are actually doing two jobs. One is the job that they were hired for and they were paid for, which is actually the simpler of the two jobs. The other is a job they're not paid for or hired for, which is the job of covering up their insecurities, covering up their mistakes, their self-doubt, and managing other people's impressions of them, which, on the one hand, for the organization concerned, is a huge waste of resources because a whole lot of energy and time goes into this. And for the individual concerned, it means it's a cause of huge exhaustion, it's a cause of stress, it's a cause of unhappiness. So people pay high prices for this. And I've worked long enough in tech organizations to know that all of you, in one way or another, are struggling with this. And I also know that all of you have at least one colleague who behaves a bit like this guy. You know this guy? David Brent from The Office. Yeah, the English version of The Office. Ricky Gervais is the actor. Now, anyone who doesn't know The Office, watch it because it's hilarious. Now, the thing is with David Brent, the main character in The Office, he is spending all his time showing that he is an amazing people manager and that he's really cool. And what makes it funny in a kind of pathetic kind of a way is that we see right through him. And your colleagues, the colleagues that resemble David Brent, you will know them because they are the ones who like to prove they are really smart, either by giving long lectures and monologues in meetings and going on and on and on and on, or by picking holes in other people's arguments, or using sophisticated words, or name dropping. There are lots of ways of trying to show you're smart, or trying to show they're cool. And the thing is, they don't do it because they're bad people. They don't do it because they're malicious. They do it because they don't realize this. The more we try to prove we are smart, the more we reveal our fear of being stupid. The more we try to prove we're cool, the more we reveal our fear of not being cool. Now, people who behave like this in organizations are the cause of huge problems. Yeah, and it creates a lot of hassle. Don't be a David Brent. Be real. Don't try and prove. Be real. Now, I want to tell you about Naomi. I met Naomi 3 years ago. When I met her, she was around 30. She was working for a crowdfunding organization, was a very sociable, bubbly young woman. And I met her because she was a participant in the training that I most love to give, simply because of how life-changing it is, which is Essence, which is given every month in Tel Aviv, but also in Amsterdam. Now, Naomi stood up in the training on day 4, which was Saturday. Day 1 is Wednesday, day 2 is Tuesday, day 3 is Friday. Saturday, she wanted to share. And she said, I'm exhausted in my life. We had a conversation, and she described how in her job, she's really helpful, she's really bubbly, she's really positive. And she said, that's probably the reason I got my job. And it's not there's a problem with that. The thing is, sometimes I need help, and I don't ask for it. There are sometimes days that I really don't feel like really cheerful, but I don't share it. And there are times when, I want to put time into projects that are important for me, and I'm always helpful to other people. And I realize that the reason I've been doing this is I'm simply scared that if I'm honest, I'm scared that people are going to see me as negative or selfish. And while she was telling this, I had an idea. And I had an idea to get her to do something experiential, a really simple thing that would take less than a minute. Really, if I told you now what it was, you'd kind of go, really? Is that it? But it was, for her, it was nerve-wracking. And I said to her, you don't have to do it. She was standing there, and then she said, I'm going to do it. She did it. It took less than a minute. And when she was done, she was shining. It was as if, a burden of 100 kilos had dropped from her shoulders. And I asked the group, I said to them, who of you thought that Naomi right now was selfish and negative? Nobody raised their hand. She was shocked. I said, who of you found her inspiring? And everyone raised their hand. She couldn't believe it. And then she said, I've known this. I've known this phenomenon for many years. I've read books about it. I've listened to podcasts about it. I've done all kinds of stuff. But here's the thing. You and I look at life from inside out. We look at life through our own filter. Now, our filter is like a net. Yeah? And what we see is what our net allows us to see, which is limited. Yeah? And the problem is that when we look from outside in. When we learn through thinking, for example, by reading books or listening to podcasts, it goes through this net, and we only hear what we already know. Our thinking is unreliable. If you want to get out of your comfort zone, you can't do it through your thinking. The only way to do it is through an experience. So, time for another experience. What I'm going to ask you to do is, in a moment, I'm going to ask you to turn to the same neighbor, and this time really in twos. And I want you to look into each other's eyes in silence. Now, you will notice immediately that there will be a very strong urge to avoid. Yeah? So stand up in silence, in absolute silence. In silence. Shh. And you will notice, just look into the other person's eyes, and you will notice that it feels awkward. You will notice. And when you look into the eyes of the other person, you will probably see some signs of tension. Now, also observe this urge to avoid, to look away, to talk. This is the urge I've spoken about. We are very, very used to avoiding. Now, in a moment, I'm going to stop talking for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Yeah? And stay in silence. Off you go. Now I'm going to give you 1 minute to share with each other about how this was, how it was for you, what it did to you. 1 minute. Off you go. So, question. For whom was this out of your comfort zone? Yeah. And for whom was it in any way positive, like touching or exciting or... So here you see, what we see here is when we dare to go out of our comfort zone, and I'm not talking parachute jumping here, I'm talking out of our comfort zone in the way we are with other people, it creates connection, it creates excitement, it creates humanness. Now, I could give you like a lecture of 2 hours about how going beyond your comfort zone creates humanness, and it would give you less than 30 seconds. So, yes. So I just want to leave you with a tool. And there are several steps in this tool. So first of all, when there is something not working, admit it. Don't avoid it. Then, when you see it, when you see anything is not working in your relationships, in how things are going, ask yourself, how am I hiding my fear? What is my fear? Or how am I hiding it? How am I trying to prove? Then ask yourself, do I want to hide or do I want to grow? And it's up to you what you answer. Then you want to set yourself a purpose for which you're willing to leave your comfort zone. Because trust me, if you don't have a purpose, you will not leave your comfort zone because you're very, very used to it. Even when you think you're leaving your comfort zone, you're not. Now, what do I mean by a purpose? A purpose could be to learn to start and maintain really meaningful relationships. That's going to require that you get beyond your comfort zone and you learn. It could be, your purpose could be to learn to become a really inspiring leader, where other people are, really excited to work with you and for you. Believe me, you're going to need to get out of your comfort zone to learn that. It could be, your purpose could be simply wanting to learn how to be happy in life, whatever happens. This also will require you to really leave your comfort zone. If you don't have a purpose, you will never leave it. Now, once you set yourself a purpose, then you want to invest in growing and learning. Now, what do I mean by investing? What's it going to take? It's going to take courage, because it will require you to leave your comfort zone. So it will feel uncomfortable. It's going to require commitment, because every time if you don't have commitment, every time it feels uncomfortable or you have an opinion about it, which is also part of your comfort zone, you will stop. So you will need commitment. And you'll also need sincerity. Now, there is a difference between honesty and sincerity in how I work. Honesty is about transmission. When you're honest, you say what you think, your way, when you want to say it. Sincerity is when you're willing to say, you know what? What I honestly thought, maybe it was wrong. This is sincerity. Yeah? This is what it will require from you if you really want to grow. Then you want to ask yourself, so you'll grow and learn and grow. And then you want to ask yourself, am I able to deliver? If you want to be an inspiring leader, for example, you want to ask yourself, am I able to deliver? Yeah? If you don't ask yourself, if you just think, oh yeah, I'm ready for this, it's like jumping out of a plane with a parachute, never having had a lesson. That's not courage, that's recklessness. Yeah? Now, recklessness is bad for your life expectancy. So don't presume. You want to check, am I able to deliver? Am I qualified for it? Have I learned for it? Have I prepared for it? Do I have the experience for it? And trust me, even when you have all this, the fear will still be there. Yeah? Now, when you're checking yourself, am I able to deliver? You want to check from outside in. Because if you look from inside out, some people will continue to think, no, I'm not ready for this. No, I'm not ready for this, when they're absolutely ready for it. Yeah? Other people the other way around. They're arrogant and they think, oh, I'm ready for this, when they're not. So you want to check from outside in. And then you go for it. So you feel the fear and you do it anyway. However, if you're really interested in growing, this is not enough. The next step is to reap the lessons from every single step on the way. What are my insights from this? What did I do that worked? What did I do that didn't work? What were my mistakes in it? What can I learn from this? This is the way of turning anything you do into a source of growth. Thank you for being awesome. I wish you an exciting life. If you have any questions, I will be somewhere at the back after this. So enjoy DevOps. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Julia. That was great. So our next speaker will be up in a second, and we will be talking about... You're right. We'll be talking about incidents, but I think you have to wire up your laptop first. Okay, cool. This will only take momentarily. So, as I said, we'll be talking about incidents next because incidents are an inevitable part of our daily struggles, I would say. So, most people will view them as the disruptions of our actual work. But what if, just imagine, close your eyes and imagine, instead of seeing incidents as something really annoying, it could be an exciting opportunity to build resilience and to learn. And this is what our next speaker, Bushra, is going to be talking about. Bushra is an SRE at Datadog, some of you might know of that company, where she works on technical and organizational challenges to make the platform more resilient. And I will check whether you're ready.
Okay, yes.
Yes, we're almost there. Perfect.
Now I need to do this. Yes.
Fantastic. And if you're ready to go?
I think yes.
Awesome. Okay, so huge applause, please, for Bushra.
Thank you. Super excited to be here as the first talk after Julia. I'm really glad you're all here. And I will start my talk with a question. And what comes to your mind when you think of incidents? I ask these questions monthly in my company when we do trainings, and people answer with a lot of different emotions and sentences. So I wanted to ask you and see if you can resonate with some of the things that I'm about to show now. So please show your hands if you think of incidents chaotic. How many of you find incident hectic, quite chaotic? Stressful? Confusing? Stimulating? Yes. Intriguing? It's a really good crowd. And also a place where you feel a sense of togetherness. And I find this especially interesting because recently my company had a really big outage. It was one of its kind, and it had 2 days, a lot of engineers working on recovery. And after some days, we had the sharing on Slack that said, the best team building experience ever. And that got me thinking, what makes a difference? How is it possible that we see these events super stressful, chaotic, and hectic, but some other times we can actually feel this sense of togetherness and stimulation? And if it's possible to have this stimulation and excitement, can we have more of that and less of the chaos? And that's what I would like to talk to you about today. I am Bushra. I am an SRE at Datadog in a team called Resilience. My team tries to make the incidents or learning from incidents possible in my organization. We create processes and help people follow them as easy as possible and extract patterns from incidents. So eventually we make Datadog more resilient to adverse events organizationally, but also technically. And apart from work, I like advocating for mental health and also adopting cats. I love that Julia already mentioned cats, and we have some cat pictures here, so if you are going on the team. And I was looking for this is fine dog. I was looking for this is fine dog with the flames, but I thought this actually pictures me a lot better. So this is fine. Totally fine. Every house should have actually more of these. Better than flames. Not chaotic at all. What was chaotic, though, for me, and I will start with this, is the first time I broke production. I think perhaps everyone has a story about the time they broke production, so I would love to propose an open spaces for this, so we come together and share our stories. But I'm going to share with you mine now. It was about the time when I started my career, maybe 2 years into it. I was working in a really great company. I loved working there. I was in a team called Software Operations. It was a time where companies were trying to have these DevOps movements. They had the really ops team and dev team, so they were trying to create this middle ground and give people platform. And we were managing a Mesos marathon clusters back then. This is before Kubernetes. So when I say Mesos marathon, think about Kubernetes. And that was the time, that was the platform that we were managing. And we were using Ansible and Puppet to manage our services. And one of those days, I had to SSH to them and actually apply some of the changes that I was working on. And you know how this goes, right? Like you apply or you plan something, and it gives you kind of a diff. There are things that you want to publish or deploy, and there are things that you don't know much idea about, but you might know that it's safe. It's probably safe. But I didn't know what there was. I thought my changes are there, and I saw my teammate doing exactly the same thing the other day, and he checked my changes are there, so he deployed. I pressed enter. Couple of minutes after, the people started coming into our team space. And someone said the Marathon UI looked entirely different. And some other person screamed, my workloads are not getting scheduled. What the heck is going on? And that was the moment that I realized I did something really wrong. And we noticed that I actually accidentally upgraded the whole Mesos cluster. And it changed a lot of things because we were running on a different version now. And at that moment, I had this sinking feeling in my stomach. You know, I started sweating because I had no idea how would I actually manage this. And I feared, going from the fear. I feared because I had no idea how that was happening. But it was a result of something I did. So I had a lot of emotions around, like, what did I do? I feel very guilty. I had no idea whether I will be blamed. I mean, I was blaming myself enough, but it would be really worse if other people thought that I did something really bad. And I also had no idea whether I could tell my side of the story, because when these kind of things happen to us, even though we feel an immense guilt, we also think like, oh, can I actually tell them what happened? And maybe we can talk about it? I didn't know, so I had a lot of fear. And I didn't know how to fix it, right? I had to rely on my teammates to come together and actually do the changes, and I just watched them quietly to fix the thing. It took around 1 to 2 hours. And as things started to recover, I also started to feel calmer. Because I realized I wasn't alone in this. A lot of people jumped in to fix the things that I broke. They were as surprised as I was, which was also interesting to me. They were like, what? How did this actually happen? And also, to my shocking surprise, that they were also happy that we found a gap to actually fix it later. So they were actually quite also embarrassed that a newcomer could do such a thing and feel quite fearful. So later in the day, my team lead made sure that I actually wrote this story so that we could know how to address it. And this response really sparked something within me then. Because as in my head, I was thinking I could be blamed for this, but it showed me that it was actually really good that we found something in our systems or the way we do things, and we could do them differently. So they told me that the surprises were part of the job, and we learn from our systems by these surprises. And we run complex systems, and we are included in the systems too. So if, however we interact with the machines, we're part of the system design, and we should know better and actually design our systems better, because we are all responsible for making these changes better and safer for each other. So I learned a lot from these events. But I don't think the point is if we are learning, but what we are learning. Because we are always learning from these events because they're impactful, right? They did something and you experienced it. But it got me thinking, what would have happened if my teammates actually acted a lot differently? If they got really annoyed that they now have to fix something for 2 hours because I did something wrong? Or my team lead would have come and told me that, please, Dexter, be careful, you're pretty new. Or they would have said, you costed a lot of people's time and maybe companies' resources. I think in those scenarios, I would have learned fear and never be able to look at these events as some things that we could learn from. And if these events ever occur, I would thought that it would be definitely a human, due to the human error, and humans should know better. And as a result, I think I would have stuck at that and how I look at these failures. And because learning from difficult experiences actually stick with us for a really long time. And I think most of us stuck in this fear response, including our organizations. Throughout the history, incidents have been obviously really bad things because they do cause impact, right? And it's completely understandable that we try to prevent them and also try to work out how we can respond to them. And there's nothing really wrong with that. However, I think what is problematic is how we look at them. So if we believe that they are the things to avoid or to be repeated, how on earth can we actually feel calm and good and have this sense of stimulation, excitement to look at them and learn from them? And let's face the reality, we are in the tech industry, right? So we deal with complex systems, constantly shipping and developing like every day with maybe a lot of people. And we don't design perfect software, and yet we don't even run them in a vacuum. We run them in places that we don't even have any control over and have a lot of unknowns. So some of these unknowns are going to create impactful events, and they actually do quite often. So how are we going to deal with them is going to make a lot of difference into how we learn from them. And this is really hard work, but it doesn't have to be this hard. So we need to find a way to kind of unlearn this fear that we are stuck at. And how do we do that? How do we shift our perception from fear to actually amazement that you were all resonating with? How can we cultivate this culture that we actually embrace the learning? We are in DevOps days. I think we know by now that the DevOps cultures were not created by tools. Yes, it really helped. Tools are part of the shift. But actually, we, the humans, are the ones that actually make this culture possible, right? So we don't need more tools. We need a sense of comfort. So we do need to have and create an environment altogether where we all feel really comfortable with disruptions. So how do we get there? And that's what I would like to talk to you about on the rest of my talk. I think there are countless ways to approach and create a sense of comfort and safety around incident that would help us to feel less of the chaos and more of the stimulation and excitement and togetherness. And I'm not going to share with you a lot of distinct processes. Instead, I would like to share with you small things that could help you shift the culture a little bit towards a sense of safety. I think we can do a lot, and I would like to categorize them in 3 different sections. I think there are things we can do when things are chill. So when there's no fire, and we have space to learn and have fun. There are things we can do during the response because it can be quite, disrupting, and we don't know how to do that. So we can learn a little bit about on that part. And also we can do things after the dust settles. Let's start with when things are chill. Part of the disruptions are unpleasant because there's a lot of unknowns, and we are not good with unknowns, right? We panic when we have a lot of unknowns. So what can we do to have this calm, sense of space to actually feel that unknowns are okay? Or actually, how can we make some of those unknowns known? And this is the time we could do that. In other words, how can we do some prep work that actually feels like we got this? Questions like, how does the organization think about incidents? What exactly qualifies as an incident? Do we have a tool that we declare them? Do we know when it is good to declare them? Things like this, we could absolutely prepare a little bit before the fire actually starts. And of course, documentation is great for this. You can write pages of documentation how we look at incidents, how incidents are done in our organization. But I think we need more than documentation. Because imagine a new board game, right? It is really nice that you open the manual and you read what you are supposed to do. But what you really, really are eager to do is actually sit down and do one demo round. Then you know what is expected of you and how you can actually play the game. And I think learning with the incidents in the prep time is actually very much the same. So how can we practice handling incidents before they actually happen in real life? I have some ideas of play. So we first need to make sure that the most important bits are known to us so that we know how to practice. Things like, as I said, how do we think of them? How do we follow the processes? What do we do in terms of customer communications? What tools do we use to actually know that we are making progress? Things like this, if you know them beforehand, before you use, this actually makes incidents a bit more less less intimidating, and also more manageable. And the next is also creating a safe place where you can actually play with these tools. So if you have a tool that you create incidents with, can I declare a test incident? Can I page another team and actually see if it happens? And this actually helped a lot for you to feel like you can trust the tools and the process when things are a little bit more exciting. And about fun practices, I think this is also really important. After you maybe play with the important bits and play with the tools, now you actually need to experience it. You need to play the game. And in this, for example, at work, we have a very fun scenarios for people to play with. We have a scenario called capturing the stray Pokemon. And we bring a couple of people together, we give them handouts. Some of them are Pokemon experts, some of them are boss, one of them is the person who can do the communication. And then we tell them, there's a stray Pokemon on the village. Villages is 500 people. How do we manage this? And they all have to play this game to figure out how to play this, chaotic situations and learn how to coordinate. And this really helps because it gives people a really fun place, because if they fail at doing some things in the right order, there's no harm, and they feel like they're playing. It also helps them that they don't need to know a certain technical part of the systems, because incident response is really a lot about coordination, and it makes them really practice that in a fun way. And after this, of course, encouraging people to test their service-specific things are really important. So for them to figure out how they scale faster, or restarting a service helps or not, they can already test their services before the incident actually happened, so that they know a little bit how their services recover in real time. And after all this, while you cannot predict the exact outcome of these events, you have a compass. And that compass is a shared understanding of the incidents. You already know a little bit how your organization does incidents, how they look at them. So you kind of feel this sense of control that you got this. You don't know how it's going to happen when actually, the fire starts, but you know a lot of things, and you also know your services. So that's pretty cool. And people ignore this because they usually think that you can learn on the job. Sure, there's a lot of things we can learn on the job. We can do a lot more before to kind of feel that a little bit more confident around these events. And I think this is really important. Now that with that compass, you're actually going to respond to an incident. The things are going to be maybe really bad. So your pager, you carry a pager, maybe you're on call, your pager goes off, alerting to a potential incident. You came in, there's a lot to think about. It looks really, really big, and you need people. I think the very first thing to focus about that really helps is our job is to put out the fire, the quickest way we know. And the secret of creating this sense of control is really on these first minutes, focusing on what we know. Because you know a lot of things. You know how your company does this. You know what's expected of you. Maybe you don't know what is going on with your service, but you know your service well. So there are a lot of things that you know. And focusing on this really helps you figure out what you don't know, so you can actually call for help. And when you call for help, it's really important because no incident has one person in it. Right? We are all coming together to do this together. So it's important that you focus on what we know, and then we can call for help. But focusing on what we know is also very crucial and critical, not just for getting out, but also feel a sense of confidence. Recently, I saw this thread on Twitter, and that made me really think about the incident response. And it goes like this. Anjali, who wrote this thread, tweeted about her experiences while flying to Houston. And they were quite stuck on the boarding process because it took really long. And actually, they couldn't even board the plane because they saw that there was a lot of bees on the plane's wing. And everyone was super confused about this because how on earth could something like this happen? Was it safe to fly? How were they going to get rid of these bees? It was quite an unwanted disruption. Very interesting one also. So they thought a lot of things. Could they call a beekeeper? Perhaps spraying the water would deter the bees? Or maybe blowing some air would fly them away. They tried. But unfortunately, bees remained unfazed by these attempts. It also turned out that the pest control or a beekeeper are not really allowed to touch the aircraft because it's a pretty important thing. And I don't know even that they could come to the airplane or airport. So despite their best efforts and ideas, nothing seemed to work. And hours passed, they patiently wait for a resolution, and eventually they decided they need to relocate the passengers to another gate that also required plane to be moved. And the moment they powered the plane's engine, can you guess what happened next? Yeah, they all fly away. And all they have to do is turn on the plane. I mean, obviously, there is a lot on stake here, right? This safety in the aircraft is a lot different than the things that we are doing. But you get the inspiration, right? So incident response is not about finding the perfect solution. It's about putting out the fire and the flames as quickly, efficiently as possible with the resources are at our disposal. And you know how to turn on and off your services, right? You know how to scale. So you can try them first and see if it's actually going to help instead of making your customers wait for 9 hours for a solution. And I think rest of the response is about coordination, because it usually have a lot of people, they don't work together. So they might need a lot more coordination than your day-to-day job. And there are two things that I saw really help people in this response. And one is making sure that the response is being led. And some companies are using as an incident commander or some kind of a creator role where this person can come to the room and help actually with the communication and give people what they need at the right time and facilitate communication. And this is really helpful because you know someone else is making sure that this incident progress, and you maybe as a responder don't have to deal with that. And the rest is all about sharing responsibilities. So imagine that you are a responder and you're working on the mitigation. There is a customer support who actually works on the customer communication. There's an incident commander who makes sure that you get the help you need. And maybe there's even an executive in the call because they help with the business decisions. That's great. You realize that everyone is actually doing what they know best, and you can deal with the situation quite as easy as it can. So suddenly, this event doesn't look like something very unknown to you, right? Doesn't look like something that has to be really chaotic. It can be something that we quickly come together and do what we know best. And it will always a bit messy. Because why? Real-time firefighting is messy. We know some things, but there's a lot of things that we don't know. And we might have challenging days where the external factors actually put some fuel to the fire, like your cloud services not acting the right way, or some incidents might be really, really long that you might need to come up with some creative situations. And that's why it's really important to feel good about these events, because how can we actually create some different solutions when we need them if we feel a sense of, fear or unease. So that's also why we really need to create this sense of control and safety and, navigate the event the best way we know and accept the messiness. Because afterwards, we're going to have plenty of time to reflect on this event and think about, okay, how can we do less messy next time? How the things are actually unfold. And this takes me to my last category on this, how do we make these incidents better for each other, and that is after the dust settles. Maybe you roll back and it was an easy incident, or maybe it was really long that you had to use a duct tape and you need to make sure that you take it away when time comes. But it's all done now, right? And the most important thing that we should do, is actually have some space to rest and think. There is nothing to do at this moment. We just need to make sure that let the adrenaline go in and everyone thinks better after a good night's sleep. And that was really important because incidents are unplanned investments. And their costs have already been occurred. You already lost sleep. Maybe you already had issues and your company lost some revenue. And that's all okay, because it has been an investment, because your challenge right now as an organization to get the most return of investment these events. So there is a lot we can talk after about the incidents, but I have a really crucial tips that actually helps us to bring the most details around an event. So probably all of you need to write an incident report, right? And I say ditch the template. I don't say it entirely, but the thing about templates is that they might be really rigid. They might ask you questions that you might need to answer that takes you away from the narrative that you would like to say. So before maybe you go to the template, tell the story like you would tell to your best friend. Why? Because when we are telling to our best friend about what happened or what we actually contribute to, we bring the most juicy details. We rant about the systems. We actually bring out all the frustrations that we had around it. And these are really important around incident reports, because if you were in an incident and you paid someone and it took 15 minutes for that person to come in, you had a lot of frustration, right? Maybe we need to look at that place and see how we can actually make that on-call experience better. Or if you were at the end of your on-call shift 7 days and you were super tired, it affected how you responded to incidents, right? So how can we actually make that easier for you next time so you feel a bit more capacity? So it's really important to bring that frustrations along with your technical response to the incidents, but I think we always forget this human side of the response. Also, when you're telling the friend to you're telling the story to your friend, you don't forget the positives as well, right? You tell them where you were actually really lucky. You told them that you were actually prepared for some things and it really helped. And this is also really important to capture in the incident reports because it helps you track your near misses. And near misses, what I mean by that is that if you actually had a very lucky situation, you paged the team, and the person who came into the incident was the best, like the most knowledgeable person in the topic, and you were like, oh my God, I'm so lucky that that person was on call. I mean, it's great, but should it be like that? Should it be that everyone in that on-call rotation actually would know the best about their systems and we should actually follow that knowledge gap? So you could actually trust next time and you don't have to rely on the luck? So it's really important that when we celebrate our, what went well, we also look for the ways that how can we make this luck more permanent next time. And talking with a person is always useful when we talk about action items, right? You can actually brainstorm about how to fix this, and you don't have to do this alone. And when we share this story with our friend or anyone in our company, so we kind of feel this like we are being listened, but we are also super honest to bring everything that happened. Because stories are a lot more powerful than numbers. So don't take the number of incidents or the response metrics to improve, because absence of incident is not an evidence of learning. I'm going to repeat this. Absence of the incidents is not an evidence of learning from them. So what is learning is actually how you look at them and extract everything that you want to do differently and you want to improve your systems and your organizations. And to cultivate this culture, we have a couple of things at work, and one thing that I really, really enjoy is that we have a group of volunteers who come together every week and read the outage reports every week. So we read the impactful incidents. We really set a timer for 10 minutes, sit down and read them. And then we have a discussion about what is going on. And it's really interesting that sometimes some people hesitate to write full story. When you're reading the story, you're like, oh, this doesn't actually go as well. It looks like we are missing some details. And those are the people usually are involved with triggering the incidents, because they do blame themselves very naturally. And when they write the report, they want to say that, yeah, it was all me. I'm going to do better next time. But reading this story helps us actually figure out these gaps and then go to that person and talk. Tell me what really happened. Tell me what was going on that we could actually do better next time. So it's really crucial that when we write these stories and read them, we try to see what kind of environment that we actually create. And these reports are written once, but read many, many, many times. So it really helps when we actually help people to write these stories. It helps them to bring the most important details so that we could share with everyone in our organizations. And stories make people remember, not your numbers. It's not going to remember People are not going to remember how many incidents they had last week, but they're going to remember the incident that looked really interesting and they fixed something around it. And every company is going to do this a bit differently. The story I shared with you in the beginning of my talk, we didn't have any of these processes. I don't think we even called it an incident. But I did have the right culture around looking at that and learn from the failures. So don't fixate on creating those processes around your companies. You mean well, but look at the ways, small ways that you can feel better about these events, that people feel a bit of more supported. So look at for these small ways that maybe I shared with you to see what resonates and see what part of the process that you can include them to your incident response. And if you're wondering if you're around the right path, think about these questions. Does everybody contribute easily? Your customer comms, your responders, your incident commanders, or everyone in the organization, can they come all hands on deck and do the things they know the best? Do people generally feel good about these events? This is not so hard to know. It's really not, and we don't need numbers for this. We can just talk to each other and see, how is your on-call shift right now? How are you doing with the incidents? And does your understanding of the system increase over time? Because that's what incidents show us. It shows us all the assumptions that we had that work differently. So we're like, oh, I thought my systems were quite resilient to this, but I don't think it is. So now we make that more resilient. So actually, our understanding of our system should really increase over time. And also, most importantly, are we able to choose what we work on based on these events? Because actually, they show us the impact, and they help us to be the authority to choose what to work on and make our systems more resilient. So we should be able to put what we learn on the incidents back into our planning cycles so that we could actually know we are taking the actions that we want to do. And your sign is this. If you're doing any of this, if you're feeling a little bit of a psychological safety around surprises, you already know. You're going to feel less of the chaos, confusion, and stress, but more of the stimulation and collective support and that togetherness, which I saw a lot of you actually resonated today. So we work with the complex systems. When your beautiful code meets the real world, it always ends up somewhere interesting. So embrace the discovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bushra. That was amazing. So we will be having a short break now of about 15 to 20 minutes. You can go outside. Quick, grab a coffee now. Don't forget to come back in about 20 minutes for our next talk.
Hey, friends of the DevOps Persuasion. Welcome back to DevOps Days online, live here from the TV studio in Pakhuizen. I'm joined here today by Julia, and she's just come out of her very exciting, maybe even nerve-wracking keynote. Julia, you happy it's over?
Yes, as I told you just now, this was the end of a series of exciting things I've done the last month. I was excited to do it. And I was also very happy to have a nice cup of tea afterwards.
I can imagine. Yeah. I can imagine. I mean, I was sitting in the audience, and it was, it was great having you up there. It was great that you told a story that I think needs to be told over and over again, because people keep forgetting that they're human, that they're imperfect. And so I want to thank you for, putting all of the time into the presentation. I don't necessarily want to thank you for the awkward moments you cause in the audience. Looking into someone's eyes for 30 seconds was nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
So tell me, why did you add elements like that to your presentation?
Well, because a long a lecture of what, even an hour says much less than an experience. And so I wanted to give the audience the experience of going through their comfort zone in a simple way, but also in a way that if they stop fighting against it, can really create connection and humanness. And yeah, I get it was nerve-wracking. It would have been nerve-wracking for me too.
Yeah, so I think you're right on the point where, it did show the audience something. It's okay to show yourself. It's okay to be in situations that are not comfortable or familiar.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because I think that's one of the key takeaways, at least for me, from your talk, is it's not necessarily about a comfort zone. It's about what you're familiar with, right? So talk to me a little about how that relates to imposter syndrome, because that's what your talk was about, and how that works.
Well, first of all, I think it was clear in the talk that I think the imposter syndrome, it's a lie.
It is, yeah.
And it's a dangerous lie as well, because it encourages this. The more people think about it, the more they talk about it, the more they really think, okay, well, I don't deserve this job I was given. So it keeps this idea alive, which is wrong. Everyone experiences fear. I was talking to a young man yesterday and about his imposter syndrome, and he told me this story in which he had been so determined to get the job he got that there was so much courage, commitment, determination in his story that he was doing himself down by saying, I have the imposter syndrome. How come he wasn't proud of himself? How come he wasn't saying the last 2 years I've done this and this and this, I'm really, really proud of it, and I've learned this and this and this and this. So the imposter syndrome kind of keeps people almost like in the victim role.
Yeah. It's kind of like an excuse for not doing something, or an excuse for explaining why you didn't go after something, or why you didn't get anything.
Yeah.
So that's wrong, because that makes people not just be in their comfort zone, but almost take a step back and not go after the things they want to go after.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And it means that when they look at other people, they assume that other people are more confident than them, which is not true.
Which is not true at all.
Which is not true at all.
That's what you showed in your presentation. Like, everyone deals with this in, some form or another. And not everyone is different, and everyone experiences it in a different way, but everyone has it, right? Everyone. Yeah. Unless you're a sociopath, maybe.
Even then, I would beg to disagree. They also experience fear.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
So what's kind of the key takeaway that from your talk you want to give people if they're dealing with uncertainty, fear, doubt? Like, what's the key thing that you would recommend to them? Go do this or don't do that.
Well, on one side, so acknowledge yourself for all the steps you take, but not only the steps. People tend to see the big steps, but they don't see the small steps. Initiating a conversation with someone is a step to be proud of. Proud is maybe a big word, but to acknowledge yourself for all the steps you're taking, and also to take the learnings out of it, because you're further than you think. And on the other side, continue to challenge yourself, but not only the big things. I've spoken to people saying, I want to learn to speak on the stage, or that's fine, but also challenge yourself in the small things. When you're talking to people, dare to just be honest. Dare to speak up about things in your team that are not working, even if you think that other people think differently. So dare to speak up.
Yeah, and dare to make the small steps, right? So don't go necessarily for the big goal just at once. It's never one big step. It's always small steps.
It's always small steps.
But for you, I mean, this was your first keynote, as I understand it, right? So for you, this was a big step.
It definitely was a big step, yeah. And I wasn't lying when I said, that my heart rate went up, and I was very nervous about it. So the keynote was the result of thousands of steps from handling the thought, yes, well, I can't do this. And then the next step was, yes, but I have to. Back in February, I thought, I have to know within 2 days what I'm going to talk about. And then I had a thought, well, yes, maybe I don't. Maybe there's a method in this. So that was another step. So there were thousands of steps in it, as there are thousands of steps in any project. So the thing is to focus on, okay, what's the next step? And what's the next
first step
what's
I can
the
take?
first next step I can take?
Yeah, and one of the things you did, and I noticed personally because you asked me to help you out with the development of this talk, you asked for help.
Yes.
So yes, you were, you had fear of going on stage. You didn't necessarily know if you could do it just yet. But as a result, you didn't say no, but you said, yes, but I need help. And maybe someone can help me do content development. Maybe someone can help me take those small steps on that journey to be that keynote speaker at Devopsdays Amsterdam.
Absolutely.
So you spoke up and you didn't let fear get in the way of doing this. And I think that's a good example of A, taking small steps, but B, also talking about the things that you're fearful about and not hiding away and saying, oh, I can't do it. Sorry, this is too hard because this step is too big. So you broke it down and you asked for help. And I think that's exactly the kind of thing you should do. Don't hide behind your fear. Don't use it as an excuse, but say, okay, I haven't done it before, so I think I can do it, but I'm going to need help.
Yeah. And which also made the process so much more enjoyable. And thank you so much. But I mean, and in my younger days, that was definitely a trap I fell into, wanting to do things on my own and thinking I should know this and doing it, asking for your help. And I really enjoyed our sessions. It turned it into kind of light and our sparring sessions were great. Yeah. So it turned it into a really enjoyable process.
Yeah. And in return, I also learned a bunch of new things because I could help you with content development, where we went through your talk, many, many times.
Yeah.
And every time we went through it, I learned something even before you actually went on stage. So it was mutually beneficial, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't just me helping you, but it was also you helping me, because that's kind of the fun thing I think of doing talks is it gives you the ability to give a message and help other people learn and grow.
Yeah.
So I think that helping other people is, you have to ask for help. You have to be open and be honest about it.
Because this was so different to the way I'm used to working. I'm used to working, I set kind of a framework, and then people do things and I interact with them. So standing up there on the stage and telling is not something I'm used to.
It's very different. And also this talk wasn't about the other people. This talk was about you. This was much more of a personal story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which was one of the things that we talked about in the development and the preparations of this. That's a whole different ballgame.
It's a whole different ballgame.
Very different.
Yeah.
So talk to me about kind of the interaction between, you being on stage, telling stories like this, and how you approach coaching and training. Because again, it's very different. But there's also similarities. So what I wonder is, in your training and in your coaching, how do you come across imposter syndrome? How do you deal with it in groups like that? Like, what's the advice you give people there?
Well, the thing is, I never give advice. Mm-hmm. So in the training I spoke about in the keynote, which is 5 days, people go through processes and they discover for themselves what fear does with them, even in the places that they think there isn't fear. And it's really not really world-shaking things. Mm-hmm. So they go through the process themselves. I never tell anyone anything. So it's very much the people going through things themselves thinking, oh, hey, but I do this and that, but how come I do this? And how would it be if I do it another way? And so I run interactions with them to get them to see things that they didn't see before. And yes, I encounter a lot of fear. Actually, that's the main driver. When people run into things that aren't working in their lives, whether it is that there's things not working in their parenthood, or things not working in their marriage, or in relationships with colleagues. There is very often a fear there, which makes people defensive, which makes people arrogant, and people discover that themselves.
Yeah.
And in coaching, people also discover it themselves, but then it's one-on-one, and they go out and they do, they have plans for projects they want to set up or work on, and they go off and they do their things, and then they come back, and then we look at how things, if they wanted to go this way but they ended up going this way, then we look at, okay, so what made that happen? And that's also usually to do with thinking that they just hadn't seen before.
Right.
So that's actually the theme in both the coaching and the training, is that people discover thoughts that they hadn't seen before that are guiding them in ways that are making their life more difficult than it needs to be.
Yeah. And so one interesting thing, I think, we talked about this a couple times is, and I actually talked about this in a presentation I did years ago too. For a lot of people, these fears come because they're so focused on the result. They want to achieve something. They want to, they want to have a different kind of role or a job or a title, and then that's where they want to go. And one of the things I learned is you have to do things in your life that are absolutely irrelevant what the result is. So a hobby, just something you enjoy without caring for the result. So for me, that is, I go into the woods, I chop down trees because that makes me very happy, and I get to maintain a plot of land. Like I can actually do something for that forest to make it better. But I enjoy the physical activity of that because, yes, it's dangerous. Yes, you have to be mindful of what you do. But in the end, it doesn't actually matter what the result is.
Yeah.
So I heard you have a similar thing that you like to do.
Well, yes, I do. And then I also want to come back to this focus on the result. Yes, I do. We've spoken about this, haven't we?
We have.
That during Corona time, I discovered an organic garden. Actually, it's a kind of an organic farmer. She has like 100 families subscribe. And she is like the farmer. And so she produces fruit and vegetables organically for 100 families. And I went along there in Corona time. I said, can I help you weeding? Just being out in nature and just weeding, no matter what the weather is. That's my way of just kind of relaxing and being in touch with nature, which I love. But coming back to the thing of being focused on the result, this is the main problem people run into. And the art you want to learn is, how can I go for results that are important for me without focusing on I need to be there, but by enjoying where you are now. And that is the trap too many people fall into. I need to be there. I need to have that job. I need to have that salary. And then you end up forcing yourself, so you'll never deal with situations in the best possible way. Yeah. You want to enjoy and appreciate yourself where you are now, and then you'll find that you handle life in a much, much better way.
Wow. All right, I think that is the perfect high note to end this interview on. We do have to get back to the Grote Zaal, to the in-person experience. So, Julia, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you so much for being in the keynote and doing that. And I want to, I'm just very happy that this has happened. So with that, let's go back to the Grote Zaal, back to Devopsdays Amsterdam in person, and we'll see you next time.
Testing, testing. Yes. Hey, we're back. All right. We're back after the break. We're about to have a talk by Andrew Clay Shaver. But first, I want to welcome onto stage a sponsor pitch by our platinum sponsor, Portworx.
Hi, folks. So my name's Joe. I'm from Portworx. Very happy to sponsor the event. I only have 1 minute, right? So I have to be quick.
Yes.
OK, so a 1-minute vendor pitch is pretty much the most terrifying thing anyone in a vendor can do. So instead of trying to pitch myself, I decided to get ChatGPT to write me a vendor pitch. And I have to warn you, it's awful. So are you ready? OK. Hey there, Devopsdays Amsterdam folks. You know how your containerized apps can be as stubborn as a cat in a bathtub? Well, stop by the Portworx booth and let's change that narrative together. We'll show you how our Kubernetes storage platform can tame your wildest data beasts. And I'm sorry for everyone who's Dutch, hold on to your clogs because we're giving away a drone. Yep, you heard that right. A drone. Who knows, by the end of the day, you might be flying high with your new drone and your newly tamed, stateful containerized applications. Thank you, ChatGPT.
All right. Thank you, Joe. And up next is Luminous, our gold sponsor.
Hi, I'm Randy from Luminous. And at Luminous, we try to help organizations accelerate their innovations. I think it's really important to have the knowledge and expertise required to keep up with the change in the world of technology and to seize the change to keep an edge over the competition. So at Luminous, craftsmanship and thought leadership are really at the core of our being. We think that trying to be the best has always been a part of our DNA. And after 20 years, it still is a really important thing for us to try to keep up with everything. So what do? We mainly focus on cloud, software, and data solutions. We try to help customers with their migrations using a DevOps way of working. We try to really emphasize the human part of software engineering. So we want to help the customer in the whole package. Please come visit us at our booth. We ask all your questions about Luminous. Download our white paper on... well, we have a lot of white papers, but the well-architected white paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you so much to our lovely sponsors. So, yes, come in. Just take a seat. We're all still there. There's a lot of space over there. All right. So, our next speaker really needs no introduction. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It is my very, very great pleasure to introduce Andrew Clay Shaver. And you might know that this is a person who's been evangelizing DevOps tools and practices since before DevOps was a word or a business marketing term. So, yeah, what exciting hot takes can we expect from Andrew today? Well, we will dive deep into the world of socio-technical systems, from British coal all the way to serverless platforms. So, yeah, I got my notebook out, and without further ado, Andrew, please take it away.
Amsterdam, am I on? Can you hear me? There we go. How's Amsterdam doing? Y'all ready for this? All right, buckle up. So learning socio-technical systems the hard way. Does anyone use this term, socio-technical? I started hearing people say it a lot. And then you ask most people what it actually means or where it came from, and they don't know. But they like to say it right now. Yeah. He blames me. Patrick blames me. So this is also the long history of socio-technical progress. There's a few steps forward and a few steps sideways, so just be warned. Prologue. For every complex problem, and wrong. And I think that summarizes a lot of DevOps conversations. That's a famous quote by this guy, H.L. Mencken. So I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. She said I don't need an introduction, but I like to frame a bit of my story so you kind of have context for why I think the way I do. So my background, really kind of the confluence of cloud, open source, and agile practices. I worked on a bunch of open source projects. I was involved in Puppet very early, going back to 2004. I was a VP of engineering at an OpenStack startup that was eventually sold to EMC. Spent 5 years at Pivotal doing Cloud Foundry and Spring projects, and then spent 3 years at Red Hat doing OpenShift type stuff. So there's like a bunch of automation, a bunch of platformy stuff. And then in parallel to that, wrote some books, worked on Devopsdays, worked on Velocity Conference, and had some fun. And people blame me for stuff all the time, so. And then I just started a new adventure with some friends. Ergonautics, our new adventure. This is me at the peak pandemic beard. It's so great to be out and about again. Thank you for inviting me to Amsterdam. I live in the middle of the desert. That's my Twitter handle. This is a picture from Ghent, so thanks for the Ghent people. And this is various configurations of hair and beard. In case you see me somewhere else, I might look very different. Don't be afraid. It's the same monster. So moving on, that's enough of that. I invented DevOps. So we're going to go from silly to sillier. This is embarrassing. Sometimes silly people introduce me and say things like, I invented DevOps. I don't think anyone invented DevOps because there is no root cause. I didn't invent DevOps, certainly. I stole it. Stole it from my friends. You want to come up? You're invited. So this is like the most actionable advice in the whole presentation. Good DevOps copy, great DevOps steal. So wherever you find good ideas, you should steal them. By the end of this, I'm stealing stuff from the Dutch, by the way, just so you know. So you're being warned. So for a while, people were arguing about, oh, we need a better definition of DevOps. If we just had a better definition, then it would make everything clear and we'd do it. And this is my little pithy version I came up with a few years ago. So I've been using this kind of slide for a while. It's optimizing the human experience and performance of operating software with software and with humans. And really, this is an extension of the argument that software is eating the world. So software is going to eat software is going to eat operations, software is going to eat security, software is going to eat everything. That's what we're doing. But also humans. That's the socio and the technical part. Okay, but what should we do now? Like, what's your advice? What should you do? It depends, because you don't all work at the same place. You don't have the same preconditions. You don't have the same winning conditions. You have a bunch of things that are variables. So if you try to copy other people, which is another thing we're going to come back to, might not work very well. We don't know what to do because DevOps isn't prescriptive. We can't do SRE by the book because we aren't Google. Like, okay. Full buzzword compliance. With software and with humans. A lot of people like to make things sound like it's super easy. It's all rainbows and unicorns. Mostly, I feel like DevOps was like the Vikings covered with blood and mud, but that's another conversation. We're gonna get to the good part. So my personal journey and what became a lot of the DevOps conversation was deeply influenced by Deming. So I read a lot of Deming early days. I was kind of like soaking in Agile, and then I started reading Deming. I was like, wow, this guy figured it out, or he has like some clues. So this is something Deming wrote probably 40, 50 years ago. One gets a good rating for fighting a fire. The result is visible, can be quantified. If you do it right the first time, you are invisible. You satisfy the requirements. That is your job. Mess it up and correct it later. You become a hero. That sounds like today, right? In a lot of places. So during the Second World War, Deming worked as a quality expert in armament plants throughout the United States. So he has this statistical process control, and he's like running around optimizing all this stuff. And this approach helped them produce higher quality products while raising productivity and decreasing costs. True story. Deming approached everything as an opportunity to improve the system. So it's a system approach. So it's not optimizing any one task, it's optimizing the flow through the system. And then the war ended. And Deming had all this data, but no one listened to him. And the soldiers came back, and they said that was fine when the women are doing the work in the factory, but we're going to go back to command and control. Thank you very much. So in the US, no one would listen to Deming, and that might have been the end of the story, but we'll come back to that. So meanwhile, in the 50s, in British coal mines, this is where the term socio-technical actually comes from. Trist and the Tavistock Institute are doing research on automation in coal mines. And what they discover in the Hamar vein is an alternative. And I won't read all these things, and there's a bunch of these kind of clips here. But cooperation between task groups was everywhere in evidence. Personal commitment was obvious. Absenteeism was low. Accidents infrequent, and productivity high. And in contrast, you have this kind of what's happening is this attempt to automate coal mining with what's called longwall. And the longwall process is very, very machine intensive and very, very big. And so you work in what's essentially 8-hour shifts around the clock, and each shift has its own task. And there's very little communication or coordination between the tasks. So one group moves the conveyor belt to the wall, it shears off a bunch of coal, another group comes, loads the thing, and it goes through this cycle with this shift, each one having really no context or communication with the next one, versus the short wall, which is the Hamar mine, which is, for all intents and purposes, we'll call it continuously delivered microservices. So they like have these small autonomous teams that are working on the coal face. So the longwall mining, each shift works with a single task. One shift would be tasked with moving the conveyor belts, unloading the other coal, and on and on. This is what I said. No one saw the whole process, only their individual part of it. And on paper, the longwall mining system should be much more productive than the shortwall system, but in reality, that expected productivity never happened. So there's a massive investment in this automation, and the productivity doesn't show up. In fact, morale is lower and safety is worse too. So socio-technical systems theory comes out of Trist studying this phenomena, and the kind of takeaway of socio-technical system theory is this statement that the quality of any organizational system can only be understood and improved if social and technical are both considered as interdependent parts of a single system. So here's some principles. This is all from the paper. So what I did before is I read all these papers from Trist from the 50s up through about the 70s and 80s. And then there's a surprise twist that I just basically discovered in the last day since I got to Amsterdam. So we'll get to that in a minute. So these are the principles from the short wall innovation that happened at the Hamar mine, that the work system, which comprised of a set of activities that made up a functioning whole, now became the basic unit rather than the single jobs into which it was decomposable. Right, so you have these autonomous cross-functional teams that are digging through the mine. Correspondingly, the worker became central rather than the individual job holder. Internal regulation of the system by the group was thus rendered possible rather than the external regulation of individuals by supervisors. A design principle based on the redundancy of functions rather than the redundancy of parts characterized the underlying organizational philosophy, which tended to develop multiple skills in the individual and immensely increase the response repertoire of the group. Like, this sounds very similar to what we see in a lot of our work, right? This principle valued the discretionary rather than the prescribed part of the work roles. I have a bet that every single organization you work in, every single organization ever, is held together by conscientious people who are willing to do things that aren't their job. And if everyone only does their job, then everything will fall apart. It treated the individual as complementary to the machine rather than an extension of it. It was variety increasing for both the individual and the organization rather than variety decreasing in the bureaucratic mode. So here's this new paradigm versus the old paradigm. I'm not going to read all this, but the new paradigm is the joint optimization of the social and technical, managed complementary, optimum task grouping, and multiple broad skills instead of the maximum task breakdown and simple narrow skills. Internal controls, flat organization, and then we'll just skip to the bottom, commitment and innovation. So this is this new paradigm from the 50s. So increased productivity, higher morale, and better safety. Sounds good, right? Everyone wants that? Who wouldn't want that? Guess what happens? The divisional board did not want attention drawn to this. And then the bottom says, they were intent on intensifying managerial controls in order to accelerate the full mechanization of the mines. And within a year or two, the conventional system reinstated itself. And at the bottom, it says, the union regionally negotiates special pay for the operators of the new equipment. This broke up the unity of the face groups, which were further decimated when bonuses were introduced for various classes of workers. Within a year or two, the conventional system reinstated itself. Granting more autonomy was not popular. Awesome. Super awesome. And then what happens is there's this transition in the energy markets from coal to oil, and they don't want to encourage anything new because the greater use of oil is basically making the shift, and coal's getting phased out anyway, and so they're like, that's for coal mining, and everyone forgets about it. But from the research, this is also important, and I've witnessed this in some of our kind of like experiments. Autonomous groups do not always succeed, lack of support in the organization, right? So if you don't have executive support for a new way of working, you're not going to be successful with the new way of working. And innovations were not likely to survive unless the organization as a whole changed to accommodate that innovation. Who has this going on anywhere? Seen that before? Yeah, it's awesome. This is a quote from one of my friends. You're just talking to him. This is a key metric for your DevOps transformation, the mean time to leadership change. And the only reason we know of Deming now is because he went to Japan. So he goes to Japan, and there's this thing that comes out in the 80s, so it's like 30 years after he goes to Japan, and at that point, the auto industry, the Japanese auto industry is beating the Americans, and this is from the interview. I think the people here expect miracles. American management thinks that they can just copy from Japan, but they don't know what to copy. So copy from Japan, copy from Netflix, copy from Google. They don't know what to copy. So no Deming, no Toyota, no Lean, no DevOps. So American executives visited the Japanese factories, and they thought the Japanese were hiding the truth from them. They couldn't conceive of this just-in-time delivery, this continuously delivered microservice thing. What they were doing was hiding because where's the inventory? They just, like the Americans couldn't conceive of it. And they believe they're just like being put on, like they're hiding something somewhere. So GM goes back and tries to mechanize its factories from what it saw in Japan. And I'll just skip to the middle and the bottom here. So the company shelled out an eye-popping $45 billion in capital investment. So this is in the 80s and early 90s. Despite that spending, its global market share rose by about a single percentage point to 22%. For the same amount of money, we could have bought Toyota and Nissan outright, which would have instantly bumped GM's market share to 40%. Efficient. Quality suffered because instead of making flawless cars, workers simply did their assigned jobs. Workers had no big picture goal of building cars together to motivate them. So everyone's doing their task, but it's not really working because no one sees the big picture. Focusing on the technical without accounting for the socio never goes very well. All you do is automate the confusion. So how could I make this more Dutch? So I went down a rabbit hole because I read all these papers up to like the 80s, and then I was like, naive Google search, socio-technical systems, Netherlands, what's a good example? And what I found was pretty crazy, and I already have like a bunch of notes about stuff I wanted to change and do from these experiments from what is referred to as lowland socio-technical system design that was worked on from the 1970s up until the 2000s by this guy, Ulbo, who I probably pronounced wrong. It's also sometimes referred to as modern socio-technical systems. And they did a lot of very interesting work that I have not quote fully digested, but if someone doesn't give this talk here next year, I volunteer to come back and like break this down for us. So I asked ChatGPT to summarize the difference between lowland socio-technical system design and the normal socio-technical system design, or the original socio-technical system design. So lowland socio-technical system design distinguishes itself from the socio-technical system approach by placing a stronger emphasis on co-design, contextual sensitivity, social justice, flexibility, adaptability, and the integration of ethical considerations. By incorporating these distinctions, lowland socio-technical system design aims to create socio-technical systems that are more inclusive, responsive, and aligned with the needs and values of the users and society as a whole. I was like, damn, that's like the most Dutch thing ever. And then it goes on, and I'm serious, like I was reading this stuff for hours yesterday, and I really, really think there's a deep vein of some fun stuff to play with here, going back to the 70s. Up to the 2000s. So according to DeSitter, any organizational design should start from the point of reducing the structural complexity and increasing the flow capabilities, Organizations must transition to the state of having a simple structure with complex jobs to be able to deal with uncertainty, complexity, environmental changes. So instead of having this kind of maximum task breakdown, what Sitter is advocating is simple org structures and complex capabilities inside of those flows. And optimizing flow is the work of smoothing the boundaries between the tasks and the teams. And that comes to structure, which he mentioned very explicitly. I'm going to say tooling, because this is the technical part. And then I think narratives are also important. And you see this in the narrative from the Haymore mine. So the optimization results from productive conflict. So everyone has social interests and selfish interests, rather, and you need to get them to align in favor of collective interests. So you need this ongoing negotiation to establish the common ground and enable the emergence of these shared practices around the boundary objects. And the boundary objects could be Kubernetes or Terraform or whatever. So is this my DevOps? I think I always cringe when people are like, DevOps just means everyone does everything. It's like, don't do that. It doesn't work. Everyone should not undertake every task. Everyone should understand the value that others' work contributes. The socio builds on collective narratives. Everyone wants to be the hero in the story. There's a tendency to attach our identity to our task, right? In a lot of cases, certainly my last name is a reference to something one of my ancestors did for work. And when tasks change, the identities can feel erased. So a lot of resistance you see in some of this is like, you come in with this new story, this new task is going to change, and then people feel like, oh, you're erasing who I am. I've done this for so long, right? And this is I'm going to read this. I'm stealing this from my co-founder, Jabe, and this relates to some of his research. But I think it's really interesting and kind of reflects on some of the stuff from the lowland socio-technical stuff. So when individuals are unable to locate themselves in the dominant narratives, they're required to understand and reproduce. So you have like your values of your company on the wall, and everyone's supposed to like know how to talk about that. And like, here's our thing. When they don't locate themselves in that narrative, they are disadvantaged by not being able to use that narrative to make sense of their lived experience, right? So it's like you don't know why you're doing your work. You don't know why you're part of this story. When individual narratives are mistrusted or excluded from the discourse, marginalized people are disadvantaged in their contribution of theories, knowledge, and narratives to the social world they participate in, but are not recognized by. Right? So a lot of organizations went through this thing where they're like erasing the sysadmins. Even though we say system like every other word in every other talk, it's like the system administrators. Whew. And then my favorite holiday every year for the last few years is the death of DevOps. I don't know what just happened. Somehow I killed it, finally. So this is from this writer, Miranda Fricker. Hermeneutical injustice is this problem of locating oneself in the narrative, and when a gap in collective interpretive resources puts someone at an unfair disadvantage when it comes to making sense of their social experiences. So I kind of added some of this because of the way that the lowland social technical systems was framing this notion of justice, and I really like some of this. And you see this resistance in a lot of organizations where people are told you got to do this new thing, but they don't understand where they fit in the story. So these hermeneutical injustices occur when there's gaps in the tools of social interpretation, and it's putting someone at an unfair cognitive disadvantage, and it prevents making sense of their experience, and when their interest is strongly aligned with understanding it. Like you need them or want them, and it's better for them to understand, but they can't place themselves in the narrative. So if this was easy, everyone would be good at it by now, right? Everyone would be good at DevOps. We've been doing it we're coming up on 15 years. Go back to Trist, right? I mean, that's the other thing about some of this reading is like, they figured it out, and then it's like the autocrats come, wipe it all away. So everyone wants DevOps. Who wants DevOps? Anyone? Yay, who wants DevOps? Here's what you actually want. Here's what most organizations really want. It's all the ilities: reliability, availability, scalability, operability, usability, observability, throw some more ilities, throw the security, all this, all for free. without changing anything. That's what most people are looking for. And yesterday, by the way. So just to make that point, I like to make the text get big. That's where a lot of people live. For free. And then the other thing you have to deal with trying to make these socio-technical things is that performance almost always goes down before it goes back up. So you gotta be wary of this J curve of change is hard. And it's very easy to make this demonstration with the individual skills if you're trying to get better at chess, trying to get better at playing music, golf swing, basketball, whatever sport you wanna play. But organizations often use this against a change initiative. And if you don't if you don't have the sponsorship to go through that and get back to their side, then you probably won't be very successful. And there'll be no long-term benefit, maybe even punishment. And then another thing that used to drive me crazy is this tendency for organizations to just kind of change the words, and they'll say, oh, we're adopting SRE, or we're adopting DevOps, or we're adopting Agile, and it's like, well, how come you're not good at any of this? It's because you didn't change anything. Like, all you did was like change the sysadmins to SRE titles. And if you go to the literature, then what you find in this process is that in the early adopters and the innovators, their motivation is to get an advantage. And so they get one. And then it gets the DORA metrics, or it gets some other thing that's legitimized because they're winning some game. And then what you see as it comes into the rest of the adoption is this notion of seeking legitimacy. So they don't actually care about getting advantage more, because they're not going to die. There's like these Walking Dead enterprises. And it's like, we just need to like use the right words, so we're like the cool kids. And what I came to reflect on when I was thinking about this is part of this is they can't find themselves in the narrative. They don't understand how to, like, they hear the words and they want to use the right words, but they don't understand how to transition from where they are into that new narrative in a way that actually helps them take the new behaviors. So the words cross this chasm before the understanding and the practice. So this is my insightful takeaways coming to the end. Autonomous teams outperform command and control, but only when supported. Joint optimization with the socio maximizes the value of the technical. Everyone doesn't need to do everyone else's job. They just need to value the interdependence of the jobs. And then, last but not least, the Dutch already have some untapped ideas about this that I'm going to go read. That's my homework. So we can't just copy because we don't know what to copy. Right? If we see someone on the stage and they say all this stuff they did, usually, first of all, they're lying, because they're giving you like the most positive version of what's actually happened. And I'll summarize it. I think this is the French language. Everything is a shit show on the inside. So this is there we go. This is a hard problem. It was hard for Deming, who had all the data, and it was hard for Tris, who had all the data. So change is hard. I just think this picture's funny. A bad system will beat a good person every time. It is not necessary to change. Survival is not mandatory. That's my requisite Deming quote to add again. So some parting thoughts. This is hard. It isn't a technical problem, and it isn't a people problem. So when people just say culture, 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 I don't think that solves it either. You have to solve both together. Don't give up. Deming didn't give up. Optimizing the human experience and performance of operating software with software and humans. Sometimes I talk like this, software, 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 software. Sometimes I talk like this, humans, 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 humans. But it's really about both together, optimizing both together. And I frame this as a talk about learning. And I said this many times in other talks. Learning is the only sustainable advantage. And you haven't learned anything until you've changed your behavior. Collecting trivia is not the same thing as learning. You have to get the new behavior if you want to see the new performance. There is no easy way. And that's the end. Thank you. So that's a link to our YouTube channel where we talk about all this kind of stuff all the time. And then what you say what? I can, but I think we're close to the time. I was trying to get maybe a question or two. Sure.
Yeah, I think so. We still have 5 minutes for the next talk. Do we have any questions on Slido? No. I did see a question earlier that was asking whether you actually said that software will eat humans. Is that
Software
what you said?
I mean, software is going to eat everything. That's what Mark Andreessen said, right? And VCs are right about everything all the time. So.
Oh yes, he's a rich white billionaire. We should definitely listen to him. All right.
Yeah, Wikipedia. Did my mic work? Oh, there we go. Yeah. No, I mean, I think I make jokes about like, oh, software. Like software all of a sudden got hungry. I don't think software is eating the world so much as like, it's actually the interconnectedness, the networking, all this stuff together that enables any of these things to be interesting. It's the fact that we have a supercomputer in our pocket that we walk around with. This is more powerful than every computer on the planet when I was born, right? And we all carry these in our pockets. And some of them probably have a better phone than this. This is like 2 generations back.
All right.
So it's that, and then also humans. I like them. I'm a fan of humans.
And software. All right. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Thank you.
Huge applause.
Thank you, Amsterdam.
So our next talk is from Marlijn. Marlijn is going to talk about her journey as a Scrum Master towards the creation of sustainable DevOps teams. She will share her learnings with us and inspire us, hopefully. And inspire us to look within our own organizations and teams to raise awareness on sustainability. Marlijn currently works as freelance Scrum Master, and she's also passionate about our planet Earth, our most important stakeholder, of course. And she's currently raising awareness in the Agile community on sustainability. Please give a warm welcome to Marlijn.
Hello. Sorry? Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Okay, good morning, everybody. It's so great to be standing here. Today, we're going to talk about the planet as our stakeholder. And the way this started was about 1 year ago when I started to ask my teams this question: what would you do differently if you considered planet Earth as your stakeholder? Now, why did I start doing this? It was actually because it was the summer of 2022, and I realized that I had done like many things to reduce my carbon footprint. We had 40 solar panels on our roof and stuff like that. But it all felt so small and insignificant compared to the magnitude of climate change. And then one day I was walking in the forest and I realized I have actually no idea what the carbon footprint of my DevOps teams is. What is the footprint of all the applications that we are running? And then I asked questions about it. And they were like, we literally have no idea. We have never thought about this. And they were really intrigued by my questions, so we decided to do a retrospective about it. So we did a planet retrospective. And I prepared it for them, and we discussed sustainable engineering principles. And we had never heard of them before. So it was about carbon awareness, energy efficiency, hardware efficiency, and it was like really far away from our bed show. But it opened this new paradigm, and we discussed and we brainstormed what can we do to reduce our footprint. Now, this was a team that had a lot of legacy components, and they figured that if they like reduce or like would decommission some of these components that they no longer use, they might easily reduce their footprint by maybe 10 or 20%. And that really got me thinking. I was like, what if all DevOps teams would have this conversation? We could have such impact, right? So, and that is the story that I want to share with you today. And I will share with you some of my learnings. We'll talk about the challenge that we are facing, the footprint of IT, and also the greening of IT. And then I will share some practical ideas with you on how to get started. And by the end, we'll also define some actionable steps. So I would also like you to define some first steps that you can take to reduce your IT carbon footprint with your team. But before we begin, we're going to do a check-in, because I'm a Scrum Master, so you also have to do a check-in with me. And this is a walking skill, but I will do the walking for you. Now, I would only like to ask you to stand up when I'm in the spot that you are emotionally standing when it comes to our planetary challenges. So if you feel about our planetary challenges that we have nothing to worry about, then stand up when I'm here, and then I can stand here and, okay, you get it right? Okay. So first of all, please, will you stand up if you feel like, no, we have really nothing to worry about. The climate changes always. There's nothing new under the sun. Is there anybody? And there's no judgment, right? You can stand up if you feel like that. Cool. Okay. So okay, yeah, there will be a bit of judgment, yeah. Okay, then the next. There's no need for panic. With the right actions, we will be fine. Will you please stand up? Thank you, thank you. So what is this about? 1/4 of the audience? Yeah, thank you. Okay, you can be seated now. Okay, so then the next is only drastic action can save us. Is this how you feel? Then please stand up. Wow, okay. Significantly more people. Okay, cool, thank you. Please be seated. And then the last option, we are doomed. Okay, we laugh about it, right? We're doomed, the apocalypse is upon us. Okay, there's nothing we can do, thank you. All right, so now we're all checked in. So let's have a look at the challenge that we are facing. Now, this is a picture of Earth, right? And like you can see carbon as a blanket around the Earth. Now, this is really a natural process. So the sunlight gets in to the Earth's surface, and then the carbon blanket keeps the warmth on the Earth, and it enables life to thrive on Earth. And this is necessary, of course, but now we're pumping these huge amounts of carbon into the atmosphere, and the heat can't go away anymore. So that is why we really have to do something. We have to cut our carbon emissions. And what I also firmly believe is that we really have to turn the lens inward, because we have the power to make a change. Now, according to scientists, we have until 2030 to reduce our carbon footprint with at least 55% in order to reach the goal of climate neutrality by 2050. So, towards the safe and stable climate. Now, what is the situation in IT? What is our IT carbon footprint? Now, data centers consume 1 to 2% of global electricity today. But when you include device production and life cycle, the footprint of IT is estimated to be about 4%, and it's growing exponentially, of course. Now, by 2030, data centers could consume as much as 8%, according to the Harvard Business Review. And also according to Harvard Business Review, by 2040, it is expected to account for about 14% of the world's carbon footprint. So, in comparison, the carbon footprint of IT is larger than that of aviation. Now, it's hard to compare these footprints, but scientists say if you would compare this, this is what you can say. If the internet were a country, it would be 7th on the list of largest polluters. Its carbon footprint is comparable to a country like South Africa's. Now, as I said before, climate neutrality must be achieved by 2050. And in order to reach that goal, we must cut our carbon emissions by at least 55% in 2030. So, that is quite a gap, right? So, actually, the carbon footprint is rising. But when you want to acknowledge the Paris Agreement, there's quite a gap to fill. Now, before we continue, I would like to invite you to go to Mentimeter. And we'll have a look at what is needed to cut our carbon emissions with 55% by 2030. Now my Mentimeter has a really hard time, so I wanted to put a word cloud on here, but does the Devopsdays speaker network still, is it available? Nee. Oh, nu wel weer. Ja, maar hij is heel traag.
Kleine letters, Devopsdays.
Cool. Oh. Jos, wil je wel? Wow. Okay, I didn't expect that much input. Okay, so a lot is needed, right? And you have a lot of ideas, so that is awesome. So there's some things that I see: optimization, awareness, really important one. Communism. Efficiency, yeah, DevOps. Repairability, also very important one. Okay. Yeah, get rid of social media. Right. Thank you. Okay. Now, when we talk of the greening of IT, this is really about an inward-looking approach. So how do we have applications that add the same value but emit less carbon? Now, when you talk about this, it's about hardware production, hardware life cycle, energy uses, all kinds of things that applications that give applications a carbon footprint. Now, I'm a Scrum Master, so I'm not a very technical person, right? But I have been a Scrum Master for about 5 years now and worked with engineers a lot. So I've learned 1 or 2 things about IT. And the one thing that I really learned is to ask my teams questions and to ask them critical questions about Why are we doing certain things? How can we break big chunks of work into smaller chunks? How can we reduce complexity? Now, of course, the things that we are talking about now are really complex. Now, when you talk about reducing the carbon footprint, you can ask yourself questions about the performance of our applications, because what do we really need? What do we really need in terms of availability, but also in terms of performance? What does the customer really need, and have we truly understood that? And how do you balance the performance that you deliver with the climate impact? Also about availability. Now, is it really, really necessary that your applications are always available? Have you thought about maybe you could switch things off in the weekends, or maybe you could switch things off in the evenings or in the nights? I don't know, but have you asked yourself the question, you know? So then talking about redundancy, have you truly assessed the necessity and the ecological implications of your redundancy measures? So is it really necessary to have high redundancy measures? Now, of course, I don't underestimate the value of redundancy, okay? So, but it's just about being critical and asking yourself the question what the climate implications are. And if that is in balance, what you are asking from the planet and what you are delivering. So then one more important thing is waste. Now, waste could be over-provisioning resources, or leaving idle servers running, or storing redundant data. There's all kinds of things that you can think about. And if you actively manage this, you can really significantly reduce your footprint, right? So it's all about finding the sweet spot that meets the business needs and also minimizes environmental impact. Now, if you run your applications in the cloud, you can get started by measuring your carbon footprint. I don't know if are there any people that know these dashboards, the Azure emissions dashboard, and do you actually use it? And then you have the AWS carbon footprint dashboard as well. What I would like to say about this is if you have these dashboards, you can use them. By all means, do that. But I also had a team that was still running the applications on-prem, and they wanted to start with measuring their footprint, but it was so complex, and it was such a big user story that they never even got started. So in that case, I would encourage you to start with a small step and then measure your savings in terms of carbon instead of measuring your entire footprint upfront. Okay, so 3 practical ideas. This is what I really learned together with my teams, right? So the first thing is about identifying the low-hanging fruit. So just start the conversation. You don't need to be an expert on sustainability or an expert in IT carbon footprint to start a conversation. I didn't know anything about it, but I just started a conversation, and people really were intrigued by it and wanted to do something with it. So when you ask these new questions, it raises awareness. Now, what I also do with teams is we have a look at, we do a brainstorm, what we just did in the word cloud. And then I ask them, what of these things are within your circle of influence? Now, a lot of these things are in your circle of concern, right? So, yeah, how do you influence them? How do you pull them inward? Now, if you talk about, sometimes people say, yeah, it's a tender management. We also have sustainability, to add sustainability in our tenders. How could you pull that inward if you are not in tender management? Well, you could do a small action by maybe like talking to a person that is in charge, stuff like that. And then also, you can have a look at the green software patterns. The Green Software Foundation has a whole catalog of green software patterns. And they, if you apply them, you will reduce your footprint. Now, in my last slide, I have resources, so then I also have a link to the patterns, so you can have a look there. And then, what I really learned is really important is to start with small steps. Now, if you look at the climate, it is such a big thing, right? How are we going to tackle that? By taking small steps. Now here, you see that guy standing there. The first step is the hardest. So break it into smaller steps. And then you can at least take the first one. And then you do inspect and adapt, continuous improvement, and you gain new insights, and then you can take the next step. Small steps get you started. A plan is important, but getting started is more important. Now, small steps also reduce carbon, right? I mean, you may think, oh, it's so insignificant what I'm doing, but it's not insignificant. You'd already save emissions. And what I also found that is really important is that when you get started, you do reduce your carbon, but it's also like this inward feeling that from many people in the climate thing, they have this imagined powerlessness. We can't do anything. What do I do? What power do I have? And when you start acting, you go from imagined powerlessness to empowerment. And small actions taken collectively make a huge impact. Now, I would like to illustrate that with this example from one of my teams. We did a Planet as a Stakeholder workshop in, I think, in October, November. And then they defined one first step that they wanted to do. And if I remember correctly, it was about dismantling a test environment that they no longer used. So now this was at Rabobank, and I left Rabobank, but I was in touch with one of the team members last week. And then he sent me this, and he said, we have reduced our carbon footprint, according to this dashboard, by already 40%. By starting small, and they continued. They did a sustainability sprint, but they did all kinds of things. And as you see, the trend is going down. Now, they have multiple environments, and on one environment, they reduced the footprint by 75%. Now, this is the totals, and that makes 40%. So just to encourage you, right? Okay, one other thing that you can do is to embed sustainability in your way of working. Now, as a Scrum Master, I'm of course about the process. And what I've seen is that it can be helpful to add the planet, like literally as a stakeholder in your epic templates or in your user story templates. And you'll have to find out for yourself and for your team what level is appropriate, if you should add it in your epics or wherever. But it can be really helpful because with everything that you do, you consider the planet. Now, you can also start making it a recurrent item in your retrospectives and in your sprint reviews. So then you ask yourself also in your sprint review, other stakeholders see, oh, this team is really doing something about the planet. And so you have this, you also raise awareness like in the broader organization. And another thing that can be helpful is to add carbon efficiency to your definition of done. So that in every finished work item, you know that you also considered the planet. Now, I would like to do a small interaction with you, and I would like to ask you to turn to your neighbor, like we did this morning, but with a slightly different question. I would like to ask you to discuss in 1 or 2 minutes, what is a small action that you can start with right away, or right on your next work day. And then define at least one small step, and then you can share this in couples, and I would also like to encourage you to share ideas and to refine your actions and see if they are really actionable, doable, and have an impact. And then I'll put a Menti up again. Hope it works. It works great now. And then you can put your first steps that you are going to take in a Menti. Thank you. So just take 10 seconds to put your last action here in here. Okay, stop this voting. We'll do that. Beer. Well, there's actually some great ideas in here. The carbon footprint dashboard, get to use it. Raise awareness. Stop tests running at night, I saw. Yeah, talk about it, because talking about it raises awareness, and that is what you need to get started. Yeah, start a conversation. Great. Yeah, and I also see there, oh no, I don't see it anymore. Stop using video calls. Now, okay, I always encourage my team members to use video, right? But But I think you should be mindful about in what meetings do you use them and in what meetings you don't. Yeah. Cool. Oh, wait. So, because I really believe that our small actions that we take collectively will help the planet, and we can make a change together. So, thank you all for defining these actions. And if you would like to learn more, and if you would like to find more inspiration and resources, you can use this QR code. It goes to my website where I have a list of all kinds of links to scientific research, to inspiration that you can do, like the Planet as a Stakeholder workshop, the Planet as a Stakeholder retrospective. You can do it with your team as well. And you can find all other stuff there as well. So, thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for your attendance.
All right. You weren't doing questions now, right?
No.
All right. So if you have questions for Marjolein, please find her afterwards, downstairs in the lunch area or somewhere in the hallway track.
I'll be around today.
Yeah. We're breaking for lunch now. Lunch will be until 1 p.m. Lunch will be, there's in the area here, there will be lunch, but there's also a lot of lunch outside. There's food trucks outside as well. So enjoy yourself. See you back in an hour.
Oké, ja.
Via de Amsterdamse brug op de auto.
Well, hello. Welcome to Devopsdays Amsterdam online, where we are live with a couple of guests joining us during lunch break. The conference in person, everyone is at lunch break. They're in the queues to get their food, but of course, online never stops. The show never stops here. So I'm joined by two wonderful guests who did a workshop yesterday. Victor and Whitney, can you please introduce yourselves?
Wait, first, are you saying that there is lunch?
There,
Right now?
well, sorry, I gotta go. No, it's a lie. That's a lie. Okay. We're getting you sandwiches later on. We'll make it up to you. Yeah. I love that the only thing you took away from that intro is where's my food? Where is my food? There will be lunch. It is a green room, so there will be lunch.
So what
Victor,
was the
do you
question?
want to
For lunch? I lost
yourself,
it. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm Victor. I do random things and sometimes something comes out
and
of
then
those
suddenly
things.
you show up at the Devopsdays.
Exactly,
This
in
happens.
Amsterdam, and
Yeah.
this happens.
Yeah.
That's
And I
my
come
role.
downstairs and I'm like,
Yeah.
Victor, you're up for an interview.
Yeah, and then I act surprised and kind of, really? And then I come, I'm a developer advocate and Upbound. That's my official title.
Excellent.
My name is Whitney Lee, and I'm a developer advocate at VMware Tanzu.
Oh,
And
so
also a
pleasure.
CNCF ambassador, a newly minted CNCF ambassador.
Oh, now you're bragging.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Very cool. Since when do you want to?
Oh, since March. And
Oh, cool.
CNCF, just in case someone doesn't know, is Cloud Native Computing Foundation. Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. Also, and you had a workshop yesterday. So now it's just leisure time for you, right? So that's pretty good. Do you want to talk about what you did at the workshop, what the response was?
Yes, I would love to.
Go for it.
Okay. So the workshop is a choose your own adventure style journey through the CNCF landscape. Now, of course, we can't tackle all of the 200 projects of CNCF within one 45-minute workshop.
45 minutes.
So what we did is we have a journey from a developer's laptop, code on a developer's laptop, to get our application through to a development environment. So where the application's actually running in a development cluster connected to backing services, and it can be continuously developed on Kubernetes. So to take our application through that journey, we have 6 system design choices. And for each one, each system design choice has between 2 and 4 CNCF projects that can do the job.
Yeah.
And so I describe the 2 to 4 projects. Then we let our audience vote about what they are most interested in. And then, whatever they choose, Victor builds into a live demo as we go.
Awesome.
So it's, So
How did you even do the voting? They have all pebbles with numbers on them.
well, y'all are using Slido to do your questions.
right.
So pebble voting is that throw rocks at us. We're going to invite people to throw rocks at you, Victor. Be careful.
Blue rock means choice fun, the green rock choice too,
Yeah.
We care about your safety as workshop facilitator, so I don't think we'll.
No, but now we're finished with the workshop, so there is no need
okay.
to care about our safety anymore.
Okay, cool. Okay,
We got nothing out of us anymore.
Okay. Well, I get this interview.
Okay, yes, okay.
Yeah.
So, but how did you do the voting and
So voting was through Slido, and so we could see the poll up on the screen, so it's a multiple choice vote.
That's fun.
Yeah, it was really fun. And then the system design choices, we did building a container image from the source code. The next one was choosing a container image registry. The next one was how different tools you can use to write your application configuration. And then how to add that backing service, whether it's going to be a Kubernetes backing service or one that is managed from external backing service that we manage with Kubernetes with Crossplane. And and then what else was there? There was a database schema.
Yes.
And then actually developing the application in the cluster in a fast feedback kind of way.
In 45 minutes. Okay.
In 45 minutes.
This is totally
And we actually did
doable.
it in
Yeah.
46.
Oh yeah, it did.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
But yeah, we gave the talk.
Wow.
So we first gave the talk at KubeCon, and then we gave it again at another conference where we did it. At KubeCon, it was so scary because it's such an ambitious talk, and we're really just throwing a lot of information. And so I had 40% confidence we would actually be able to pull it off. But but we did.
Where were you at? Were you the remaining 60%, or you were like, oh,
did you?
Yeah, I don't. I worry about it later. So
oh, okay.
fine, yeah.
After it's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and then at the second conference we did it didn't work. We weren't able to pull it off. And so this time we were like, yeah, but we did. The thing is, even if we technically didn't finish the demo, we still are presenting all the information.
Yeah.
We still have ways to demo each technology, even if we can't string them all together. But
what she's really trying to say, even though I actually explained all her parts, she did it. Victor failed in the demo. That's what she's saying without mentioning my name. Exactly.
So I'm talking about.
I did it great, but there is Victor.
Basically, my part of explaining the technologies is going to succeed no matter what. Yeah. The success and the failure depends on Victor's part. Yeah.
It's wonderful. Like no pressure whatsoever.
No, yes,
like none.
Yeah.
So, but do you, when you present these choices, I'm guessing you also have your personal favorites. And are you ever like, that's interesting that you choose that one? I mean, it's like, yeah, that sounds like a you choice, but it's not a choice that I would have made, or like.
The last one was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unexpected.
Well,
unexpected combinations where you're just like,
Yeah, and really up top when we're starting to like talk about the rules and like how the session's about to go, we encourage people, don't vote for the one that you know. Vote for something you don't know and that you are interested in and that you want to see demoed for you. Like it's not a win-lose situation. It's like a what can you learn situation. And then if there's not one that stands out to you, then choose the one that seems the hardest for Victor to implement.
Yeah, very good.
Actually,
and then
yesterday's audience took it much more seriously, that last part, than anybody else before.
Yeah.
So, and I think that a couple of them knew me from before, so they knew which things I really don't like, and those were chosen.
Oh, sneaky. Mm-hmm. I always think that our attendees are so wonderful, but apparently they also like to
they're sneaky.
challenge you a little bit. They are sneaky.
They pretend to be nice, and then they stab you in the back.
Do you?
That's the conclusion of the session.
I see. So your workshop is done now. You have 2 more days of like mingling with these people. That
And I made photos. I know how to find them. Find out where they are. I mean,
exactly.
Face recognition now works wonderfully. So, Kara, I know who you are.
So,
I know who you are.
Exactly.
Yes.
So like I have a way of getting back at them. So tonight we have the karaoke, right? And I'm just guessing, like these are maybe people that don't necessarily want to sing a song, but you just like put in their name and the song that you want them to sing,
or
so that they need to.
It works much better when you do not reveal the intentions to them beforehand.
No, you don't.
Just mess it up.
No.
That was supposed to be a surprise.
For everyone who's watching, Victor hates to do karaoke.
You do?
Yes,
So if you want to put his song on with his name.
No, I do it because I'm a nice person. I don't want to put people through the pain of
having to listen to you.
Pain? What do you mean? Pain is what like no, it's the enthusiasm that counts. It doesn't matter how good your singing voice is.
Until you hear it.
Well, I mean, I'd love to be in that situation. Let's see about that tonight.
Make that choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't make it for me.
Let me be the judge of that. And otherwise, you can also be a background dancer, right? Like we'll figure something out. I want to thank you so much for joining me on the table. Talk about your workshop a little bit, about your experience.
Can I say one more thing?
Absolutely.
No.
Victor and I host a show that has the same theme of going through a CNCF landscape. So a streaming show together. It's called You Choose, and it's on his YouTube channel called Devops Toolkits. And we're going to start chapter 2 on July 18th. Will be the premiere episode for that.
Excellent.
And for that one, we're going to get our application from where it's running to the development environment through to production environments. And so we'll have different episodes around cluster provisioning, around GitOps, around Ingress, and choosing different CNCF technologies.
DevOps Toolkit.
That's
the YouTube channel that we need to follow.
Yeah.
Excellent. Really cool. I will make sure to, for the audience that watching live now, to post that in the live chat, and then also when we bring this out as a separate recorded interview in the show notes. So again, thank you so much for joining me, and we're gonna watch a little recorded interview that we recorded with Jason Yee yesterday about his Ignite that is pending. Hi, welcome to Devopsdays Online. We had the pleasure of speaking to a bunch of our speakers, fellow organizers, and attendees during the days before DevOps Days took place. And so here I'm joined by Jason. Jason, hi, welcome. You're doing one of the Ignites on Friday. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick to the audience?
So I'm Jason. I'm from Portland, Oregon in the States. And I had this tradition, I guess, thanks to you and the rest of the organizers, of always doing an Ignite about Dutch things. And so this year I wrote a book in Dutch, Devops doet Nijntje doet Devops. So I will be reading the book. It is in Dutch. There are subtitles in English because I realize half the audience doesn't actually speak Dutch. So.
Yeah, that's probably true. Did you grow up with Nijntje or Nijntje in any of the translations that are out there?
I did not, actually, which is surprising, though, because I feel like in my travels around the world, so many people know of Nijntje or Miffy in their own culture. I found Nijntje when I was learning Dutch several years back. And so learned Dutch, and it was easy to watch the cartoons and the stop motion animations, and basically learn.
Figure out what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really, really cool. So I mean, okay, so you knew about Nijntje, and then you were like, I'm gonna do an Ignite in Dutch.
Yeah.
Which is already quite a challenge. But no, I'm not gonna stop there. I'm gonna write a whole book and actually publish it.
Well, it's not officially published, right? Because under copyright, so the book is not for sale. It's completely unauthorized. Please don't sue me for this book. But yeah, ended up, well, if you're going to write a story about Nijntje, then you might as well make books. And obviously it's a tech conference, so I made stickers as well. So for those who are in person at DevOps Days, they will be able to get stickers.
If people are joining us online and they're watching this and they want stickers too, can they reach out to you on Twitter?
Unfortunately,
it's a limited edition stickers.
Limited edition. So if you are watching at home, it's your encouragement. Maybe come next year, and I'll have different stickers that.
There will be a different talk in Dutch or
maybe
any other language
or something.
Why did you start learning Dutch?
So I first came to Amsterdam many, many years ago, and when I went into the very first restaurant that I ever went into and was ordering a sandwich, I realized that if I said the words out loud, they sort of sounded like what they meant in English. They sounded very similar. And that made me think, oh, Dutch is a very easy language to learn, because it sort of makes sense already. And yes, you laugh, and the spoiler is it's not actually that easy to learn. It's very easy to learn basic vocabulary, but once you get beyond that, the grammar and everything else becomes very hard.
Yes, we have a bunch of exceptions. So
yeah,
okay, yeah, those were some famous last words.
Yeah,
it should be easy. Yeah, right, really, really cool. So the Ignite, will this be a dramatic reading of the book in its entirety?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I'll do the voices of the characters, but yeah.
Could
just
you
basically
do the voices of the characters?
I don't think I could, at least not well. I have to focus on actually pronouncing things correctly. That's probably my number one priority as I read it. But yeah, it will be, I guess, as expressive as I can while being under pressure and completely stressed out that I'm going to absolutely butcher words and look like a fool.
Right. So we have a lot of people, and definitely also speakers, that will write in their bio that they're an author. Now you're an author as well.
Yeah.
Even if it's not officially published and all of that stuff, don't sue us, that kind of stuff. So this will go up in your Twitter bio as well. You're now an author.
I am an author.
Are there any more books that we can expect to come after this one? Will there be follow-up Nijntje?
There will probably not be any follow-up Nijntjes. I actually do have another.
Nijntje does SRE, Nijntje does platform engineering. I don't know,
probably not.
Okay.
Although I do actually have another children's book that I'm working on, and that one will be in Estonian.
Oh,
because
wow.
my partner's Estonian.
That is so cool.
It is. It's in the works. We'll see. That one actually could be really published, though. So that's what I'm going for.
Awesome. And is that going to be about tech topics?
Not about tech
children,
topics.
Or is
it's
actual?
It's based on a dream that she had about playing with pandas. So.
All right. Do you want to give us a little hint towards the dream, or we have to wait and see? And...
You'll have to wait and see. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we?
Adventures with Pandas.
That's really cool. So we might expect that as a copy to be
Maybe if there's
available for purchase for the next DevOps Days. Maybe.
Yeah. Or if there's a DevOps Days in Tallinn.
Ah, that's a really good idea. Very cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of different DevOps Days or DevOps Days events in different cities, you travel a lot, and this is your nth DevOps Days Amsterdam, right? Like,
Yeah.
Do you know how many DevOps Days Amsterdams you've been to?
I have not counted. Yeah.
I feel like you're part of the furniture, though. Like it's DevOps, like DevOps Days organizing team and Jason. Yeah.
Yeah.
We come in pair. All right. I think the only thing that's left for me to say is like I wish you all the luck with the Ignite. We're really looking forward to see this play out in practice. And thank you for joining me today.
Thank you.
We're live here from the Salto studio in Pakhuis de Zwijger. And I'm joined by Dinant and Jurgen. I'm so sorry. So we're actually doing a preview right now. So these gentlemen will have a talk tomorrow, I think 2:30.
Yes.
And so you're going to talk about how you've implemented Kubernetes at the city of Amsterdam.
That's correct.
Right? But honestly, Kubernetes, I mean, is Kubernetes that interesting? I want to talk about the complexities of doing such a technical project at a large company like the city of Amsterdam. And so talk to me a little about the project, kind of its goals and why you're doing stuff. Because Kubernetes, we don't do Kubernetes because Kubernetes, right?
No,
There's
exactly.
a reason behind it.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah. So a few years ago, Amsterdam thought they should have a new strategy for IT, and they had Gartner write a cloud strategy basically. And they decided they wanted to go for SaaS above PaaS before IaaS.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said, we only focus on one cloud provider,
Yep.
because they thought first multi-cloud sounds cool, but they came back from that idea. So we all run on Azure One Cloud.
Yeah.
But it's nice that we have a decision about that, and all those kind of technical stuff is really cool.
Yeah.
But what about the rest of the organization?
Yeah.
They went from an outsourcing deal and traditional hosting, and now they have to go to a biz DevOps organization, which is a big shift. And you need also knowledge for people who can do DevOps and understand that.
Yeah.
So that's a big change and a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big challenge, regardless of the technology, right? Regardless of whether it's cloud or Kubernetes, or maybe you're doing stuff on-prem still, because there are still valid reasons to do that. But actually getting technology like that implemented in the first place and then successfully adopted, that's kind of a big challenge, right? So talk to me what the challenges for the city of Amsterdam were specifically.
Well, I think we are seeing a lot of challenges. First of all, the expertise that are trying to do. They wanted to go and implement the cool stuff, if you may say so. So they're missing the knowledge, they're missing the way of working, and they want to do a lot of stuff simultaneously. But yeah, you also need the people to do so, and also the business that is saying to do so.
Yeah, so how do you get a team to adopt a new technology like this? What's the plan?
What's the plan? Well, it's quite amazing.
The city of Amsterdam basically started a track to go to agile work. And they call it in Dutch opgavegericht en wensbaar werken.
Right.
And wensbaar is agile in translation. And opgavegericht is that they focus on certain ideas that are where more departments are involved. So instead of restructuring or reorganizing your organization, you put the right people together and work on a certain opgave.
Yeah, exactly.
All those people who are in that situation now they get training on safe and agile working, and DevOps training will follow also.
Right.
So yeah, we are a bit upfront with the cloud platform, and the teams are more lacking behind. But you see now that they are accelerating because of those training, and we are also providing support to them by use of people.
Right.
Well, they have the experience like what the cloud is offering, right? Pressing all the buttons and everything will flow and it's going to work. And we've seen that that is not the good way to go. Mostly they forgot security boundaries, so forgetting the architectural means by just enabling everything public exposed and that kind of stuff. So we're trying to deliver some self-service to them, still using the possibility to click everything together, but then in a sort of protected way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because that you bring up a fair point. And I'm going to combine two talking points, because you say, yes, you have to implement this in a way that makes sense for your organization, right, for the city.
Yes.
But that means a bunch of things, architecturally, security-wise, compliance. But also you have teams in place, and teams have responsibilities for maybe, one feature or a service or whatever it is, right? You have this whole setup, this whole context in place. And so you have to adopt it. The cloud services specifically, I mean, into that organization with all of its, limits, possibilities, etc.
Accessing culture, yeah.
But then you also have the other point where you want to make things simple, repeatable, etc. So, like you said, you have a preference for SaaS. If that's not possible, you do PaaS, and if that's not possible, you do complete DIY with IaaS.
Yeah.
But that also helps to simplify the work that people have to do, because it's not just one team using a tech stack. It is, 20 teams all using bits and pieces, but there's commonality in those lower layers. They all use Azure, they all use AWS, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so it makes sense to kind of build out that model so that you can focus on the things that make you special, right? Your security guidelines, your architectural decisions, your team setup, your the division of teams and responsibilities, etc. Which it makes total sense to do that, right? It makes sense to kind of simplify the technology layer so you can focus on the organization. That's basically what you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah.
And also we provided guardrails so that we can offer optimal freedom to the teams, so that we don't say no, you are not allowed to that, and we have always that discussion again and again. No, we have the guardrails, and if you stay within the guardrails, you are okay.
Yep.
Giving them the much power they want to have to enable them basically in a self-service way.
Yeah.
So they can do almost everything, but in the guidelines of City of Amsterdam.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So talk to me about those guardrails, because those always interest me. Like, what are the guardrails that you put in place in practice?
Yeah, that's a very good question also. It's partly security. So all the security guidelines that we have to follow as a city, they have been put in the policies. Also, we have from architecture side of view, we also define policies and put them in place. And the same goes for cost management and service management. So for all those 4 layers, we created a set of policies, and that are our guardrails.
Yeah, I got it. So one interesting thing to always think about is exceptions, right? No one in an organization, or not anyone in an organization, will fit into a standard like this.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with the exceptions that are so exceptional they completely fall outside of the scope? Maybe they cannot use Azure. Maybe they have to use VMs. Maybe they have to be on-prem for whatever reasons. How do you deal with those exceptions?
Yeah, so we have an exception process for that. We are a city, so
Obviously.
we have everywhere a process. If you have a good business reason why you should deviate from the standard, like if you want to, you really can't only do anything else as use VMs, then we allow VMs.
Yeah.
Or if you are in the process of moving to containers, for instance, but the vendor is lacking behind, we create an exception for you, and we work together with the teams to create the exception.
Yeah.
But you have to give a reason for the exceptions. It's not what you see a lot is people coming in. Yeah, we need an exception for everything because we are special. You don't get that exception.
Everyone is a little special, and that's fine.
Yeah,
So,
but then you don't get the exception.
Exactly.
And the exceptions are basically being discussed with the CTO and the CISO, really with the board and the business. Like, hey, is this the way forward? Do we want to accept this risk? And what does it affect for the business if we do?
Because in the end, this is about business outcomes, right? This is not about standardizing everything.
No.
Standardization is there to reduce risk, to reduce cost, to make it easier for people to get started, to take away a lot of the toil. It's not there because everything has to adhere to that standard, right?
Sure.
And so and this is why I think the question is always interesting: is how do you deal with exceptions? Is because it says something about the agility that you have as an organization. Because there's never a single thing that fits everyone.
Exactly.
And if you realize that, I think that you're in a good spot.
And sometimes people ask for an exception because they lack the knowledge how to implement something or how to affect their workload. And sometimes if we talk to them and explain how it works, then it's not that. Then they need no exception because it just works for them.
And what you also do with the DevOps teams nowadays is to organize meetings like a hackathon, to share the knowledge together with each other, to create that good culture, making errors, that's okay. So on that spot, we're trying to achieve more together. And that's giving its fruits.
Yeah, no, and again, that makes sense, right? Collaboration and sharing knowledge helps break down those boundaries, make sure people aren't isolated. So that makes total sense. So hey, your talk is tomorrow. What's the biggest reason that you can give to people to attend that talk?
Always listen. A real use case in action, do's and don'ts, things you learned and things you want to share to overcome mistakes.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, boots in the mud.
Exactly.
You've been in the situation. So come attend that talk. It's tomorrow, 2:30. But for now, let's wrap up. Let's go have a little lunch. And then good luck tomorrow with your talk. And I want to thank you for being here.
Thank you to be here.
Nice to be here.
Welcome back at Devopsdays Amsterdam online, where we had the pleasure of talking to a bunch of our speakers, attendees, and organizers just before the conference started. And we'll be sending them out to you now so that you can enjoy them as well. So Daniel is joining me here at the table today. Could you quickly introduce yourself?
Sure thing. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel. I'm from Germany, where I work as a consultant mainly, sometimes also as an outsourced operator for a company called Netways. I do all kinds of cloud-native things, DevOps things, ranging from GitLab to observability issues to Kubernetes implementations, platform building. So yeah, that's my jam, more or less.
Very good. And you're up for an Ignite today. Well, I mean, when we're releasing this little video, your Ignite is up in just a couple of minutes, actually. So do you want to talk us through what the Ignite is about, maybe?
Yeah, sure. So I start with a not-so-witty pun on a song by Rihanna called SOS, Please Someone Help Me. And yeah, it will be about SOS, which is short for Shiny Object Syndrome, which is, I think, a big thing in DevOps and cloud-native technology because the available choices whenever you do something, when you start a new project, is so broad. Like, many people know this meme with the CNCF landscape, for example, which is just so huge. And whenever you start a new project with a new client, with new prerequisites you need to match, and so on, the search for the perfect tooling, for the perfect tech stack starts from scratch. And yeah, keeping up with all the marketing getting thrown at you at conferences and finding this balance when choosing the right tools for the right clients and projects is hard. And I tend to get way too much into experimenting and trying out new stuff without getting anywhere. So I thought, why not do an Ignite on that topic? Yeah.
Yes, I think that's a problem many of us recognize. I wonder, is it a medically Is it an official term for this condition?
Actually, if I'm totally honest, I got no idea. I just looked up the definition on Wikipedia really quick to throw it on my slides. But I can imagine it can lead to actual medical conditions. Like I can feel how, or I can see how some people might, for example, burn out over this. Just the constant stream of new tools they feel like they need to adopt or need to look into, and not being able to make this decision, or just focus on the things which are important for them at the moment. So I think we should acknowledge it, that it is a real thing, maybe if not a medical thing, a cultural thing.
Yeah. Do you in your Ignite present any mitigations to make sure that you don't fall for that trap of trying the new hottest thing over and over again? Yeah?
Yes and no. So I wouldn't call it mitigations, because I'm also still quite new in my job. So I will present the things that work for me. And I'll end the talk with like what worked out for me. So I will share 3 to 4 points and strategies, just like rules I try to stick to. Some of them might be quite obvious, I feel like it, or at least if you got the experience already and have been in the field for a bit longer, know all the war stories. But as someone who's still new to the whole ecosystem, I just started with Cloud Native a bit over a year ago, 18 months or so.
Yeah.
I think some of those points might hit home, yeah.
What has been the latest shiny object that you've been chasing?
Ooh, that's interesting. I can't come up with a name right now, but it's a new way to package Kubernetes deployments by, what's his name? Stefan Prodan, I think, from, is it Weaveworks? Who said, like, Helm is not the best way to do it, and there's a new thing called, I can't come up with
XYZ.
Yeah,
yes.
XYZ. Yeah. And it's based on Qlang, so it's very much focusing on strict definitions of how you should package your deployments and stuff like that. I like that.
And now
I hope I got that right now.
So now everyone tuning in should check out that tool instead of
I don't
Helm,
know.
or
yeah, I don't know. Maybe for some people it might be useful. It's still shiny, as in I haven't even looked at it now. It's on my bookmark list on my stack to do. Yeah.
Oh gosh, what does your bookmark list look like? Is
it's
many
actually,
of those things?
It's quite organized these days.
Oh.
I found my stack I enjoy working with. So for me, at least, the mitigation steps seem to work at some point. But there's always interesting tooling out there, right? So yeah, and further advancements and stuff like that. So it's okay. It's manageable. Let's say it like this.
When you're talking through some of those stack choices with other people, and they mention a new tool, and you say shiny object syndrome, how do people typically respond to that? Are they like, oh yeah, no, I get that, or?
You mean in regard to why I'm suffering from it, if they understand the problem at hand,
or if they're, you're talking through some of the choices that are there, and they're mentioning a new tool, and you're like, tiny little eye roll, like,
okay,
oh yeah, of course, yeah.
I mean, I understand the fascination, and to maybe spoil my own Ignite a bit, that's exactly what I'm ending with, that we shouldn't shut down our curiosity, because it's a good thing. After all, we need to adapt with new and up-and-coming technology and new approaches to difficult problems. But yeah, it's all about finding that balance, right? Why differ from established tooling if it works out, if your staff is already trained on it, if they know how to use it, and just bring in something new because there has been another marketing guy or pre-sales meeting with one of the executives, so to say, to make it really basic.
Or definitely, like you sort of alluded to, KubeCon has taken place.
Yes.
You've been to some booths, and then you get all of these emails. So
all the
definitely
leads and follow-ups. Yeah.
Oh, fun! Yeah, those are great fun.
Exactly.
Okay, very cool. So I don't want to spoil any of your Ignite, but do you, whenever you're trying out a new tool, do you like kind of time box how much time you want to be spending on just trying something out?
That would be a great idea. Maybe I should add that to the
my
slides,
gosh.
But,
so the Ignite might still be changed after this conversation.
I don't think so, because the slides are already sent off. But yeah, that's not the approach I take. I went to a more like a pragmatic approach where I define the goals the tool have to match or be able to solve in a way that makes sense. And then I just do a proof of concept for this one task at hand. Because as a consultant, I work in different projects, and prerequisites and the problems at hand will differ in a very large variety of depending on the client's project, of course. So it makes not that much sense to think of the tech stack I have in mind and try to implement it everywhere and bring it in a condition where I can use it and apply it. So I would really focus on the problems at hand and look at tools and like, does this work? No. Next one. Does this work? No. This one works, but it doesn't feel right. And then I find the match. So it's not the time boxing issue. It's more like a checklist of requirements it has to meet. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe that's more of a personal coping mechanism. I can go down rabbit holes and in side tangents, and I need to, when I'm aware of that's happening, I need to sort of like time box myself in order to not get lost in, all that is available for me. Okay, very cool. So the Ignite format, have you ever done it?
I did it once, at a conference called OSMC, Open Source Monitoring Conference. It's organized by my employer, so I had my first trials there, so to say. Yeah. I didn't Ignite there about Acorn, so that's developer tooling as well. Also focusing on bringing applications to Kubernetes in a more easier way for developers especially. So that was a fun experience. I think I got some takeaways and feedback I tried to implement now. I still feel I'm far away from like perfect Ignite, if such a thing exists. Yeah. But I'm really looking forward to see how I improve now compared to last time.
Yeah, I think Ignites are a really interesting and fun format, and either you do like perfect from beginning to end, and then it's a fantastic Ignite, or you get sort of lost in the slides, and then it's also perfect because the audience is very forgiving. It's a very brutal format, right? Like 5 minutes, so many slides, auto advancing, and so if you get stuck somewhere, like I am absolutely incapable of doing Ignites because I will get stuck in some side tangent because that's what's happening in my head, and so. It is a challenging format, but I think it's a fantastic one as well.
But I enjoy those Ignites as well, like
yes,
where you see the speaker going, you know what, I abandoned my slides completely now because I had this one side thought and I walked down the rabbit hole for the next 3 minutes, and then I'm like, thank you, that was my stream of consciousness.
Exactly. So everyone is on that journey with you at that point in time, so they they can't go anywhere. So.
And I feel like the audience appreciates this, and they feel it. They know that it's hard to do, so that takes away lots of the pressure. So basically, all the pressure I feel comes from myself and my own expectations, so to say. Yeah. So
yeah, we had a lot of submissions this year for Ignites, which makes me very happy because it's absolutely a fun format, and that people are excited about it is, of course, a wonderful thing. All right. Well, I want to wish you all good luck with the Ignites that is happening in the future now, but then, like when it's released almost now. I love this. It's like almost like time zones that are difficult, but then differently. And thank you so much for, joining me at the table and having a
Thank you for having me. It was a nice experience.
Great. Thank you. A little bit of free jazz. All right, welcome back everyone to Devopsdays Amsterdam Online, where we invite our speakers and special guests to talk about their sessions, about their Devops Days experience. And I'm joined today, or right now, by the two of you. So Derek and Winna, you did a workshop yesterday, and you'll do a talk tomorrow. Yes. So we'll talk a little bit about the past, we'll talk a little bit about the future. But can you first quickly introduce yourself to the audience?
Cool. Gonna go first?
Go ahead.
Cool. I'm Derek. I'm a software engineer at Syntasso, together with Winna. We've been there for a little bit over a year, building a framework for building platforms on top of Kubernetes.
Excellent. More of the same.
More sort of that,
yes,
but different.
Yes, exactly.
Really good. And so you did this workshop yesterday. How long was the workshop for? What was it about?
Yeah, it was 90 minutes.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
It was a good amount of time, yeah. We spent the first few minutes looking for where we were supposed to be, but it worked out in the end. The audience was very patient with us, and it was taking the audience from nothing existing at all to each one of them having their own internal platform with some offerings on it. So
Very cool. We had some other people that did the workshops before at this table, and they were like, "Oh, we didn't know what kind of devices people would show up with." Yeah. Did you have any interesting edge cases? Where...
Not really. We've been using a platform called Instruct.
Oh, okay.
Which is actually from a Dutch company.
Yep.
And it gives you like everything that you need to actually run the workshop. So you had a in-browser terminal with instructions.
A whole environment.
Just jog in,
awesome.
do it in conference Wi-Fi. We had experiences in conference Wi-Fi's where 0% of the people were able to run because Docker would like throttle the connections and stuff. So yes, we learned our lesson once.
So you came prepared.
To make sure that everything runs smoothly.
Yeah. And it was great that people were able to provision things while I waffled on about some history, and then environments were ready and people were clicking through. We could see by the end who had done what, and
very good.
It's a good tool for sure.
Very cool. So did you have any follow-up if you want to continue your learning journey where people could go?
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah, so had the requisite QR code.
Yes,
Drove
exactly.
them to the site to try some more. Yeah.
The entirety of the workshop that we run is available at our website without us explaining it. So you lose something.
Yeah, of course.
But there is like the part 2 where you can go and do more of it. Basically, the part 1 teaches you how to operate the platform in a multi-cluster environment, and the part 2 is like how do I actually create my own services and add my own offerings using the tool that we built, Cradex, into that's the segue. So if people are excited about it, they can go and try the second part. It should be available there in the website.
Excellent. And when you say the website, do you have like a short link that you can just sort of like spell out on the cuff, or should I look it up later and post it in a live chat in the show notes? All right.
No, it's just cradex.io.
Okay. So
should
be easy to find.
Yes.
Cool. I will also post it in the chat and in the show notes for later for our viewers that will
take a look.
watch this later, like after the live episode that we're running right now. Very cool. And then you have a talk coming up.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
What is that about?
It's called The Common Fallacies in Platform Engineering. So we took a philosophical approach of how people use fallacies to pretty much win arguments. This sort of things that once you learn, you cannot stop seeing it. So it's a little bit annoying. You will become an annoying person if you watch it and internalize what you say. But you see how people actually use fallacies throughout. And you're going to apply that into more like engineering teams, how they use fallacies in engineering discussions to pretty much get what they want in a way or another.
Very cool. Where does the talk topic stem from your like?
I was very lucky in this talk to, be volunteered to co-present with Derek. And then I was like, okay, but we have to figure out what to say. He was like, it's okay. There's a great podcast. I've been waiting for a chance to use it. So he pointed me to the podcast and gave me some homework for an airplane flight. And the podcast goes through some really great examples.
Yeah, the podcast is Philosophize This. And they did an episode in 2015 called How to Win an Argument. And that just stayed with me for these 8 years. So I've been looking for how can we use that into engineering context. So if you are curious about the podcast, it's really good.
Very funny. So how to win an argument and maybe make friends or not?
No,
not make friends, yeah.
It's definitely a possible side effect, but, the reverse could also be true.
It's not a recommended strategy for the breaks at DevOps Days.
No, I mean, this crowd, I feel like, likes to
they could do that.
Have some discussions very good-naturedly. So I feel like it's interesting, definitely.
Very cool. Is this the first time that you do this talk, or okay? So then anyway, I'm very curious to check it out. For everyone that is joining us online, they will get to see it anyway. So what kind of response are you expecting?
Well, it is a twilight talk, so we will be presenting at 3:30, 4 o'clock tomorrow, last day of the conference. So we're going in with the expectations that if anybody comes in to listen to any of it, then it's a win. But we will.
Of course they will.
I was like, don't worry.
Don't worry, or we'll hurt them.
I did see that yesterday. It was fantastic. At the end of the day, please go to this session. So we might have some of that. But generally, I think we want people thinking about the fallacies so they can spot it, but also considering the impact of using fallacies. Either, you're up against somebody who's using a fallacy and you need to work your way around it, or you're trying to understand how to appeal to people, and a fallacy might be useful alongside other tools. So just giving people really some fodder to think about.
Very cool. Awesome. So, because it's so late in the day, I don't think we have another open space after that. But this would have been excellent open space content, I feel like, too, right? Like, really interesting. So, really looking forward to this talk. You mentioned podcast, there's a talk, you did a workshop. What's next? A book? Are you co-authoring a book together?
No, sleep.
Sleep is next. Sleep is next.
Yes,
okay.
yes,
well, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think that by then you deserve it too. Like,
thank you.
There's the this is me handing it to
Permission.
you. Yeah,
Great.
permission.
To be fair, you're not going to actually sleep on the show.
No, well, thank you, Derek, for that reminder. I have another talk next week.
Oh, okay.
That I also have to prepare. But
all right.
yes, but yes.
Is that a new talk entirely, or is it?
It's a iteration of a previous one.
Very agile.
But in a different forum. So it's a little bit nerve-wracking, but it's all good. All this is good experience, right?
Absolutely. I love that attitude. With that, I'm really glad that you're here in Amsterdam, that you're joining DevOps Days, that you joined me in the studio for a little conversation. I know that we're in the lunch break, so I also want to make sure that you get the time to get refreshments and get something to eat. So thank you so much for the conversation, and so have fun and good luck with the talk tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us. Yeah, it was fun.
Great
conversation. We're having a look at an interview that we recorded just before, and we'll be back. Hi, welcome back everyone to DevOps Days Amsterdam online, where we invite guests to talk about their sessions. My name is Floor Drees and I'm part of the organizer team. And with me right now is Iris de Haas, who works at ING. Iris, do you want to quickly introduce yourself to the people watching?
Yes, of course. My name is Iris de Haas. I am an engineering manager at ING. And I made quite a career switch 4 years ago. I used to be a social worker. But then I saw the impact that technology had on the lives of my clients. So I decided that I wanted to know more. So I did an IT traineeship for a couple of months. I learned some IT basics. Then I got placed at ING as a DevOps engineer. And I really learned on the job. Now I got to grow to an engineering manager role. So for me, it has worked out really well. And I want to share my experiences with you on this DevOps Days. And, I feel it's a really great concept and that it can work for other companies really well as well.
Yeah, that is incredibly cool. So tell me a little bit more about that journey. So you landed at ING. Did you land in an already existing team? Did you have mentors helping you out? What did the experience look like for you?
Yeah, I did land in an already existing team. I initially started on more of the DevOps side. So there was one other DevOps engineer in the team, and he really took me under his wings, let's say, for the first couple of months. So I spent a lot of time, working with him, looking along with him. Also, there were many other teams that I could also learn from. I reached out to a lot of people in the department, and anytime that they were going to explain something, I was like, oh, let me join that. And I also want to learn. So really with the help of my team and everybody in the department, I really got to grow as an engineer. I really learned on the job, let's say.
Yes,
yeah.
And a very healthy doses of curiosity, it sounds like.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
that's
really wonderful. Like so this touches home to me like a little bit because I actually made a huge career switch as well. I went to art school, so something entirely different, and then sort of like landed in IT because I thought programming was just wonderfully interesting, and first sort of trying to learn by myself, but that's actually really, really lonely. And so started following a couple of courses and then talk to the company that I was working for if they wouldn't help me on my journey. And so I did get assigned a mentor, and I could do my regular job 4 days a week, and then 1 day a week I would be training to become a developer. So
that's so
that's
cool.
really cool
So
that we have
switch within the
parallels.
company
Yes.
that you already worked at.
Yes.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah. It was super helpful because I was more on the sort of like design and communications team before. But those are skills that really translate really well to programming as well. It's both very creative, and you need to communicate a lot, right? Because that's
Definitely.
I don't think that's we talk about that enough, but a lot about developer work is being able to communicate with others and
Indeed.
working with other people.
Making sure requirements are clear and everything. I feel like my social work background also really helped me with this because I was already used to communicating with people, trying to find out the real meaning behind the words, let's say, and those skills really helped me a lot, when I got here. And yeah.
I think there's a couple of those universal skills that translate really well across different professions. Oh, really cool. Oh, so fast forward to now, do you have, did you set up some sort of traineeship program there? Was there something already existing?
No, it's not it's an external traineeship company.
Okay.
There are many. We at ING, at least in my department, we have experience with 2 of them. So basically those external companies, they hire people, generally selecting them on, analytical skills, social skills, motivation to get into IT.
Yeah.
Then, for a couple of months, they are internal at the traineeship company, basically just studying, learning, getting certificates.
Yeah.
Then they make like a match with one of their clients. Like for me, it was ING, but there are many others, let's say. And then for the rest of the traineeship period, which is like 1 or 2 years generally, then you work at that company, the company trains you, and when you're both happy at the end of the period, then you become an internal employee, and that's what happened for me. So I've been internal with ING now for, I think 2.5 years or so.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's cool. So you went through that experience yourself, and now you're paying it forward and doing this talk specifically at Devopsdays to
spread the message, let's say, because it's not just me. There are even in my department there are 5 others, and they're all success stories that went through the same thing. Yeah, and they're all like doing really well, and they're a great addition to the teams that they're in. So I feel like this can benefit a lot of organizations.
That's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, but when I say that my degree is in social work, then I hear a lot of doubts like, how does that work? Because you don't know anything about technology, and how are you going to be a good engineer? But I feel people can learn, if you are motivated and driven to learn, then you can learn on the job if you have enough support. So then I just want to take some of that insecurity away, I guess. That's, this doubt, can those people be good engineers? And like we've seen in practice that they can.
Yeah. Excellent. From the traineeship program that you joined, are you still in contact with sort of your cohorts, the other people that were in the traineeship at the same time? It'd be funny to figure out like where everyone ended up, and yeah.
Yeah, I do know where they ended up, and we were in touch for a while. But specifically, my cohort, I don't speak with them a lot because also COVID happened.
Oh, right.
After we got placed at the company. So in the first couple of weeks and months, we met up regularly. We had lunch together. We did events, and then everything just kind of stopped. I mean, I still have them on LinkedIn, but I should reach out actually. Yeah.
So that's a to-do for the weekend.
That's a to-do, yeah.
No, I think because that could be really interesting and sort of exchange notes on, really cool. Awesome. So, I'm really looking forward to seeing your session. I hope everyone goes and sees and watch it. We will stream it live on Devopsdays Amsterdam online, so everyone should be able to catch it. And best of luck. And thank you for joining me for a little talk.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. How was lunch? Good? All right. Before we get on with talks, we've got 2 sponsor pitches again. So first up to the stage is Costly.
Thank you, Joss. Hey, it's great to be back in Amsterdam. This is one of my favorite Devopsdays events, and great to see so many familiar faces and a few new ones too. You might be wondering what Costly is. We're a DevOps tool for teams that work in regulated environments. So if you do DevOps in like industry like financial services or medical devices or cars, automotive, anything like this, you'll probably understand the problems we're solving for, because what we see over and over again in these types of environments is that DevOps teams really struggle with manual change processes for audit, compliance, and security. They might have 3 or 4 people to approve a change. They're taking screenshots of changes, assembling all the evidence you need to pass an audit. It's all just a giant pain in the... If you recognize this set of problems that I've just described, you should come and talk to us at our booth, because we're giving out free therapy sessions for you all. So, yeah, thanks. Cheers.
All right, thank you. Next up is GitHub.
Hi, it's my first time speaking on behalf of GitHub, so you'll have to excuse the phone. But GitHub is the developer company. We make it easier for you for the developer to work together, solve challenging problems, and to create the world's most important technologies. We foster a collaborative community where you can come together to create the future of software and make a difference in the world. I expect a few of you know us pretty well already, so rather than keep explaining, I'm just going to ask you to come and visit us at the GitHub booth. We're all software engineers here, and we'd love to answer your questions about our security products, Copilot, Actions, Enterprise, or anything else you're interested to know about. So come say hi.
Hello, hello, hello. There we are. Thank you. All right, so we're on with the program. I'm going to tell a joke so we can have some funny faces here, some laughing faces. I only have 3 jokes. I have to save them up, but I'm using one. So in preparation for our musical surprise and the karaoke later, the question to y'all is, have you heard of the singing computer? Sorry? Oh, you heard it from... Okay, don't tell it. It's Adele. Thank you. I didn't come up with it. All right, so... okay, I feel better now. Right, so our next speaker is Iris de Haas. And Iris is an engineering manager of the data team at ING, which we probably all know. And she has a background as a social worker. So as such, she understands the value of nurturing the potential of people who are not quite there yet. And she will tell us how ING has developed trainees with little or no technical experience in the past couple of years. So, Iris, I think you're already set up, right?
Yes.
Okay, the stage is yours.
Setting up the slides. All right, I think we're here. Thank you, Leon, for the introduction. And hello, everybody. Thank you for showing up. Happy to see you all here. Did you know that there are 650,000 people in the Netherlands with acquired brain injury? Acquired brain injury means any type of injury to the brain that occurs after birth, like after a stroke or an accident. It can lead to loss of speech and loss of motor function. And I'm seeing some confused faces here. No, you did not accidentally walk into a healthcare conference. It's just that if you would have told me 4 years ago that I would be speaking at a conference about my work, then that's what I would have imagined the talk to be about, because at the time I was working as a social worker. So then how did I end up here on stage at an IT conference? Well, let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Iris de Haas. I am engineering manager at ING. And as you can imagine, I got here through a little bit of a detour. In college, I studied educational and behavioral sciences. All I knew at the time was that I wanted to learn as much as I could possibly learn and that I wanted to help people. So that led me to work multiple jobs in education and social work after graduation. And although I was very happy to be making a meaningful contribution to people's lives, I still felt that there was a lot more for me to learn. I saw the impact that technology had on the lives of my clients. For example, I had a client who had a stroke, and that led to the loss of some of his fine motor skills, so he was not able to type anymore. And because of speech-to-text technology, he could still participate in his family WhatsApp group. And that got me really interested in technology and in the possibilities of IT. So in the summer of 2019, I decided to do an IT traineeship that takes people from all kinds of different educational and professional backgrounds and trains them to become engineers. So I went there. At first, I was internal there for a couple of months where I learned some of the IT basics. I learned a little bit of C#, a little bit of Java. And then after a couple of months, I was thrown into the deep end, and I started working as a DevOps engineer at ING. And with the help of my amazing colleagues, I managed to swim, not sink. And 1 year ago, I got the opportunity to start as engineering manager of the trade data team, which incidentally is the very same team that I started in as a trainee 3.5 years ago. And for me, we've come full circle because as a manager, now I again get to do what I always loved as a social worker, and help people, coach them to reach the maximum of their potential. So now I am here today to talk to you about these IT traineeships, like the one that I did. Based on my experience and what I have seen around me, I really believe in the concept. Taking people from all kinds of different educational and professional backgrounds and training them in your organization as the next generation of IT and IT leadership. So today I will be sharing my experiences with you and those of my department. But first, let me get to the why. Why trainees? What will it bring you, your team, your organization? Well, we are in a field that is constantly changing. New developments and technologies coming in at lightning speed. And if you want to keep up, you're going to need engineers with the right skills and mindsets. And my manager at the time, who hired me as a trainee, he says that he has always cared more about motivation and drive than about a fixed set of technical skills. In his words, and I hope I'm not offending anyone, IT is not rocket science. Anyone with enough motivation, curiosity, and perseverance can learn it. And those are exactly the traits that you need to succeed in this ever-changing technology landscape. Also, historically, it has not always been easy to fill the gaps in our organization with experienced engineers. And that is one big reason why we got started with trainees. And I know that we are now in a different market than we are a few years ago, maybe even a few months ago. Layoffs has been happening, it's been all over the news, and some great engineers have been becoming available. So I can imagine maybe that for some of you, you're thinking, getting started with trainees is not at the top of my priority list right now. However, we have gotten tremendous value out of our decision to start hiring trainees a few years ago. And I believe that you can too. Specifically, we have seen in our teams increased innovation, enhanced learning culture, and an improved talent pipeline. And I will take you through each of these in more detail with plenty of examples. But first, let me tell you how I got to these results. At the Wholesale Banking Tech Trade Department in ING, where I work, we have hired 6 external trainees so far. And I say external trainees because we also at ING have internal traineeship programs where we hire fresh graduates with a degree in IT and we train them internally. However, that is a different concept which was left out of scope for this talk. So these external traineeships that I'm talking about, then there's a traineeship company, it's not ING, like external company, that hires people from all kinds of different professional and educational backgrounds, generally selecting them on a combination of analytical skills, social skills, and motivation to get into IT. Then they train them internally for a couple of months. Like for example, what we did, we got a SQL certificate, we did a basic Java course, we got an Azure certificate, things like that. And after a few months of this, they make a match for you with one of their clients, in my case, ING. Then after those few months, you go to ING, where they will train you as an external employee for 1 year, 2 years, depending on the traineeship company and the contract in place. And after that period, if both parties are happy, then the trainee gets hired as an internal employee at ING. So, like I said, we've done this now 6 times. We have 5 trainees that are already hired internally, that have been here for a couple of years, and we have one that's currently doing his traineeship with us. And what I did for this talk is that I interviewed all of them. Well, almost all. One of them is me. And I also spoke with my manager at the time who hired me and coached me during my traineeship period. And I asked everyone about their experiences. And before we really dive into that, I want to highlight already a couple of data points. And the first one is educational background, specifically the range and diversity of it. We got physics, biology, facility management, education. Also a funny one is epidemiology. She is one of the trainees that has been here a bit longer, for a couple of years, so she got out of the field already before it suddenly got very relevant. However, she shares that she has no regrets. The second one is tenure at ING. It seems that we have a pattern of hiring 1 or 2 trainees like every 2 years or so, which was really nice for this talk because we can really see the career progress like over the years. And it's also funny that it seems that every single trainee we have got hired through like one big chain of word-of-mouth referrals. So the first trainee, let's call him John, he started with us over 7 years ago. And after a couple of months, his manager and his team were so happy with him that they went back to the traineeship company to ask them for a second John. So they got a second trainee who was also really good. And then other teams started to take notice, like, hey, what's that one team doing? That seems to be working very well. Maybe we should try it too. So that's how the third one got started. So I could really track it through the interviews that, everybody got there through like a recommendation because of their predecessors. So that's really nice. And the third thing is gender. For our 6 trainees, we see that 50% of them are women. And I know 6 people, not a very large data set. However, at the traineeship company that I come from, about 40% of the trainees are women over the years. So that's still quite a large number. So if increasing diversity is something that you want to do within your organization, and you want to get more women in, then these traineeships can be a great way of achieving that. Now, if we look at the results that we have seen out of hiring trainees, then the first one is increased innovation. We see that the trainees that we have hired, they are, even before they got into IT, they already show an affinity for technology and like a creativity in finding solutions for problems. Like, for example, one of them, when he was doing an internship at a nutrition company, not an IT internship, they had this problem, and he solved it by teaching himself Visual Basic and coding a solution in Visual Basic. And that was not part of the scope of his internship at all. But that's just who he is. He sees a problem, and he solves it, no matter if he needs to go beyond the boundaries of his role. And he really took that with him. When he got to ING, he and one other trainee, they joined the team but they still had a lot of manual activities. Like they did standby shifts where the standby had to manually log on every evening to monitor the processes because there was no alerting mechanism in place. So they created it. They created the alerting mechanism. Another thing was that that team was still doing all manual deployments. So one of the first things that these two did was that they made a deployment pipeline. Another example from the same team is that when our first trainee joined, the team was doing a database migration. They were going to migrate to MS SQL databases. And there were 2 senior engineers who were leading that. However, due to circumstances, they ended up being unavailable for a couple of months. So our trainee found himself, he was not even 6 months there, but unofficially leading the database migration. So I, of course, asked him, how did you manage? You were still so new. You didn't have a lot of knowledge yet. How did you do it? And he said, well, every problem that I encountered, I just tackled it one by one, dived into the error message, Googled a lot, looked into the code, would try a couple of things, try and see if it worked. And if he could not manage it by himself, then he would reach out to other teams, other departments sometimes, just to try and find the person with the specific knowledge that he needed to solve it. So he got it done. He finished that migration successfully. And that team in particular, before our trainees got there, they had a culture that had not changed in a very long time. All of the engineers there had been there for quite some time. All these manual processes they were the ones who created them. They were familiar with them. They were the experts. They were comfortable doing them. They didn't really have that much incentive to change. So this effort to modernize and to become more efficient, they really had to bring in the outside influence to do that. Another thing that I really saw is that everybody brought their particular expertise from their previous field with them into their current role. We have one trainee that used to be a university researcher. And she says, I used to investigate patients and diseases. Now I investigate clients and money. So she's a data and business intelligence engineer, and she really takes these research skills that she had from her previous role, and they help her be a better engineer. Another funny one is, I still think like a cook. This guy, he used to work in the kitchen, and he says, when I was there, I would create, these simple, easy, efficient, workflows to get the food to the tables, in as fast as possible. And he says, I still do that. Whenever I'm designing a process or a workflow, I still have this mindset like I did as a cook. It needs to be easy to understand. It needs to be simple. It needs to be efficient. So he still works like that. Then the second benefit that we have gotten out of hiring trainees, that is, we've seen an enhanced learning culture. And well, what do I mean by that? A learning culture is when every employee is engaged in learning for their own benefit, the benefit of the team, the benefit of the organization as a whole. It's when they want to learn how to be better at their jobs, how to create better processes, how to deliver better products and services. And once again, we really see that our trainees are very motivated to do this. At ING, every engineer gets 10% of their time to spend on personal development. But almost everybody that I spoke to does a lot more than that. They all say, we want to we want to learn these new tools, technologies, we want to get hands-on experience, we want to build our own projects. We see them all doing that. I think a lot of that comes from they are pre-selected on these qualities, on this willingness to learn and this motivation to grow. But a traineeship company, that's the whole selling point. They don't have the technical skills yet, but they have this willingness to go learn it. They even said, there's so many free resources that are available on the internet. Anything you want to learn, you can just Google it, and then you can learn it for free. There's somebody explaining it on YouTube out there. And there was a bit of surprise that not everybody is doing that and making use of these opportunities. And one other thing that we really saw is, our trainees are very good at, connecting with others. If you want to have a learning culture, then you need to share your knowledge with people. You need to find also the people that you want to get the knowledge from. And we really see them reaching out to others, like the example that I had, for the database migration. People try for themselves, but if they cannot figure it out, they will take the initiative to reach out to others, and to get the knowledge that they need. And we also see them, asking a lot of critical questions. And I learned from my manager at the time that I, in particular, was very annoying with this. When I joined, I was always asking why. Why are we doing this process in this way? Why did we think of this? How come we haven't tried that? It was very annoying. It drove people crazy. But in the end, it really helped us improve. It got people to reflect on these decisions that we made, are they still the right decisions for our team? And is it maybe not time to reconsider? So it's really helped us move forward in that way. Finally, we also see that we are now experiencing an improved talent pipeline. If you want to maintain continuity in your organization, you want to keep the institutional knowledge, and you want to be able to fill your positions quickly, then you're going to want an internal pool of employees that are motivated to grow and learn and that you can promote. And if you look at our trainees, then the first criteria is that they stay. If they have this traineeship period for 1 or 2 years, you spend a lot of time, you spend a lot of effort training them. So you would want to retain them after this period ends. And we see for us that 100% of the trainees that started with us, that they become internal employees after their initial traineeship period ends. And even better is that even if it's been 7 years or longer, that's how long our longest trainees have been here, they are all still with us. In fact, most of them are still even in our department. And the two that moved, they actually moved because of administrative reasons, because their application and team got moved. So clearly they're all happy and they want to stay with us. So I, of course, asked why. And the answer was pretty unanimous. The people, they really appreciate the freedom that they have in our teams. They can take on new projects, they can learn new things, they can try on new roles. If you just say that you have this interest, then there's this freedom of taking that up. And like one good example of that is our current trainee. He started in more of kind of a functional role, resolving breaks in our financial interface, in our control model. And after a couple of months, he came to me and he said, this is not really my area of interest. I would really want to grow to more of like an ops role. And so we got the team together, we reshuffled the work a bit, and now we have a trainee who is happily building pipelines. And it works out for everybody in the end. Our trainee is happy, he's high performing, and he wants to stay with us. So I think that's really the secret to having these good working relationships that last. Now, a second thing to keep in mind when it comes to the talent pipeline is you don't just want your people to stay, you also want them to actually get promoted. You don't want them to get stuck at a certain level, then it's not a pipeline. So we see that this is happening. All of our former trainees have gotten promoted at least once. Most of them have had 2 promotions. We see on average 1 promotion happening every 3 years or so. And if you then look at the type of role that they have, you see that by far the majority of them is growing to more senior levels of engineer. They all say we got into IT to get our hands on the keyboard, let's say, to build things, and they want to keep on doing that, at least at this point in their career. So most of them for now are still at the individual contributor level. Then we have the one exception, we have the one engineering manager, that is me. But I come from a social work background, so like from my previous job, I am really used to coaching people and helping them grow, and that is something that really fits me. So for different people, different skills, different interests, we really see that different career paths are possible and that they are also actually being taken. Now, so far, I have been painting a pretty positive picture, and I truly am very positive about our experiences with trainees. However, there's a couple of conditions that you need to have in place if you want this to work well. The first of all is that you need to have a good match. You're going to want people who have this intrinsic motivation, this drive to learn, who are self-reliant, and who have the social skills to connect with the people that they need to connect with. And again, the traineeship company pre-selects the people on these qualities, and they also make a match, with what they think would be a good fit for your company, for your team. However, a tip that my manager gave, who hired me, was that you really have to stay critical on that. You have to ensure that this person is a good match for what you need in your department, and you know best, what skills that they need to have. So he said, don't, blindly accept the first person that they send to you, but stay critical yourself also on the selection process to ensure the match is there. And a second one that's very important is that you need to have the time and capacity to train people. You are basically going to hire someone with a SQL certificate and a basic Java course in their pocket. So you're going to have to train them from scratch. And that's going to take time and effort. And if you want to get the maximum value out of your trainees, you're going to have to put in that time and effort. I have one example where we kind of struggled there. One of our trainees joined a team where he said, the team just did not have the technical skills themselves to teach him what he needed to know, which probably was a big reason why he was hired. In the end, it ended up working out in that scenario because he was just such a person who took the initiative to learn by himself and to also reach out in a broader context to people who could help him. But for him, it was a frustrating experience, and it kind of delayed his development a bit. So if you really want to get the maximum value out and also ensure that your trainee is happy and learning and that he's experiencing the environment as supportive, then you got to think about this beforehand. How are you going to train them? But if you manage to have these conditions in place, then a bright future lies ahead. You will see that trainees are a great addition to your organization. You're going to bring in a diverse set of people with a broad set of skills who are highly motivated to learn and to grow and to enable positive change. And in the end, every organization wants to stay competitive, be prepared for the future, and deliver great products and services. And trainees are a great way of achieving that. Now, thanks a lot for joining today. I put my contact details on the slide. Please reach out to me if you have any questions or if you just want to connect. That QR code leads to my LinkedIn page. If you only take away one message from today, then I hope it is that great engineers can come from any background. And that if you ever do accidentally end up at a healthcare conference, then you may want to stick around. You might just find your new colleague there. Thank you. I could if there are any.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Do we have any questions? Hello, the question masters. Do we have any questions? Let me see. Okay, I will just approve this question by the power of, I don't know, Grayskull. Do you foresee it's possible to move the trainee introduction to internal employees/candidates instead of an external service/candidates?
Sorry, if we could, can I maybe read along?
Yeah, of course. Take your time. Do you foresee? I think it's. Do you foresee whether it's possible to move the trainee introduction to? Can you do it for internal employees?
Yeah, of course you can. Like I mentioned also in my talk, that there's also internal traineeships programs that we have at ING. So both are possible. It's just that the external ones is the one that I have experience with, and that we have more of, let's say, where I work. So that's why I decided to share that. But yes, you can definitely also do it internally, for sure. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, if anyone has more questions, reach out to Iris on the internet. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have a few more messages from our sponsor. Contrast Security, our beer sponsor, is up next.
Hi there. I'm Taylor from Contrast Security. Contrast Security are an application security platform. So we do application security. I think we do it in quite a cool way. We use instrumentation to attach to a running application and monitor exactly what it's doing at runtime. We do that in pre-production or development, and we can observe vulnerabilities as they're happening inside the app. And then we can tell developers how they happened, how they came about, and how to fix them, more importantly, as well. We also do instrumentation in production as well. That's called RASP, or runtime protection. And we can stop exploits and attackers dead in their tracks. The whole time we're doing that, we're monitoring your libraries and dependencies and things like that for the similar types of vulnerabilities. So yeah, it's a really cool tool. I love it. If you want to find out more, come see us at the stand, and also for a chance to win a Lego set. Thank you.
Hello? Yes. All right. Next up is Nathan from Google.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Nathan Harvey. I'm a developer advocate with Google Cloud. Google Cloud is the T-shirt sponsor, so all of you are confusing me. As you put on your Devopsdays Amsterdam T-shirts, I keep thinking, is that a coworker? Is that a coworker? So we're all coworkers. That's part of the DevOps community. If you want to get some free training on Google Cloud, we have a 30-day free training, all-you-can-learn offer. There's a QR code by the T-shirts if you want to scan that, or you can find me or my colleague Amanda Lewis. We have the QR codes on our phone. We can give those to you. At Google Cloud, I work on this thing called Dora. Have you all heard of Dora, the Explorer? Yeah, Dora is DevOps research and assessment. The best thing that you can do to help your team get better is to figure out how you're doing today. And the best way to do that is to go to dora.dev/survey. Participate in our anonymous, platform-agnostic research into how teams get better, and begin your journey, or take the next step on your journey. That's dora.dev/survey. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you. One more, one final one. Our gold sponsor, Isovalent. I hope I say that correctly.
Hey,
Yeah.
hoe is het? Hello, my name is Raymond de Jong. I'm field CTO at Isovalent. Isovalent are the creators of Cilium and eBPF. eBPF allows us to run code in the kernel without changing the kernel. We build open source software and enterprise solutions, solving networking, observability, and security needs. Google, Amazon, and AKS have all adopted Cilium in their platforms, such as Antos, Dataplane V2, as the default CNI in Azure, as the default CNI for Amazon EKS Anywhere. But we also support enterprises such as Adobe, Sky, IKEA, and others, solving their networking, security, and requirements on their on-premises or in-cloud environments. If you want to know more about what is Cilium, what is eBPF, we have a stand with some awesome content and demos. We also have some workshops planned for the summer where you can learn about Cilium and also specifically their security features to learn more. Check us out. Feel free to jump to check us out at the booth. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right. Up next are the Ignite, hosted by Chris Buithaert. And the first few speakers should be here already. So
they're hiding in the back.
Let's see.
So, who does not know what Ignites are? Hi, Daniel. This is Dan. He doesn't know how to do an Ignite, and he's going to prove it in about 25 minutes. So, Ignites are the really fun format which we've been doing pretty much every year at DevOps Days, except for last year. And it's basically the idea that you get 5 minutes, they get 20 slides, they auto-forward every 15 seconds, unless I make a typo and make it 16 or 17, just to troll them. Patrick is not in the room, right? Because I did that with him in London one day. And that really is the format. if it's a topic you don't care about, this is the perfect moment to check your email silently and then refocus after 5 minutes. And that's pretty much all I'm going to say for today. So the first up is Daniel. Are you ready? Where's the other mic?
Perfect.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you for coming to my talk. SOS, Please Someone Help Me is not just a really great song by Rihanna, but also how I felt in the past when dealing with this thing called shiny object syndrome. So I thought, why not come here and talk about it for a bit, right? A few things about myself. My name is Daniel Wodke. I'm from Germany. I work as a consultant mainly, but also as a trainer and speaker at NetWays, and I meddle with all kinds of cloud native and DevOps related things. But let's get started with this thing called SOS, right? What is it, for those of you who have never heard of it? Stolen from Wikipedia, shiny object syndrome is the situation where people focus undue attention on an idea that is new and trendy, yet drop this as soon as something new takes its place. I see some recognition in some faces here. I can relate with this very much because whenever I get to learn new technologies, which is a privilege and opportunity, I think, I feel like Mr. Beutlin back here. I run straight out of my hut into the forest before I even know what I'm in for. And sometimes you run into brick walls. That can be physical brick walls, which hurts, but it can also be things like the CNCF landscape here, with like its abundance of available projects and tooling. And yeah, this right me there is talking to my colleagues after I picked up something new and trying to sell them on it. What I mean is, by now, we are actually spoiled for choice. So I'm from an observability background, having worked with Isinga in the past. And if you just zoom in on this small area of observability tools on the CNCF landscape, boom, you got 85 results there. I know 10 of those by name. I have used 3 to 4. And yes, that's how we get to the paradox of choice very easily, really fast, which is that too many choices can actually lead to something called decision paralysis, where more becomes less because we're all just human, and humans are afraid of making the wrong choice in the end. So what do they do instead? They cope. And for me, SOS proved as a very good coping mechanism because it kept me distracted, it kept me chasing for this perfect solution out there, for the tool that had to exist that would solve all my problems, and it kept me from locking in and making a final decision on one tool eventually. Instead, I kept doing everything, everywhere, all at once, especially in the beginning. I wanted to learn about all the public clouds, all the Kubernetes flavors, all the CI/CD, GitOps tools, and make sense of all of them at the same time, which obviously didn't work out very well. It never does it? So luckily, it didn't get as bad as this guy for me. I didn't feel burned out. I just felt frustrated, mainly by myself, because I felt like I should get more from the effort I was putting in. I should see better results. I should pick up on the stuff easier and faster. So what did I do? I took a step back and asked myself, how can I organize my learning efforts a bit better? How can I keep this curiosity, oh, there's a shiny thing, I need to try it out, but actually capitalize on it better? And I came up with some things I want to share with you. And number one would be to split it up. So I found myself searching for one tool solving 5 to 6 of my problems at hand at the same time. And those tools are rare or even impossible to find. So I started asking, what technology do I need to look at right now? What problems do I need to solve it right now, one at a time? I also started looking at the boring stuff first, the stuff which isn't marketed as shiny, which is at the end of its hype cycle, because those tools tend to be better adopted, better supported. And once you find those big boring parts of the puzzle, it's easier to fill in all the right small tools. I also started to use the right tool for the right job. I think this is a fallacy we all are prone of, bending our favorite tooling to use cases it is not meant for to solve in the beginning, just because it's so nice and convenient to keep using the tool. And I also started persisting my findings by doing things I do right here, taking notes, blogging, even microblogging like on Twitter, giving talks, just persisting my learnings in one way or the other so I could come back to them later, recycle them, make comparisons, and so on. And some of you might think now, that's still SOS, Daniel, but with extra steps, what are you doing? You're actually putting in more work now than back then when you were struggling so much. And that's a typical yes, but answer, because now I can actually capitalize on the perks that come with SOS, which for me are, I know about a huge variety of tools which are out there trying to solve slightly different problems in slightly different ways. I stay up to date with most of their developments because I prepared blog posts in the past or tweeted about them in a small thread. And this helps me making more and better informed decisions. I want to end this Ignite with a quote by Kunal Kushwaha from a conference earlier this year, where he said, "Don't try to learn everything about something. Instead, try to learn something about everything," which resonated with me a lot because it perfectly describes my curiosity, and that it's not about getting rid of our curiosity or SOS for that matter, but it's about leveraging it in a way that's sustainable in our daily lives and our jobs where we have to keep up with new and emerging technologies anyways. So at the end of the day, it's just about finding a way that works for us personally. That's my talk. I included a dog in the end. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
So that was the first one. I'm going to go straight into the second one. Laura, are you ready?
I'm ready. Hello, everyone. I'm Laura Kalbag, and you will know that by the end of this talk because I've mistakenly put my name multiple times on some of the slides, so wait and look out for that. I'm the co-founder of Small Technology Foundation, and I also work in advocacy and education for Stately. When we think about accessibility and technology, we often think about screen readers. And these are these things that might read a link that says click here as click here, link. And it's an assistive technology that blind people and people with low vision often use. But the thing is that accessibility isn't just about screen readers. There are many ways that we can make what we build and how we communicate with each other more accessible. Little pause. It's a long few seconds. Accessibility is making environments usable for as many people as possible. And so any environment could be part of that. If you're building technology, it could be for users on the other end. It could be how we communicate with each other inside of our teams. It could be the process that we use. But it's most important that accessibility is about accommodating the needs of disabled people. Disabled people are the only people who are excluded by something not being accessible. And disabled people make up like 1 in 5 of all people, and any of us could be disabled at any time. I tried to break it down into like a series of different things we can do. So one of them is trying to make what we build easy to see, and this would help people who are blind or people who have visual impairments. We also think about trying to make things that we build easy to hear. And so this can help people who are deaf or people who have hearing impairments. We think about all of the ways that we make technology and how might someone not be able to hear that. Next up, we have motor impairments. And so this is making everything that we build easy to use, easy to interact with. So this could help people that might have a low stamina for repetition. They might have pain while moving. They might have difficulty with their fine motor control. It makes using a mouse difficult, even using a keyboard difficult. And then trying to make what we build easy to understand. And this will help people who are neurodiverse or people who have cognitive impairments. There is a huge range that kind of falls under the bracket of trying to make things easy to understand. It might even just be that you're not a native English speaker and everything you're working with is in English. Generally, because of this, most accessibility is good usability. It benefits everyone. It benefits our day-to-day lives. It benefits anyone who is using the technology that we're building as well. But we've got to not forget that disabled people are the only people who are excluded by bad accessibility. So while we might be trying to sell accessibility in, hey, it's good for everyone, it's really important that we don't forget it is about disabled people. I've found working in tech over the last 15 years, and I've worked across a bunch of different disciplines, that it is most valuable when accessibility comes from our core values. It is in everything that we do. And it starts from the top, and it starts from the people who are designing our processes. But when I was a designer, I found that the most important thing was probably just the contrast between your text and your background color. That is a huge thing. Oh, and also not making random icons in your UI that nobody knows what these mean. There's also in design considering the size of text, like making stuff that's not too tiny to read, good for everyone. And also labeling your forms, like if you've got form fields, which, I mean, let's face it, most apps are a series of forms, give them some labels so people know how to interact with them. Across engineering, we have things like keyboard navigation. If you make what you're building accessible to keyboards, it solves a huge number of problems. A meaningful markup like HTML, really easy to learn. Why do so many engineers not bother learning it? And one of the biggest problems that we have across the web in general is just empty links and buttons. It's impossible for assistive technology to navigate these things. If we just have buttons and links that are based around images and icons, how can people use it? When I got into writing, I learned all about the importance of just using plain language, not trying to show off. And then when we have a lot of images and video, which in the increasing world of web, we have so much media, providing text alternatives for those things. And when we're speaking and when we're presenting, we do a lot of this on Zoom, if you're working remotely. If you're sharing your screen, zoom in so people can see what you're actually sharing. And if you are doing anything via video, provide captions and correct those captions. Don't just use the automated ones. I think it's just a case of throughout the entire process of everything we do, we need to think, how can I make this more accessible? How can I make this better, not just for my users, but also for my team? If you want to find more resources, I would really recommend the Accessibility Project. That's a11yproject.com. And also, I wrote a book. It's called Accessibility for Everyone, and you can get that from A Book Apart. Thank you very much.
Thiago, you've done this before, right?
A few years ago, yes.
So I don't need to ask if you're ready, because you are. Let's go.
Never, but hello everyone. I want to take you to circle back to the foundation. When this started in Ghent in 2009, we decided that CALMS was an important acronym. We're talking about culture. And I said, well, are we going into the right journey? Do we need to add something? Because I do think that kindness is a thing that is quite important. And I decided to show this by displaying a show that I enjoy a lot. That is Ted Lasso, and it's relating to it. So for those who don't know, Ted Lasso is this college American football person that gets to train a Premier League team. It's an Apple Plus show. It's quite fun. It's quite nice. But I do enjoy the diversity. Because I do think that everything that we do nowadays in the DevOps and the things that we are doing and how we bond with each other is crucial and fundamental for all. Tech is an easy problem to solve compared to people. And one of the most important things to me is being positive. Sharing that positivity with the people around me at all time. And by sharing that positivity, I don't mean rainbows and unicorns and sunshines and always being smile, but sharing in a trustful way. Sharing in a way that incentivizes people to adapt the teamwork. Share in a way that I am there for you independent of the problem that we are doing. And that goes way, way, way beyond any technical things. Share your vulnerability. Show to people when you are struggling. And it relates to today's talk with Julia and like everyone, you have to display, because after 2020, with COVID, with everything that happened, with George Floyd and all the things and all the ripples that went through the world, we know that nowadays, workplace is not a place that we just go to work for 8 hours and we should suck it up. There are things that are important. We are in a society nowadays where it's okay to disagree at work and you can speak up. There is not that much of that relationship of your boss, you cannot say it back or vice versa. Disagreeing is good and it's important and it is kind. And disagree and ask the opinion of every single person in the room. Some people like to share their opinions in a way that is written or asynchronous or synchronous or whatever, but you just have to do it. You have to involve people, and to do so, we need to listen in an active way. Listen in a way that you are not just waiting for your turn to speak. Listen in a way that you are actually carefully curious and kind about what you're doing. And one thing that I share is I work with a lot of startups, and during the last 3 years, everything was perfect. Now the crisis has hit, and I want to know how you communicate and react during a storm day the same way that you do in a sunny day. Because like we introduce in our culture of blameless incident reports and a post-mortem, working in a way that you are kind to each other and that you feel physically and like psychologically safe to speak up, it's where you earn respect. And earning the respect and sharing that respect among your team is the most important thing that you can do. So when people ask me about comms with a K, is that Kubernetes? Not at all. That's kindness. It's a feeling of creating a joint ownership within your teams. It's a feeling of being part of something that is not just you. The sum of the parts are bigger than the individual ones. That joint ownership has to work with failing, with learning, with diversity. Look around this room. 10 years ago, we had even less visibly underrepresented people that we have today, but we're still far from what we should be. And that's the important part of, in the end, we just need to be more human. Be more human with the people that we work, with the kindness that we share, with the direction that we are going, and be more human in a way that short-term results will always, always mask long-term. So believe in kindness during this time of a potential economic crisis. Still believe on it. Do not go for the short route to save your jobs, to save your things and all of it, because you're always going to be remembered if you're kind to each other. So I just would like to ask everyone, just go do it, go do your thing, go be happy, go share happiness and kindness with everyone that you have. And with that in mind, I would just like to thank everyone for one thing, that is, be curious. Do not be judgmental. That's the most important part that you can do. So, thanks.
Test. Okay.
Are you ready?
Never.
That was the expected answer. Good luck.
I should have practiced more, obviously. Hello, my name is Hans Broeks. I'm an open source consultant at Inuits, not too far from here, just around the corner in Belgium. And so I've got a talk for you. Developing an application pipeline is like raising chickens, but in hindsight, it might have been more the other way around. Raising chickens is more like developing an application pipeline. So not too long ago, at a conference not very far away from here, I got to talking with one of the organizers, Florir, about chickens, because I wanted chickens and I didn't have any yet. And so my colleague overheard that and said, oh, you should make a talk about that. So here we are. Why would anyone want chickens? Kitchen scrap recycling, easy and cheap protein. The kids can use that like responsibility. It's a useful pet and everything. But for me personally, I got an ice cream machine for my birthday, like the real fancy one with the built-in compressor. And it turns out that ice cream custard requires a lot of egg yolks. So yeah, that's it. So let's start with the planning phase. This is what I came up with. Let's start with food that goes into chicken that becomes egg. So code goes an agent, becomes an artifact. Sounds about right? That's a good start? Okay. But just one egg a day, this is per day by the way, isn't gonna cut it, especially if I wanna give something to like family or friends or like egg custard, ice cream custard. So let's say like 3 eggs. And on average, chickens lay about an egg a day. It depends on their age. It depends on a lot of factors. So let's say 3 build agents, right? 3 chickens, more or less. So that's my load balancing. So let's start the first step. That's actually the validating step. Is it safe for chickens? For their, is it a balanced diet? Is it healthy for the eggs? Is there clean water available? Is there grid available? And especially like a balanced diet for healthy eggs can be very important because in the next step building, they chug out an egg. And I mean, calcium is very important. Some of you may have seen one guy, one jar. Don't raise your hands. You don't want to do that to your chickens, you know? Anyway, nesting boxes. Chickens lay their eggs usually in nesting boxes. And ideally, they need a fresh nest and they lay their egg in the nest and they clean up the nest. Because otherwise you can get like diseases and mites and everything. Remind you of anything? No idea. Next step, testing. So first step is like a visual inspection that you can do. Is the egg cracked? You don't want cracked eggs. That's probably a bad idea. And you can do like the float test. That's basically drop an egg in water that cleans them too. And if the egg floats, then that's probably a bad sign. That means there's like gas inside and everything. It's not a good idea. Packaging. Oh, this is going way faster than I expected. So ideally for eggs, you want some kind of versioning because otherwise you have no idea when the egg was laid. Yeah. Deploying. Oh God. You want to use the eggs in recipes. There's an extra test step you can do before each push. That's a sniff test. Like you crack the egg open in a separate bowl, you sniff it. If it's okay, you can chuck it in your recipe bowl. Otherwise, if you chuck all the eggs in right away, it might be a bad one, and then your entire recipe might be screwed up. Now, what if a chicken gets sick? You remove the chicken from the pipeline. You fix the chicken before re-adding it, and it can be anything. Like it can be further up in the upstream, allergies, sickness, age. But your normal pipeline runs fine. What if the tests fail? What if an egg breaks? That's not too bad. Usually you should have some kind of artifacts still packaged and you can just continue deploying. You can just use them in your recipes. Now, what if I want chocolate eggs? Now, this can become a problem, but you can just basically copy and paste because you've got all the stuff ready. But there's like a little bit of a problem here because there's only one Easter bunny, so your throughput is kind of limited. And there are various optimizations that you can still do, like which breed of chickens and how is their production, a life cycle management to allow for continuous sliding production. Like the chicken get old, they die, and you ideally want to like balance it out. Protecting and optimizing the living environments, dealing with environmental hazards like heat waves, diseases, predators. Yeah, I'm just reading the slides now. Protecting from the food supply from rodents, complying with local legislation, etc., etc. Point is, if your pipeline is somewhat flexible and robust, then this shouldn't be a problem. Special thanks to Floor and Chris for the inspiration. Applause for them. That's enough applause. You don't want to encourage them to do this again for other people. And one more thing, I still don't have chickens.
And the other thing, he didn't chicken out. Yes, Dan, it's your turn. I'm just going to start the slides. How much time do you need? Do you need... Ah, on va faire ça en français? OK.
On va faire ça en français de toute façon.
Ouais, OK. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui parle français? I don't think they understood. Yeah, I guess we'll need to do this in English. No, Dutch is for tomorrow.
Only word I know. All right.
You ready?
Are we ready? All right, let's go. Hello. My name is Daniel. I am the head of developer relations at Scaleway and one of the Devopsdays global co-chairs. I'm also a licensed and certified imitation meditation specialist. Together, over the next 4 minutes and 30 seconds, we will calm our minds and unlock our Shakiras. Let us begin. First, picture a calm sea, the waves gently lapping against the shore, the sea breeze, the salt air. Wait, do these slides advance every 15 seconds or every 30 seconds? I don't remember. Slowly breathe in and count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5. A young man asked me yesterday, "What is DevOps?" I panicked. I said it is the CAMs, and sometimes there's an L in there, so it is the calms. Calm. DevOps is calm. So it's time to be calm, everybody. Settle your thoughts. Settle your thoughts. Feel the superliminal space between us. Connect with the API of the mind. When your startup goes public, you will retire and buy a small farm. There will be no Asana boards, no Gantt charts, and no more Jira tickets. Jira tickets. Oh, merde. Am I on call right now? Shit. Who's the critical path for escalation right now? Can somebody help me here? Putain de merde, I'm the incident commander. And that's my phone, that's definitely PagerDuty, buzzing in my pocket right now. Oh God, it goes straight to the VP. I am in super trouble. Wait. My phone's not even in my pocket. No. No, I'm not on call. I'm at Devopsdays. And I'm leading a guided meditation exercise, one which I definitely know how to do. And I'm not making it up as I go along. Who am I kidding? Really, honestly, who are any of us kidding? We're all out here every day just making it up as we go along. Entire careers built on foundations of pure, unadulterated guesswork. And the fear that we're gonna get found out, that everybody is gonna know that we're amateurs, the terrible truth made bare for all to see that we're a sheep among wolves, that we have no idea what we're doing. But the truth is that everybody feels this way, at least sometimes, often most of the time. And anybody who says that they don't is either lying to you, probably just lying to themselves. What we do is difficult by definition. If it were easy, we wouldn't be doing it. It'd be done already. And our jobs are literally to come up with complete answers to incomplete questions. That's a tough gig. So by definition, we don't already know the answer. We don't already know the question, and that's scary. And it's okay to be afraid. It's okay to be afraid of the unknown. It's okay to feel doubt. That's just our survival instincts kicking in to protect us, to make us feel comfortable. So let's try again. Let's breathe in, slowly this time. Count to 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. And out. 2, 3, 4, 5. The first step to being awesome at something is sucking at something. Growth is a journey without a destination. Understand that there is no end. Also understand that it's okay for something to be good enough. Good enough is already better. Good enough is already success. Don't let perfection be the enemy of good. And remember, you are not alone. Everybody wants you to succeed. And it's okay to fail. Even when it hurts, especially when it hurts, remember, you are not alone. And finally, wear sunscreen. If I could offer you only one tip for the future, sunscreen would be it. The long-term benefits of sunscreen have been proven by scientists, whereas the rest of my advice has no basis more reliable than my own meandering experience. Thank you very much, everybody.
Because I'm basically trying to get Bas and Nathan on stage. And I see Bas, but I don't see Nathan. So there's... Oh, there's Nathan.
So close, but yet so far. Hello again. Hi, I'm not here with a sponsor pitch this time. I'm here with Bas.
And I'm not at a sponsor pitch. No checking. No sponsor pitches.
No sponsor pitches. No. What are we here for?
So to panic and freak out, and we're in trouble because we want to do this online and it's never worked before. So do you have a plan? Or do you have for open spaces? But
Excellent. Open spaces. It's my favorite part of the conference. How many of you have done open spaces before? Amazing. How many of you have never heard of open spaces before? Also amazing. How many of you hate raising your hands when speakers give polls? All right, yes, excellent, 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 excellent. All right, Open Spaces is fundamentally the heart of a DevOps Days. It is the part where we come together as a community, and the organizers, those lovely folks in the orange shirts who all deserve a round of applause, now seems like an appropriate time.
So spontaneous. Actually, if people hate raising their hands, so orange shirts, stand up. So, Arje and Joep, and yeah, stand up. There's a few over there. All right, so buy them a beer if you see them.
Yeah. Nice. So these lovely organizers have worked so hard, they deserve a break. The afternoon's agenda will be turned over to us, to you, to the community. Open Spaces is our opportunity to talk about the things that are most important to you right now. So the way it's going to work is we're going to define a schedule. The schedule is going to go up here on the boards. Yeah. We have a number of time slots. How many time slots do we have, Leanne? I can't see the board from here. It looks like 3 time slots, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locations. So how many is that altogether then, boss? Yeah.
Yeah,
math.
exactly what you thought it was.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, good, 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 good. I was told there would be no math, so.
No, and you were wrong.
Ah, okay. Off by 1, I suppose.
As always.
Yeah. Always off by 1. Okay, so we're going to create a schedule. And I'll tell you how we're going to create the schedule in just a minute, but I want to tell you what happens once we've created the schedule. After the schedule's been created, you're going to come up and look at the schedule, and you will decide which talk is the one that draws you in the most, the conversation that you want to join. And there are some couple of rules as you join the conversations, boss.
Yes, there are. I think there are 5, if I'm correct.
5 rules. Oh, boy. All right.
There wasn't going to be any math. You're right. There are a few rules.
A few rules. Thanks. Okay. Rule number 1. There's only one law. Remember, we're going to save the law till the end. But what's rule number 1, boss?
Well, basically, when it starts is exactly the time that it should have started.
Ah, and to go right along with that, when it's over, it's over.
When it's over, it's over.
That's right. So those are the first 2 rules. When the conversation starts, it begins. When it's over, it's over. This is a reminder that, like, as the conversation ends, you don't have to, like, say, "Oh, boss, remember that conversation? I wish that one person would have said that one thing," and just let the conversation end. It's over. It's done. Let's move on. Maybe we'll come back to it tomorrow during Open Spaces as well. Yeah.
That's been known to happen, or in a sideways track, or hallway track, and
absolutely, absolutely. But we do need to make space for the next group that's coming up. So maybe at least clear this space.
Obviously.
Yeah. Okay. Rule number that was 2, I think. What's another rule?
Good point. So without the hand raising, we need to talk about the friend DA. But how do we do that without hand raising?
Yes, the friend DA. So as we have these conversations. And these are literally conversations. This is not a presentation that you have. This is a conversation among equals, among peers. And in these conversations, we invite you to be as open and honest as possible. That may mean that you're talking about some things that happen in your real life, maybe even with your real employer. But we maybe shouldn't be sharing those things outside of here. So in a typical arrangement, you might have an NDA in place, a non-disclosure agreement. Don't go and share what you heard about ING or some other company. Unfortunately, we forgot the paperwork today, so we will all rest under a mutual friend DNA. We all agree that we are friends, and the information that we learn here, especially if it's sensitive, we won't share beyond here. And to get your signatures without paper, I just need everyone to nod their head. Yes, just nod your head. Yes. All right. Friend DNA looks auditors. They signed off. In the back, they've signed off on it, so we're good to go. Cosley is here, and they said, hey, we do compliance. Everyone nodded. We can continue on with the open spaces. Thank you, Cosley. All right.
So not raising a hand, nodding a head. Okay.
Yes, that's good. That's good. Yeah. There is one. Is it time for the law? It might be time for the law.
Now I think there's another one which is beautiful as well. If you want to have the conversation, that whoever shows up, exactly the people that the universe told you that you needed to talk to. This is amazing, and they're all there at the right time. It's awesome.
That's right. Whoever shows up is the right people. That's it. When the group assembles, don't wait for Amanda to show up because we can't have this conversation without Amanda. You totally can. The people that are there are the right people. And kind of going along with that is the thing that happened is the only thing that could have happened. So whatever happens is the right thing with the right people at the right time. I think we're now ready for the law. Shall I? The law. Yes, the law. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, this is the law. This one is important. We did bring paperwork for this one. That's a lie. So, as we're turning over the agenda to you in a moment, as you go to these things, here's the law. It is the law of mobility. And the law of mobility states this. If you are in a conversation and neither giving something to that conversation nor taking anything from that conversation, you are responsible for obeying the law of mobility. Leave that conversation. Go find another conversation to join. There are 15 others on the board that you might join. There are other people in the hallway. The reason that we have the law of mobility is because this afternoon is really about you. You will get out of this what you put into it, and we want to give you explicit permission to get up and walk away from a conversation. And no one will judge you when you do so. In fact, we might even celebrate you, not because you're leaving. We will celebrate you because this wasn't the right place for you to be right now, and you're going to go find that right place. And that's really awesome.
And I think you can take this to work. So on Monday when you show up in a meeting, go like, yeah, I'm not learning anything. And just leave.
Yes.
It'll be fine.
Yes, absolutely. Just tell your boss, I'm invoking the law of mobility, boss. I'm out.
Celebrate me.
Yes. Well done. Okay, so how shall we figure out which topics to have? So this is your moment to shine. I want you to think right now about something that you heard, maybe this morning. Oh, this morning, that opening keynote. You maybe felt uncomfortable in that opening keynote. You might be feeling uncomfortable right now. Let's lean into that. Let's get out of our comfort zone. We're going to do these open spaces. So this is your moment. I want you, and I invite you, to propose a topic. What type of topic? Well, it can be anything at all. It can be a question that you have, an inspiration that you heard from one of the talks today, something that you want to dig deeper on. But there is a rule. If you propose a topic, you have to be passionate enough about that topic to start a conversation. You don't have to be an expert. In fact, it's probably better if you're not. We're all here to learn from each other. But you have to start the conversation. So what you're going to do is you're going to think of that topic. You're going to come up here. We have a couple of microphones. You're going to announce your topic to the group. It's almost like a pitch of your topic. Hey, I'd love to talk about why is the Devopsdays Amsterdam logo orange? Great topic. Let's have a discussion about that. There are others that want to have that. How will you know there are others that want to have that same conversation? Well, once we've proposed all the topics, we may do some voting up here, and then we will arrange a schedule. Once the schedule is arranged, you'll figure out which things you want to join. You'll go and join those talks. Remember the law of mobility. How does that sound? I see some nodding heads. I hear Dan, as usual, being very, very positive. Can I just tell you, I
have one quick question.
Yeah,
So there's millions of people watching this online.
Yes.
So millions. Hi. So if you could all turn around, wave at cameras and stuff like that.
Hi. Hi, everyone online.
These spontaneous moments, I live for that, right?
Yes.
So people have tried this before. So open spaces online, we tried it a few times during the bad old days of Corona, et cetera, and it's really, really hard. It's actually quite tough to get people in there. So I'm reaching out to those people online. You've heard topics, you've heard speaks, and you're like, oh, I really want to talk about that, and you can. So there's an explicit invitation. There's going to be a Google link. There's a link, if it's not already there, online on the YouTube channel for you to click, and we'll be there. And open spaces are hard to do. So someone that I met brilliantly came up with anyway. So Nathan said, so why not do an Agile Coffee, which is a very good idea. So if you don't know what an Agile Coffee is, then definitely join us for that one online. It's exactly the same thing. We expect the group to be smaller, so let's make it nice and intimate. Bring all your topics there. We'll sort them there, and we'll just go through all of them. We'll be there all day tomorrow. No. So we'll set a time, Kim, and then have the Agile Coffee online, which I think would be amazing. So those people out there, please come and jump in and join us.
Lovely. And so if you do have a topic, I invite you to start forming a queue to announce your topic. And while the queue is forming, I just want to share a really brief story with you. The first time I went to a conference that had open spaces like this, I sat in the chair exactly as you're sitting there. And I thought to myself, if there is one thing I do not want to do today, it is this. This thing will not ever possibly work. And yet, look here. Look at all of these topics that are lining up. This is going to work. And I promise you that if you lean into this and be prepared to be surprised, you're going to leave this afternoon, well, don't leave this afternoon. You're going to join the barbecue this afternoon, energized and excited about the open space topics that you've just discussed. With that, it always works. Who shall propose our first topic? What will it be?
Hello, my name is Bart. Last year we had a keynote, I think on the second day. This lady talked about how they did sort of peer programming type of thing and how it wasn't really a success. And I was quite astonished. Why? Because I've been doing peer DevOps the last 2 years and it was really successful. So I'd like to share and understand why others have maybe some issues with peer DevOps.
Excellent. Awesome. All right, next up. You can clap afterwards, it's fine. Clap away. I will never discourage you from encouraging.
Hi folks, I'm Daniel. And as some of you might know, I run on 4 hours of sleep and way too much coffee, so I like to talk about power naps.
Ooh, can we take one?
And I have another one. So we just talked about chickens, so let's extend this conversation and talk about chickens.
All right. For you. Please.
Hello. So we had an excellent keynote this morning from Julia talking about, among other things, being vulnerable and confronting our fears and being vulnerable with each other. And something that's been on my mind is when you take that vulnerability and you turn it into its own method of avoidance. Like, look at me, I'm being so vulnerable, I'm sharing all my fears, I'm doing great. And it becomes its own kind of like performance and then a sort of layer on top of like you don't actually then be vulnerable. How do we avoid that? I would love people to come and tell me so I can stop doing it.
Hi, I'm René. This morning, fear, broken production lines and that kind of thing. So a lot of frustration, a lot of negative emotions. And I'm trying to tell you how you get from a lot of negative emotions to less negative emotions into positive mindset. So let's talk about that one.
Ooh, I'm interested in that one too. I shared with you my story about the first time I broke production. Now I really would love to listen to yours. So I already heard a lot of you wanting to talk about this. Let's do that.
Hey everyone, I thought someone should dare to stand up here and use a buzzword, so I will do that. I would like to talk with you about what kind of policy you are introducing or thinking about introducing within your company for like the safe, responsible and fun use of AI.
Hi everyone, my name is Roman Prokhotchenko. I would like to discuss with you the topic of mental health in IT and how it changed from the pre-COVID times to now and what's the state of art in this area as it goes to the working in the companies, how we treat this topic in the companies. Thank you.
Hi. I would like to bring on the topic. It's maybe a bit of a boring topic, but we all want to work in a DevOps way, and we found that it's really hard to do that if you have a regulatory compliance to adhere to. So if anybody has any experience with that, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah. Really very close. I want to talk about anyone who has been through an audit, who are going through audits now or are going through audits, and hear about what worked, what didn't work, success and pains.
Hello, I'm Nathan.
This morning we had talks about stepping out of your comfort zone and also about DevOps with the planet as a stakeholder. And so I want to invite people for a conversation on getting the courage to take climate action, either in your work or maybe outside of it.
Hi, my name's Jeremy Hartley. Somebody mentioned AI policy, and obviously ChatGPT and things like GitHub Copilot have, taken our business by storm. But I'd be really interested in talking about what other use cases can or already are being fulfilled by generative AI or AI in the DevOps space. So not so much about the policy, but about what's possible now and what could potentially be possible very soon.
Hi there, my name is Luben. We had talk yesterday about metrics. This is a topic that also I find very interesting because I think it could be very useful. However, when I talk with developers, sometimes it seems people are not very excited by it. So therefore, my topic is DevOps metrics, yes or no?
Well, good afternoon all. I'm Thijs. We had a really interesting talk this morning about experience-based learning from Julia. And I want to talk with you on how do you approach that. So if you're in a meeting or you have a situation arising, you notice something's wrong. How do you address that? And how would you create the space that you can create that experience with your teams? So how do you do that? I've got some ideas, but I'm really curious about your experience.
Hi all. I'm quite new in my company, about half a year, and I've noticed that there's no onboarding program yet. And my management is not involved in getting that sorted out right away. So I was wondering about how to create that and how to help me get it done within the company. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Farjad, and speaking of buzzwords, I think a lot of us have heard or seen the term DevX. So I wanted to talk about that. What is it to you, and what are you going to do or are already doing about it in your company?
Nice one. Hi everybody.
Hi Dan.
Hi. Hi. I'll keep it short and brief. I already had some pings, people sliding up into my DMs, asking about ignites and how to do them because they seem fun, but they're actually kind of tricky to do. So if you want to learn about ignites, happy to chill outside, have a drink, and maybe we'll come up with one together. Does that sound good? All right, let's do it.
All right. Look, not everyone is comfortable walking up to the front of the room and putting a mic in their hand and speaking to everyone. If you have an idea but aren't comfortable sharing that idea, please come up now. No, that's not how it works. If you have an idea but are uncomfortable with a mic in front of a room, just find someone with an orange shirt and they'll be happy to bring your proposal or read it for you or something along those lines. Now, with that, before we go on to our next phase here, I have a question for all of you. Who in the room has not heard at least 3 topics that they're interested in? I try this every time. I try this every time as a way to solicit additional topics, and no one ever falls for it. All right, so if you were inspired, though, and have another topic, don't worry, we have the opportunity to do this again tomorrow as well. So the next phase that we're going to do is we're going to come up and we're going to do some voting here. Now, there are some weird rules here in this voting, and maybe we shouldn't call it voting as such because of the rules I'm about to describe. Anyone that is interested may vote on the topics, but we won't necessarily wait for everyone to vote. The voting will have to end at a certain time so that we can arrange the schedule and keep to our schedule. But here's how you vote. You come up to the board. Each person that wants to vote gets 3 votes. There are 3 time slots. You get 3 votes. There may be a topic that you heard that you want to make sure gets included. We have slightly more than 15. Actually, we can probably do them all, can't we? We might not need to vote. We can do them all. We don't have to do voting. See, your votes all counted. Check. Checks out, right, Leanne? Yeah, checks out? Good, yeah. Yes. Okay, so, yeah, it's fine. You can go on the side.
Can someone remind
Yeah.
me sad face, another sad face, Dairy Queen is? What was that about?
Oh.
Sad face turns into Dairy Queen.
Dairy Queen, wow, nice.
Oh, it's like a D and a Q, isn't it?
It's a P and a Q.
Oh, it's a P and a Q. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
That was
fine.
you, though. I remember.
Is it still okay now?
Yeah,
Do I
yeah.
have to explain it?
I couldn't place this with any topic. Words are good. Words are generally good.
then it's
As we
about
learned from
PQ.
Laura just earlier, you know, if I'm using a screen reader, I have no idea what this says.
Really? No. Oh, okay. It says PQ, positive intelligence quotient. But of course, it should be a conversation. Doesn't have to be about positive intelligence quotient. But yeah, lovely. Yeah, lovely. Okay, nice. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Leanne, can you time check us? When does the first session start?
3:05.
Oh.
And I'm not going to add this here, but if you want to talk about whether you want to use lash lifts or lash extensions, Flor and I will be discussing this intensely.
All right. So 3:05, you said?
3:05.
Oh, so
Yes.
we have quite a break then, yeah?
Yeah, we do have a break. You can try to get a coffee again if you.
Yes.
If
All
you
right.
haven't queued
So
enough.
3:05, the first session will start. Watch Twitter or something, or come look at the board. Be prepared to be surprised. Have lovely conversations. Don't forget the law of mobility.
Yes.
I need to swap them now, right? There's only two. Let me get rid of this.
Hello? Yes. Can we get the slides on the main screen as well? Yes, all right. All right, next talk here. What I have here on my phone is, have you ever been part of a corporate software undertaking that on paper ticks every right box, but in practice never really delivers? So Stefan is going to talk about that in a minute. Stefan works at Schubert Phyllis as a customer director. He has over 2 decades of experience in developing, delivering, and running custom software solutions. Please give a warm welcome to Stefan Hollermans.
Thank you. So, over a decade ago already, Mark Andreessen famously claimed software is eating the world. So he did so in his essay that was published in the Wall Street Journal, and he was basically observing that software is more and more pervasive, transformative, if you will, in various kind of industries beyond just the technology industry. And basically this article kind of read like the announcement of this new software-centric era. And kind of the big idea was that yeah, for the companies who are able to adapt to this era, well, they would be able to thrive, but the ones who would, well, not be able to harness software, they would be at risk of becoming obsolete. So, in a nutshell, many companies would need to become software companies. So, what does that entail? Today I want to focus on, not just the digital native companies, the, I don't know, Airbnbs, but more traditional companies of a certain size, enterprises, if you will. And let's talk a bit about what it means for those kind of companies to become software companies. I don't know, banks, traditional retail companies, stuff like that. So there's various reasons for these kind of companies to want to be software companies. Varying from, market expansion, trying to fight off the risk of being disrupted by a digitally native company, but also things like, optimize your operational efficiency so you can become more competitive, right? So one could say that constitutes value, and business value, that's quite a tricky topic to clearly define. So Mark Schwartz wrote a whole book about it, so I'm happy to sidestep that now for a minute, but let's assume, these companies know the reason for wanting to embark on a software journey. They have good reasons for that. That's important that they have. So many companies obviously have been doing that over the last, more than a decade even, right? So given that, I think the question is reasonable to ask, how are they doing? And it's fair to say that a lot of companies are actually doing quite well. There's quite a bunch of success stories out there. These are the companies that you see at tech conferences, featured in keynote talks. But also I know there's also quite a bit of companies that really struggle with becoming successful with software. And we're going to talk a bit about those companies. And we're going to hone in a bit on what kind of difficulties they run into. But before we do so, this is not to bash those companies or so, or to make fun out of them, because I genuinely believe this is hard. For a lot of companies, it's hard to be successful with software. So we should show a bit of, empathy and even sympathy to that, I would say. So with that in mind, let's hone in a bit on what could be reasons that companies struggle with becoming successful with software. And we're going to talk about, 3 categories of pitfalls that organizations may run into that's struggling with staffing, it's abdication of accountability. That sounds fancy, doesn't it? And deceleration by drag. So let's go over them one by one. Struggling with staffing. It's kind of obvious, you know, right? If you want to be successful with software, you need to build software, and software is built by, you know, developers. So it's kind of obvious that you need developers. But that's not so easy, actually, right? We all want this mythical 10x developer, right? So, but the reality is those are quite scarce, those developers. And you know, even if you're looking for just mere mortals like you and me, it could be that they're quite hard to find, right? There's a war for talent going on. There's companies are all, you know, fighting each other to get talented developers, and that war that really surged, you know, after the pandemic, and now perhaps it's relaxing a bit. There's some layoffs in big tech, so that kind of bubbles down. But I think for quite a while already, consistently, good developers are in high demand and are hard to find. And by the way, it's actually ridiculous to refer to this as a war for talent, right? Companies are not literally at war for each other. War, that has a very different meaning, so let's not use that anymore. It's enough to say they're competing for talent. And yeah, big thank you to my colleague Marike, who a while ago already pointed out when I was in a meeting and we were discussing this topic that war is a ridiculous term to refer to this. So we're not going to do that anymore, okay? But nevertheless, this for lots of companies, this is a real issue, right? So what can you do about it? Frankly, I don't know that well, right? There's no silver bullet here. What helps, what seems to help is, you know, admit to the outside world, even if you're a company that's not directly associated with as being a high-tech company or that, admit to the outside world that you are in fact a technology company. So make sure that your technical folks speak at conferences, for example, or contribute to open source. It kind of helps, that helps make you recognizable as a technology company, and that may attract some people. But all in all, this is hard, right? So even before you can embark on your software journey, getting your staffing in order, that's really a challenge. So what a lot of companies typically do is the positions that they can't fulfill themselves, you know, they fill with temporary staff. And with temporary staff, I just mean, you know, contractors or people that you hire via some kind of secondment construction, stuff like that. And then most companies, yeah, so they at least they get their team staffed that way. What I see a lot is that a lot of organizations are kind of half-hearted at that, right? So they hire this temporary staff, but they're also, you know, they're not completely blind to the blind sides of it, of the downsides of it, of course. And those downsides, in their perception, is often like, you know, then if you have a lot of temporary staff, you also rely a lot of temporary staff. And an obvious downside of temporary staff is that they're, you know, temporary. So at some point they leave your company, and with it a lot of knowledge goes out of your company. And a lot of organizations are very wary about that. And then they introduce, you know, policies like that there's a limitation on the term of contract, so you can't be employed as a contractor at this company longer than 2 years or so. But that also, you know, that leads sometimes to kind of a mess, because then on average you're renewing a considerable part of your workforce every 2 years, and that brings a lot of overhead, knowledge transfers and stuff like that, farewell parties. There's a lot of time. So that is not. Yeah, that's cumbersome. So this is really an issue for a lot of companies who see huge groups of people just leaving every 2 years on average. And it also there's another downside to it, right? If you have temporary staff, then it also feels, if you're building a team, it has some consequences, you know. So if you have a lot of people in your teams that know that at some point they're going to move on again, it's also hard to build teams. And I think teams, for me at least, are an essential part to, you know, to become successful with software. And yeah, I really believe, you know, that with a good team, that the whole is bigger than the sum of the parts, as they say, larger than the sum of the parts. And if you, that's sometimes harder with temporary staff. So not to say that you can't do it, right? But you just have to be aware of it and make sure that you kind of counter that. Building teams also, you know, got harder the last couple of years, and that of course all has to do with the pandemic and kind of the fact that more and more we work remotely. And don't get me wrong, I'm kind of grateful that one of the things that came out of this whole pandemic is that we actually, as an industry, kind of learned how to effectively figure out how to work remotely, right? My toolbox was rather empty in this respect, and it got filled with quite a lot of tools, sometimes literally, Teams, Zoom, to you know, effectively work remotely. So I think we gained something with it, but I also think we lost something with it. And especially if you're building a new team and you're all, you know, dispersed sometimes all over the world, it's kind of hard to build a team. And yeah, perhaps I'm an old-fashioned guy, but I really see a lot of value in, you know, being together in the same room. If we're sitting next to each other, I don't know, coding, sometimes I can tell, you know, by the mere number of W2S per minute, how the person next to me is doing, right? Whether they are struggling with something. And if I got the feeling they're struggling with something, I can ask, what's going on? Can I help? Have you looked there? Oh, you forgot to, you know it, right? So that's a lot harder when you know, have to communicate remotely. And just the barrier to ask for help is a lot bigger, right? If you have to jump on a call and stuff like that, or have to phone someone. So perhaps you hold off a bit and try to, you know, figure it out for yourself. And I think we lose something there. And I know there's teams, you know, who've figured ways to avoid it. I know teams that, you know, at the beginning of the day just open a video conference and everyone puts their camera on, so it's like they're in the same room, and that can be effective, right? But it's something you need to be aware of. All I'm trying to say is, you know, building an organization that's going to be successful with software in terms of staffing isn't just hiring people or getting temporary staff on board. You really have to be mindful how you're going to build those teams. And that's something that a lot of organizations have trouble with. The next one then, abdication of accountability. Yeah, and this ties into this concept of the value that companies want to get out of their software endeavors. So, yeah, this is going to be a fairly unpopular opinion, perhaps, but I really think that you know, technical people, engineering people, in a lot of situations, really suck at making themselves accountable for results. And oftentimes that happens under the banner of, you know, we're agile. So we're just, you know, we do our sprints, we do our ceremonies, and we go from sprint to sprint to sprint to sprint. And we build something, and we see what we get out of it, and then get off our backs. That's how we work. And we're not going to talk about, you know, plans and the results that we want to get out, and looking at the longer term and what we're going to build in terms of value for the company. And sometimes that really start to think, so is this agile thing failing here, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of agile. I'm a true believer in agile, but sometimes I wonder what agile has become to mean in the industry is taking a very bad turn. So I see a lot of teams that say, well, okay, we're agile, so that means, you know, we do Scrum, that kind of is the same. So that means we do stand-ups every day, we do a retro, perhaps some backlog grooming, we have some rituals, and that's that. And no planning, right? We're agile now. And a lot of engineers that kind of organizations kind of complain that the organization doesn't get them because it insists that they make plans and that they look further ahead than just a couple of sprints and stuff like that. But we don't do planning, right? We're agile. But that's not what agile meant to be. Who said that you don't have a plan? So for me, the core of working agile is that you give yourself, the present of being able to incorporate feedback. So you make a plan, it's not set in stone, you go, you work, and you learn something. You learn something, and then maybe adapt the plan, and be transparent about it, be accountable about it towards the rest of the organization. And I see a lot of teams actually failing. Just under the banner of agile, they're like, okay, leave me alone, I do my stand-ups, and get off my back. That goes wrong. Also, a team should allow itself to, actually get feedback, even if they're agile. So that means, building working software in small increments and make that available to the organization and get feedback on that, right? But often we're still stuck in those projects where we plan to go live in 3/4 of a year, and our goal for the next sprint is to have this feature 34% done. Yeah, that's not a way to get feedback, right? And I see that a lot. And that's not going to make the business happy. The business, that's another thing, right? So we do it all the time. We talk about the business as it's something, that's far, far away. We are IT, they are the business. They should get off our backs. It's ridiculous. It should be our business, right? If we really if we're really determined, to bring value, then we can't talk about the business. We should stop with this divide between, IT and the business. If IT wants to take itself serious, stop making use of this divide. It's our business. So, not a lot of accountability, right? So if we're not accountable as IT, what are we keeping ourselves busy with then, if it's not business value? Well, we have our hobbies. We're large organizations, we're enterprises, so we have adopt agile. So we do an agile transformation. That sounds like fun. And we are large, we have a lot of teams, so we're not just going to do agile, we have to do it at scale. So and a lot of time is spent on figuring out how to apply agile in a large organization, right? We adopt a framework. There's a couple of populars out there. For example, SAFe. And that's a weird one, right? SAFe. So I don't get a lot of developers. I don't come across a lot of developers who are actually enthusiastic about it. Because there's a lot of ceremonies and stuff like that, but organizations seem to love it, this kind of frameworks. And then, so it's kind of easy and it's kind of tempting to now start to bash these methodologies, but it's also, if you try, it's a bit hard, right? So if you go over it, descriptions of these frameworks, I must admit, most of them are all just a collection of practices that all individually seem like good ideas. So it's also, hard to figure out why it's not a good idea. So perhaps if the whole can be, larger than the sum of parts, perhaps the other way around is also true, right? Perhaps the whole can also be less than the sum of parts. I'm still struggling with that. So one of my favorite parts of SAFe is that's something that you do every quarter, is you do PI planning, and then we get all the teams in a room and we start planning. And what's going on here is all the teams, make a plan for the quarter, and they put it in Post-its, and it's all nice. But then the magic happens. Then I'm not sure these days. Of course, it's all going remotely. But when we did this physically, we got these little wooden red strings, and we're going to map the dependencies between the teams. So all these red lines that you see here, that's actually where one team cannot proceed with their plan if a deliverable from another team isn't there. And this is mind-boggling, right? So this is presented, as the solution of, the problem of, dependencies between teams. This is not a solution. This is a visualization of the problem. That's for sure. But I'm not sure that it's a solution, right? So whenever I'm in such a PI event and stuff like that, I'm always looking, are there any architects in the room? Because if you're an architect, here's feedback. If we talk about feedback, this is feedback on your architecture. So I think if you're a lot of teams working concurrently on software products, try to minimize in your architecture the level of dependencies, between it, so that those teams can just work in a consistent space and deliver stuff, and they're not waiting for each other. Visualizing it is not the solution, I reckon, at least. So Conway's law is your best friend here. Conway's law says, well, organizations have a tendency to, create systems and architecture that kind of mirror the structure of their teams, right? And there's a popular idea of the inverse Conway maneuver, where you say, right, so we organize our teams so that kind of reflects the desired architecture. Well, sometimes that's a solution, right? You can also do it the other way around, You can adapt your architecture if you're dead set on a team structure, stuff like that. But do it as architects. Take this feedback at heart and make sure that there's flow again in the organization. What do these organizations also do? They measure. They measure. There's a lot of measurements going on. But if you look really closely at most of those measurements, and there's nice dashboards, it's about the predictability of the team, how often were sprint goals achieved and stuff like that, and then team happiness. And those are very important, right? Those can be metrics that are very important for an individual team. How predictable are we? How can we improve? How happy are we? How can we improve? For an individual team, that actually makes sense. But if you just roll it up to the whole organization, then for me, this often, this is kind of like vanity metrics. It's IT showing off how well they're doing, IT things. I think it should always include some sort of business metrics, business goals that you want to achieve, right? So that's how you measure progress, and then you can complement it by these other things. Just want to say both of them are, important. But if you only focus on these, I call it vanity metrics, then yeah, that's not very useful. So measure what matters. So that's abdication of accountability, and then there's deceleration by drag. And with drag, I mean, kind of the opposite of flow. Flow, that's when a team at a consistent pace, delivers, a rapid pace, hopefully, delivers values and features, etc. And drag is the opposite. It's actually when that pace goes down and, you slow down. And because that's the thing, right? So, a lot of times it's actually easy, when you start a new endeavor to get some speed, to get some features out, especially these days with cloud technology. You swipe a credit card, you have an environment, you spin it up, you build your first couple of features, and then, well, we're all enthusiastic, right? We're good to go. But then after a while, for various reasons, you slow down. So sustainable speed, that's hard. And a couple of reasons. But with time, that's important, right? So over time, keeping your pace, that's hard. So I really like this book. It's written by a couple of guys from Google, and I like it for various reasons. But what I kind of like is their definition of software engineering. They say software engineering is programming, just coding, but over time. And over time, that's a lot of time that makes it difficult to build a software project or a product that's sustainable. One of the reasons that it's hard to keep sustainable pace, that has to do with, I really love this, the basal metabolic rate. What's that? Basic metabolic rate is something from biology. It's kind of the energy that an organism consumes just by doing nothing, just vital, life-sustaining functions, resting, if you will, but nothing more. And that takes energy. And in most organisms, for humans at least, when you grow older, this rate goes up. It takes more energy to keep the body alive, right? So when you're still a puppy, it's all okay, but when you get older, you consume more energy. And the same kind of holds for software. And this insight I got from a blog by Eduardo Ferro in, I believe it was February 21. And he kind of draws a comparison between this idea of a basic metabolic rate and a software product. And he kind of says, right, if your software product starts out as a puppy, it takes fairly little energy, to keep it alive, to kind of maintain it. But as it grows, if you add features, there's a cost involved, right? So there's more knowledge that you have to maintain in your team every time you add a feature. But also when you integrate new features, has to be, integrated and compatible with all the features that you've already built, right? So you add something and a lot of unit tests or so breaks and you need to fix that. So it gets harder and harder to add stuff. And because it gets harder, it takes more effort, but this effort kind of eats out of your team capacity, right? So if you have a fixed team capacity over time, you hope, of course, that your team gets better and more productive, and that's what we oftentimes promise ourselves. But in reality, it's not that weird that you get less productive because you have more stuff to maintain. And that's an expectation that's very hardly and very seldomly managed towards our stakeholders. So the best we can do is trying to keep this rate as low as possible, right? And that means, for example, be very mindful about the technical debt that you take on. But keep in mind, right? Not all technical debt is a bad thing. Well, technical debt is also something, forgive me, that engineers are sometimes complaining about, right? Our technical debt is accumulating, but the product owner doesn't let us work on it because we have to deliver features. But you know, sometimes it can be a very reasonable choice, right? So if you know the value that you're producing, if you have that in mind, you can make that trade-off. And just like in real life, you know, if you take on a mortgage or so, you take a debt, and that's for a lot of people, that's a responsible decision. And the same holds for technical debt. But to make it responsible, you have to do it, you know, very mindful. You have to be very much aware of what you're doing. I think that's the fact. So not all technical debt is bad, but in order to be successful and to, you know, keep this pace, you have to at least do it in a responsible way. And a lot of time, this definitely holds for traditional organizations in comparison to, you know, digitally native ones. It actually it's a topic of one of the open spaces, stuff like security, risk, and compliance, right? So if you start a new thing in a big company, let's say it's in the financial industry or so, then you get out your first features and everyone's happy and successful, and at some point the risk officer wakes up in the morning, has a bad morning, and thinks, oh, what are those guys putting live, right? And there's all of a sudden there's all kind of red tape and there's all kind of procedures that you have to deal with. And then all of a sudden you can't put stuff in production anymore and you have to go over checklists and I don't know. And that really slows you down, right? And a lot of this has to do, you know, with the misconception that a lot of organizations have about DevOps. They think, well, DevOps, that's kind of simple, right? That just means, well, you build it, you run it. And with you run it, well, that then also means that you're responsible for all this compliance and security stuff and that, yeah, that eats out of your time and that makes you less productive with features, and that's a fact of life. Then you slow down. Yeah, I think that's a misconception, right? So DevOps is far more than that, right? So out of this, you know, these 5 principles, I think automation is a key one. Because that's your way out here, right? So a lot of these things with security, compliance, stuff like that, if you, as a team, if you set your mind on, you know, automate the manual bits out of it, the boring parts out of it, that's perhaps a way how you can be, you know, still fast enough in your delivery. So everything is code, basically, right? So not just infra as code, but, you know, do security as code, do policy as code, do compliance as code, do everything as code. That's hard, by the way. That's hard, right? Because you still need people who automate that away. You still need people who, you know about this. You still need someone who knows about security. It's like you need someone who knows about networking and all that. And, you know, if you have, I don't know, if you're a big organization and you have, I don't know, 100 DevOps teams, does it mean that you have to have those skills in all your teams? Do you need 100 persons at least who know something about security? That can be a challenge, right? So one way out here is perhaps, you know, platform engineering, right? And that's, to be honest, so actually have some central facilities in your ecosystem where you kind of offer the automation for, you know, security, compliance, etc., to a whole lot of other teams and kind of actually leverage the scale that you have as a big enterprise. Well, that's a topic, you know, that doesn't only deserve its own talk, that deserves its own track, basically. Now, luckily, there is a whole track about that tomorrow, so be there. But for now, I think what I want to say here about it is again, be mindful, right? So building platforms is also hard. You're still going to need very good people, perhaps even better people to build good platforms. So you kind of have the same problem. You kind of have to approach it the same way. And also, don't make it a hobby. It's very tempting, you know, accountability. It's very tempting to set out on building the perfect platform and spend first 1.5, 2 years on that before you actually start to deliver business. And then we're full circle again, because then you have all three issues here. And well, thank you. I think that was a quick glance of some things that I see happening.
Oh, no time for questions. No questions. Okay. All right, thank you. And I think our next speaker has some time to plug in his laptop while I introduce him. So, for our next talk, we will talk about everyone's favorite... Where are you going? We're talking about everyone's favorite topic. Okay, you're allowed to go. Law of mobility, you're allowed to go. Well, it's my favorite topic then. It's security. Yes. You hear? They love you. They love you. All right, so we will be talking about specifically security and developer experience. I don't know if I should wait for people to... It's like a game of musical chairs over here. Okay, so we'll talk about security developer experience, because often people think there is a conflict between security and developer experience, between providing a great experience for developers or making them build stuff that makes sense. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. This is what we're going to find out in the next talk. So, I'm happy to introduce Christoph Hartmann, who is the co-founder and CTO at Mondu. And he says he wants to make the world more secure. We will find out if that's true. But also wants to strike a balance between, as I said, security, developer experience. Once again, together with me, what are we going to talk about now? And thank you. This afternoon lull is really something. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Cool, then take it away.
So I see it's very exciting, like everybody loves security. So maybe I skip a few slides and just like come to the most important one. This is security therapy, right? So this is essentially where you always start. People are frustrated with security. They hate security. They may have like bad experience with security, especially in combination with platform engineering or DevOps. You essentially move fast, and then you have security coming in, stop. And that is for a good reason. And I think we should like talk about this for a little bit. Just as a background, I'm Chris, CTO at Mondu. I started DevSec.io as an open source project. I also created InSpec in the past. So I work in this space now for quite some time. And we will, like Mondu is a next generation security risk platform. We don't talk about that much. So let's now come back to stereotypes. So we talked about therapy, and therapy normally comes with, you talk to people and they say, hey, those guys are doing this to me. And this is a very interesting perception. And what I've done is I just try to like combine ChatGPT and ask for stereotypes and then like used pictures of it. So essentially, this is how a software developer looks like. Of course, only male, like there's no female developer. And then important is very introverted and has no strong interpersonal communication skills, right? Very important. So this goes on, like DevOps engineer. It's very interesting if you see this picture, like has to like do so many different things. And that's the perception that you always see. And this is, you see already the stereotypes like building up, but still really nice, right? And then test engineers. I don't know what they're doing, but somehow it's working, right? So that's the perception. And system administrator, like this is the most undervalued potentially. Like you see, this is what really AI thinks about us, right? And this, like we wrote this down somewhere. But highly appreciated. The product manager, like he's like juggling and like, this is crazy. Just seeing those things and then seeing all those different perspectives because they all built together a platform, right? And they all have their different perspective. Now, watch how security looks like. Why are they the mean people? Like, why are they the mean people, right? Like, that's not, like, that feels very strange to me because the people that I work with, they're not mean at all. They try to help the organization to get better. And so let's break down this misconception a little bit of why this is actually happening. And one thing that is really broken in the industry is that essentially, if you build an application, let's say I'm the platform DevOps engineer, I build something, I use Terraform, cool, like fast, goes into AWS, and then I think everything is great. Security comes in, runs all those fancy security tools on my AWS cloud, and says, oh, this doesn't look good. Thousands tickets, comes over here. They're like, oh, what the fuck is going on here? Like, why do I have 1,000 tickets now to fix things? And then they have to work through all those tickets, feels really annoying. And then this goes forward, and then this loop takes ages to just complete. And again, we're talking about basic misconfiguration. Why can't security, and this is important here, why it's not security the human, it's security the tool. And so we need to separate the tooling from the human. And I think when we started thinking about DevOps, it was always about bringing people together so that they understand the different perspectives and understand that they need to work together. But now we're talking about the tooling prevents us to work effectively together. And that is like, that's something that we need to think about. Why is the tooling so bad that we can't work together? And of course, there is a solution to this. But that tension can be illustrated with this, right? Like, so why is a company like this shouldn't be, like this doesn't feel right? Like, let's build on something better. And the tension is real, but we don't need to like start a war. But let's talk about the problems and then like figure out what we can do. So let's deep dive a little bit into security because I'm working in security, so I want to share a little bit like why is that so complicated. The first thing that you normally see is we're not talking about small kids doing hacking anymore. Like we're talking about essentially organizations that work highly professional like a normal corporation. They have sales teams, they have support teams, they have payment channels, of course not with credit cards, like they use like crypto and all that fun stuff, but like they have that all. And our CISO, like he has done many of the ransomware negotiations, and this is exactly how it works. So they're very professional, very reliable. They have working hours, so it's also closed at sometimes. So that's really interesting to know. The other thing that happens is that over the last years, we have an exponential growth in vulnerabilities. Of course, we have more software, but that also in combination with the different tool stack that we use, we are not just having the servers anymore. We have cloud, we have SaaS, like we have serverless, like all those things accumulated. Of course, we run more different things, and that's for a very important thing. But now we have all those things to manage. The other problem that we see is the time between a known vulnerability and a fix being implemented. And we see that here in general, 30 days after a CV is known, we have an exploit available. And this is something that I'm still not sure if this is really, really true, but like this is like a public statement from NCC. And it's 250 days fixing critical vulnerabilities in your application. 30 days, 250 days. You see already a gap, right? And then of course, attackers are like not doing things manually anymore. Like they have fully automated tooling. You can find them on GitHub. It's like not hidden. You can scan the internet in 5 minutes. I'm not sure if you played with Pentest GPT. Now, even if you don't understand hacking, you can let OpenAI hack for you. And so now this can be fully automated. The ransomware gangs, they have full playbooks, like you have a sales playbook in your company. So they also have like white labeling, so you can essentially like, it's really crazy. So this is like fully automated, and you need to assume even if you put things 5 minutes into the internet, people can actually find it. Don't forget about compliance. And so that's the fun part, right? So compliance now comes in. Like we always thought about compliance as this paper thingy. Like we don't, yes, needs to be done, but actually, we don't like compliance, we only do security. But nowadays, this doesn't work anymore. Like you need to prove that you actually do real security. And now you see already the different perspectives, and it's really difficult to bring this all together. And we just take a super simple example of security and an engineering team working together. So here we see like, this is some infrastructure that probably some of you run, and we just pick one. We run a bucket in the cloud, and of course engineers don't think in buckets in the cloud, they think in Terraform, right? So we have two technologies here. Oops. And that already hides, okay, like even if security finds something here, they say, oh, this bucket is not secure, but the developer thinks about Terraform, like where's my Terraform snippet? How do I fix it in Terraform? Like why are you giving me like this information for AWS? I need this in Terraform. And that's friction. Of course, it's different technology, but that's friction where we don't talk about the same thing. It results in the same thing when I do the automation, but the security tooling doesn't like bring this back to you. So it clashes here already in the understanding. So we need to think about this a little bit different. We need to think about how can we make security in a way that actually, as a developer, I can see things early, but not some requirements that somebody wrote, but the requirements that my security team actually approved before. And that's actually really, really challenging. So I don't like talking about, oh, this doesn't work, oh, everything is bad. So I will show you one approach that we do in our open source tooling to actually solve that problem. And I hope you're up for some live demos, and I hope everything works. So this is it's always risky, but let's try. So what we do here is we do just a simple container scan, super easy from command line. Like this, just doing now a scan of the Debian container. It's running policies, vulnerability scan, and boom. I see already, okay, it's not compliant. Even if I don't understand anything, I see, okay, it's red. Maybe not so red, and vulnerabilities are never good. So I should always like fix that, right? So that's giving you an interesting idea. Just to show you underneath what's running there, let's do the following. So we connect now to a non-running container image, and we just say, give me all the users in that container, right? So I can say, give me all the name and the UID. So I have essentially full graph, like you see the policy that I was running, but underneath it's all about GraphQL and giving you full power of all the things available. And that's not restricted to individual resources. You can now say group, GID, and the name. And so now I have also the relationships built into that. Let's also do this with packages. And I want to know, like, open SSH should not be installed there. So I do packages, nice. I say where name is something. Oh, let's say SSH. This is great. So now how do I turn this query into an assertion that I want to do for my policy? And I just say, instead of where, I just say none. Boom. So I essentially now say, this should not be there. And this is, of course, a very simple example, but can get very, very complicated. Just to give you one example, like a Vim, this is how a simple policy looks like. You have a policy here, text, metadata. This includes one query, and then the query has the query, the MQL query that you see here. So it gives you full power to describe everything from the security requirement and also the technical implementation. Now let's see what you can do with that. And I'm not showing you all this in detail, but we can now essentially from ups. Yep, scan. So what we do here is we scan now an EC2 instance without SSH open with EC2 Instance Connect. I'm not sure if you've heard about this, like the new EC2 Instance Connect allows you to not expose a port publicly, but you can still connect to it. And we implement this as well. So what we do here is we essentially use the same mechanism. So the security tooling also should help you not being less secure. Like, why should you expose a port to the internet when this is actually not required? So this internet is obviously not super on our side, so it takes us a hot second. But essentially what's running here, and we can come back to this in a second, it runs now on a Linux box, a full policy with a lot of checks. And at the end, we will see a lot of checks. This is working the same for Kubernetes. So I can run here something against the Kubernetes manifest. So I run the manifest, and then at the end, I see for everything that runs inside of the manifest, in this case, just one, I see the result. But I can also scan the full Kubernetes cluster with the same policies. So that means I have one policy again. Developers can see it here, and the security team can see it here. So that means you have always the same policy that bridges the gap between those teams. And Kubernetes, you say, it's easy because everything is YAML. So that's not a big deal. But we can also do this for cloud. So let's scan a GCP project with a policy here. And that what it's doing is this now, and we can look into this policy in a second. What it's doing, it's running a full policy against GCP. That's live GCP. You scan things here. And I should have scanned Terraform before. Let's see. Maybe we do this in parallel. While this runs, oh, it comes. Okay, great. So what this is essentially doing a live communication. Like there's no database involved. Like everything is from your local machine. Like it's just like any command line. So there's really super simple. And I just abort this. Oh, maybe not. Go. Essentially, we see then the output, and then we do the same thing on Terraform. And while maybe we look into this, how this looks like. Oh, where do I have it? On localhost. I think it's running here. Perfect. Yes. So we look into a policy real quick, and that policy is interestingly for GCP. It's where we, like you think about it, like we scan Terraform, which I show in a second, and we scan like GCP. Like how is the same policy implementing both things? And we introduce something that we call, like for each check, we implement something like a variant. So I can see, okay, based on like what I'm running against, I now have different kinds of implementation of the check. So in this case, we have this implemented for the runtime. Like we check here, GCP project, BigQuery, datasets should all like have no public access. But if we run this on HCL, like we check all the Terraform resources. And by the way, this is not restricted to any like built-in Terraform. You can query all these things, even like your own stuff, and then check all the arguments as well. So that means you have now one policy that you can share, has this shared knowledge included that teams can use in their whole pipeline. And we have here Terraform HCL, pipeline, which means like we have a plan, then we have a state file, and then we have the runtime. And it's the same policy. So now, no matter if you're a developer just using VS Code, if you're building the pipeline, or if you're checking the runtime, it's always the same policy. And when teams now figure out something is not correct, something is red, they know about which check should they talk about. They know exactly what this means. They can attach all those metadata to this requirement. And this is what I mean. Tooling needs you to support you to bring this for the whole chain. So that brings all the teams together and allows them to collaborate and build something that allows them to be much better in the way of how they operate with security. So we can maybe talk a little bit about what we're covering. you can cover all the clouds, all Kubernetes, all SaaS. Like that's like all open source. You can just like download this right now and use this right now. Like there's it's essentially a project, a policy. We talked about it. A policy is a metadata. You can share it as an artifact now, a technical artifact that allows you to store it in GitHub, manage it as normal code. Like this is a really, really easy way to do that. And we think about infrastructure as code, like if you use Terraform or Kubernetes, like this is essentially the same for security as code. And in contrast to other engines, this also fetches all the data automatically. You don't need to like think about how do I get all the data, then write rules about it. It's really just getting this together. And we can see here, this is how it looks like. Terraform resources and buckets. Yes, there will be two different implementations. Like you can't unify that in a way. But you can now write this custom and use the same graph access to all the resources in that graph to write your checks. The important thing specifically for security is that you can attach metadata. So that's like title. Normally, like queries will attach like descriptions, audit, and this really is important, especially for people who don't have the technical knowledge. So that is, we believe that security should not be something where you need a PhD, right? So, and let's assume you're just a new starter and you have the tooling, you can just like see this on your computer and you see a description. Like this is an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to understand, an opportunity to discuss with your team members. And that's, from my perspective, very, very important to help teams collaborate. This doesn't stop on the policy requirements. We talked a lot about the technical requirements. And the interesting thing is, if you now think about the regulatory compliance that we talked before, like this is now not the developers here fighting with the security team here. This is the security team fighting with the compliance team here, right? And this is where essentially we now also allow is also part of the open source tooling full compliance frameworks. So you can now do the full mapping, and this rolls now completely up. So if you do a check here and something fails, this rolls up to the security team and rolls up essentially to the compliance team. And that makes it like super easy for all those teams to collaborate and have the same data set, have the same tooling to see everything. And that allows them to see something. You can try this tomorrow. Like hopefully you give me some feedback. Super open. Like try it out. But I think it's definitely one way to test this. Here's also like content available, all freely available. You can do this right now. And I think we can, based on this, we can build a world that is more looking like this, like not this fighting world. Let's build this collaborative world. The world where we all work together to make something more secure. We don't want to expose our applications to the internet, to the hackers, when we can prevent this in a very, very easy way. It's really not rocket science. It's something everybody of you can do. That is, you should not be scared of it, really. If you have any questions, like feel free to reach out. I'm happy to help as well, because we really think this is something that makes us guys better as humans. Okay, thank you very much. I hope I could break down a little bit of those like boring security people. Like they can definitely like take this and like delete it. Start working with them tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Are you taking questions? We still have a little bit of time for questions.
Cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's one question from Zygis. Have you ever been hacked? If yes, how and what would you have done differently, or should you have done differently?
I haven't hacked been personally, because like you couldn't say, of course not. You're never protected for everything. But what you can do is you can always essentially do as much as measurements as you can do. Like as a company is, for example, always difficult, and you always need to like continuously invest in new things. For example, we sign all our Git commits with YubiKeys. Like you can't do something without. Like, so that's something where you continuously need to invest to test the new things, and that takes time and effort. It's definitely difficult, but it's something where I think also the whole industry needs to help everybody to make this more easy. And sometimes security solutions are more secure, but they're not practical. And so then that balance is always something that we need to make. But it's really, I think, really important to start about talking about the fears, being open about something, and then have discussions internally of what you think is something insecure.
Thank you. Okay, so if you have any other questions, you have like half a second to. Oh, there's one. Okay. How does the policy setup differ probably, for example, with OPA?
Very good question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't ask.
So OPA is they call it a policy engine, right? So and it's coming from authorization, but from my perspective, it's not a security as code. Like in OPA, you don't solve the problem where you can fetch all the providers. Like you can't say connect to Linux, connect to the container, connect to AWS, connect to Kubernetes. It's just not there. Like you need to like have something around OPA. And if you have just OPA itself, the policies you write there are not portable. So now this is fully portable between organizations. The queries underneath, like the engine is open source, you can use this as well. And so it allows you to have shared policies that you can just transfer from one team to the other team. And that's not easily done with OPA. OPA essentially only gives you writing requirements, but it doesn't help you like where do I fetch the data from. You're very much restricted. Here, this concept works more like Terraform. You can extend providers, extend resources, and then build policies on top. So it's a completely different model. So that's why I like to call this security as code and not policy as code, because it's not just about the enforcement. The enforcement is essentially what I showed. Users.none should have, or packages.none should have like SSH install. Like that's one policy in OPA perspective, but this is way more around that.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Please give it up for Chris. Okay. I'm trying to still get word whether we're having our next speaker, because we're a bit ahead of time. And I'm just looking around. Is there a John Willis here? John Willis, please make yourself noticeable. Oh, I think maybe? No.
Thank you.
Okay. Great talk. Ah, I think I see him. Yeah. Is it okay if we start a bit earlier? Or I don't know, because like some people... Okay, okay. Then let's start. Okay, we're starting the next talk at 4:15. Thank you. You can like go and take a break.
Oh yeah, I guess we can put it.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on? We got the paper. We just need a. Okay.
If you don't mind, I'll put it here on the table.
Sure.
Yeah. Because I don't want to put it on the very expensive raffle gifts. Ideally, HDMI or...
Use that.
Oh, actually, you have an HDMI here.
Yeah.
So you don't even need an adapter if you don't want to use one.
I loved your thing about white rich male. That was awesome. The other way around?
You're okay.
There we go. How many years does it take? Yeah.
That's okay. I'm a DevRel now. I'm not an engineer.
In my heart, you're still an engineer. Okay.
Oh, that's not mine probably. I will, okay, cool, thank you. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, before I introduce our next speaker, I just have a really quick thing I wanted to share. So there was a question earlier on Slido, which we didn't allow because it didn't fit any speaker, but the question was, when will DevOps Days arrive in Germany? So, the beauty of open source and DevOps Days and all these things is that you are part of this. So, if you want a DevOps Days in Germany, start a DevOps Days in Germany.
There you go.
Right? So whoever asked this question, it will be whenever you start it. So yeah, go get to it, man. We're waiting for you. All right. So with that said, okay, we're at the final talk of the day. I hope you had a great time so far. And we're going to do something fun, right? Because it's late and we're waiting to get the barbecue and some drinks. So what we will be doing is we'll be playing a game. And it's a game about OKRs, systems thinking, and unintended consequences, which sounds like a lot of fun. And leading us through this game is John Willis. John has worked in the IT management industry for over 35 years and is currently a distinguished researcher at Bocciagalupi Technologies.
That's good.
Yes. All right. So if you're ready,
yeah, let's do it.
Take it away, please.
All right. Thanks, everybody. The world is made of circles, and we think in straight lines. Peter Senge. So keep that in the back of your mind when we get into this game. Just quickly about me, I've done a lot of things. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to need all 30 minutes to do the game. But I will say that this game is founded on a book that I've been writing for 10 years, and it's out August 8th of this year, and it is about, Andrew talked about Dr. Deming pretty extensively in his presentation, so I've spent 10 years writing a book, and it's been sort of my white whale, if you will. So anyway, put my kids through college. Actually, one of them's already through college. So why are we here? To have fun. Understand the fallacies of management by results, so hopefully the end. And this is sort of your test questions, right? No test, really, but. Understand variation, how that works in our lives. This is a game, but there's going to see so much reality in this game. It's scary. What tampering looks like, and not understanding systems thinking. The game was created as a gift to Dr. Deming by a gentleman called William Baller. It's been called the Red Bead Experiment, and I've tried to update it a little bit. I'm going to do longer versions of this, like sort of 2 or 3 hour sort of workshop, but. So first off, I need to hire some willing workers. Oh, we got Andrew. Andrew, would you become one of my willing workers? What's the package? There's no package. Get up here. I just fired the last 4. We're going to go out of business. And I need, I literally need some, the last group was terrible. So come on up.
I got to work?
Sure. That gentleman here. Oh, I got Nathan Harvey. Hell. Oh, good, Nathan. And then, you all have college degrees, right? Yes. So the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Wait a minute. Anybody? Come on, somebody over there. Come on, don't be shy. No. I want some diversity in my company, you assholes. All right, here we go. Come on up.
I never learned how to read.
All right. Oh, and I need one more. Now, this one is, you don't need a college degree. The only thing you need is to be able to add numbers. And not even complex math, like, subtracting, adding. And come on. You are, and your name? Chantal. You are QA. QA, okay. Quality assurance. All right, so your job is you're going to be, this is a lot of work. You have to do a lot of work here. I understand. Yeah, you need to write all their names down here. Good. And then I'll tell you how, we're going to measure their work. This is a Tayloristic company. Andrew, just Andrew, and you don't have to spell him right either. All right, so while she's doing that, what else do we got? Quality begins with you. You got, y'all, come on now. All right, so one thing I want to say is I'm really a nice person in real life, but for the next 27 minutes, I'm going to be an asshole. I'm going to be the worst boss you've ever seen. So round 1, okay. All right, so here's what I need. Andrew, you go first. You're one of the ringers. I need you to go ahead and
Europe. I'm on vacation. So
I'm putting you to work. I need you to get a scoop of beads and go in here, get the beads, and pull it up, and then you're going to count the white. Basically, subtract the red beads from the white beads. Just count the red beads. All right.
All right.
Make sure you get all the little divots.
My eyes closed.
Okay.
I counted 12.
All right. QA.
Yeah. I count 11.
All right, 11. You're the crowd. It doesn't matter.
There's four. There's four.
Doesn't matter. She wins. She's QA. All right. Pavel, you're up next. Just dump those out and do it. This is important because literally we're going to go out of business if we can't improve quality here. And so I'm really counting on these folks. Yeah, get a few more. Yeah, just get a couple more. That's good enough. Good enough for... all right.
Put it in and then shake it.
We'll just count. We'll count the missing ones as white. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
My God, man!
It's the training program.
Yeah. Oh, well, we wasted all the budget on training on the last 4 people I fired. So.
17.
Whoa. All right. And Yvonne? All right. Now, Yvonne's going to crush it. Watch. That's,
okay.
Yeah.
It's a false positive.
We can cheat a little bit.
9.
9.
Such a good worker.
Nathan.
I'm so happy that you are all clapping because I can count.
Yeah, that's right. And I can yell.
You can try.
That's right. Who cares? All right.
8.
Literally 9.
All right.
6.
I'm going to fire your ass. Knock it off.
You're right. She doesn't have a college degree.
That's right, yeah. But you can add. That was the whole point. So, here's my administrative assistant, a.k.a. my wife, because I forget my bonus material. Thank you, Vicky. This is terrible. But you know what? It's my fault.
I agree.
It's always my fault. The problem is that I didn't explain to you. Red beads are defects. They're security findings. Nathan, you got 9. Actually, Nathan, Yvonne, you did pretty well. Here. Thanks for... you guys don't get anything. All right. All right, you know what? I'll tell you what. All right, so...
Do better, Andrew.
The red beads are... Yeah, I'm going to fire Andrew pretty soon anyway, so... he's the first... Yeah, he totally is uppity. The other problem, I guess, I didn't tell you that the red beads are defects, right? And that's my fault. The other thing, too, is I didn't give you a standard work form. So I didn't really tell you what you had to do. So this is my fault again, and so we have a standard work form. And just quickly, there's a couple things. We don't have to go through all of them, but ensure the paddle hose empty balls right. I think you guys got that okay. Grasp the paddle hard. I don't know if you guys did that and understood that. But you do have college degrees, right? So you should be able to do that. Slide the paddle beads and the paddle is covered with beads. I think one of you guys had some issues with that. And here's the thing. The paddle up to 4 inches above the bead level, and it has to be at a 47-degree angle. Okay? So my bad. I know I sort of...
47 degrees from which plane?
I don't care.
Okay.
I'm the boss. You're the engineer. All right, so let's...
Good job.
I think we're going to... I think we're going to prove this now because...
You didn't finish the rest of the list.
So, no, what we're going to do now is... Andrew, you're up again.
I'm always first?
Yeah. You're first on the list. Come on, you can do better.
Lucky.
And Pavel, you're on thin ice, my friend. 17 defects. But I didn't tell you they were defects, so that's my fault.
Boom.
6, right?
Andrew, way to go, buddy. All that DevOps knowledge and social technical engineering. Oh, man, that's pretty awesome. Maybe I won't. I'm going to have to fire. Uh-oh. Pavel, please. I wanted to fire Andrew, but if I got to fire you, it is. What?
Pretty good.
Yes, 9.
Way better.
Yes, I improved.
All right, so my advice about the red defects in the standard operations helped. All right,
As the angle.
It was the angle. Okay. You know it's not the angle, right? The third wall. You're a smart audience. Wow. This normally doesn't work this way, but hey, we're getting lower defects. Dr. Deming returning in his grave right now.
It's a good quarter.
Yeah, that was cheating, Nathan. You had a ton of red beads in there. We should have made him QA.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right. Here's the.
She tries.
All right. Well,
QA always tells me.
this is still terrible, folks. 'Cause, I mean, red beads are defects. Like we are producing. Okay.
There's a lot of technical debt.
My problem here. What I didn't tell you is we need to produce 200 non-defective beads a day.
So how many do we get?
I don't know. QA, if you want to do the math, you can. But the point is, we're not even getting close. This is terrible. And so I need a consultant. Is there a consultant in the room to help me out? OKRs. That's how we're going to fix this problem. OKRs. Oh, and the STAR program. Andrew, stop, think, act, review. It's not the OODA loop. All right, you got that? And if you're confused, ask Andrew about the STAR program. All right, so here's the deal. My great consultant here has helped me realize what the problem is. I need 200 non-defective beads a day.
Can we work overtime?
No. And so because I didn't put it in an objective and key result, that's the problem. So I now believe that y'all can do this. And so that's the OKR, and I want 0 findings, 0 defects. Andrew?
0?
Rock and roll. You can do it.
Can I place each bead by the...
No. You got to play by the rules.
Play by the rules. That'll be the first.
Yeah. I should have realized when I asked Andrew to volunteer, it was going to be difficult.
Oh, that's a bad one.
What the hell?
14.
That's what I get.
Wow, you're on the leaderboard for Pavel and you. Probably the best. 14 stars. Andrew, I'm sorry. You're fired.
Am I good?
Yeah, you're gone.
Should I go?
You sit on the couch.
Do I get a severance?
You're on probation. You do get a
This is
severance.
Europe. You can't fire me.
Yeah, we're multinational, my friend.
11.
That's not great either.
Put me on a pip.
All right, you're on.
Big money. No whammy. Look at that technique.
There we go. There we go.
Nice.
Yep,
10.
10.
I heard pair programming works.
Yeah, all right, yeah. Actually, this is a command and control organization, and we only listen to the boss. I have no trust in you guys to make decisions on your own.
Almost as bad as me.
All right,
Maybe
so.
you should have picked a different pair.
So, all right, here's what I'm going to do. You've done an excellent job. You were a little spotty, but you get that. And by the way, if Patrick shows up, you can get a signed copy from me and Patrick. So, and Andrew, my dear friend.
I didn't learn how to read. All right.
And Pavel, I'm not happy, but you get one.
Maybe this will motivate you.
All right, but here's the thing, right? This is still terrible. We're going out of business, y'all. Like these are defects. Do you not understand that these are defects?
More venture capital.
No, I think I got a better idea than that. I'm going to redesign the OKRs. So basically, I'm going to go from 0 defects to minimal findings. Sure, you can do that. And I'm really going to go all out on this because I only want 180 non-defective beads. And I'm going to add a 5th person. Because, I mean, I hate to do this because we should be able to get 200 beads out of 4 people. 50 holes here. Where's my ringer? All right. You want to be my ringer? This is a smart young man. I know that.
He's got potential.
He's got a lot of potential. He could probably beat anybody in this room at chess except for him. Come on up. You're going to save the day. By the way, this is Andrew's son, if you don't know.
So what's your name?
I'm sorry, that bit.
Oh, you know what? Because I fired Andrew, you can sit there. I need one more person.
I'm out?
You are out. Come on up. So I'm going to, 5 people. Can we get 100? You got replaced. It's a lineage, heritage thing.
But now you're messing up QA's program.
I did, but that's all right. You just put it down here. Just squeeze it in there. And give her your name. Yeah. All right. You're up. And remember, I want 50 white beads. Generally, I'm yelling, and you get nervous, and you're spilling beads all over. I don't have that much energy. 9. That's pretty awesome. Good job for no training. Came right up. 9. Just blowing you guys out of the water. 10. 10? This is still terrible, folks, but we're doing better. Yeah, we got rid of that troublemaker. Don't our dads embarrass the hell out of us? My kids would be hiding in the closet somewhere right now. 12. All right. All right, let's do it. This is my ringer. This is the smart guy. Young, youth, a lot of energy. It's all on the wrist, the angle. It's a terrible game. It was designed to frustrate the shit out of people.
Do I need all the beads?
Normally, yes, but you're good. You're good. And take that one bead out. I'm going to give you because you're Andrew's son. All right, there you go. 7. All right, man. Do you want a copy of my book?
I love that.
All right, there you go. There you go. And then Nathan. All right, so can you do the math and tell me, did I get my 180? Okay.
So if there are 50 in a paddle.
Yeah, it would have been 200 minus.
5%.
Yeah, we didn't do it.
No, you did it.
Oh, we did?
You did 203.
Oh, 203. All right, well, good. All right, good. Yeah, my math's terrible. All right.
We did it, team.
Yay! Well, let's do some analysis.
Raise the targets.
Andrew did sort of bad the first time, and then he increased his productivity to 6, but then he screwed up, and he like, what the heck, Andrew?
I still got the best score on the board.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe so. Yeah, he did get the best score. Yeah, right. He's already got a copy of DevOps Handbook. All right, so this is better done in the morning. People have more energy. So here, all right. So all kidding aside, right? Remember the things I asked you in the beginning about? Let me go back to that slide, right? Which was what I wanted to sort of like. What was the point of this game, right? So there's some quotes by Deming. The worker is not the problem, the system the problem. If you want to improve performance, you must work on the system. Management should be working with the supplier, hint, hint, to reduce the number of red beads. 94%, probably most famous, one of his most famous, 94% of the problems in business are system-driven, and only 6% are people-driven. And eliminate slogans, it's just his point 10, right? Slogans like quality is job one and all that. So the first question is, what was wrong with this scenario? Missing parameters. Couldn't change the system. And what should we have sort of done to change the system? I mean, well, yeah, but I didn't give you the choice. What we should have started thinking about is, why are we getting the red beads from our supplier? Right? And the problem was, what we showed, if I had more time, I'd show this in a statistical process control chart, and we'd show the variation. And what the variation would show us, in a statistical process control chart is basically an upper and lower control limit of standard deviations of things. And what it would have showed us is that there was what they call the voice of the process. And the voice of process was basically between 6 and 17, right? And that, no matter what we did, no matter who I fired, no matter who I gave books to, who I promoted, who I yelled at. In fact, the real issue was I actually made it worse. And I did this in an open space in New York, and you know, it was sort of a tight group, and people were getting nervous, and they were dropping beads, and I was yelling at them as they were doing things. And people who like knew me, all of a sudden, it was almost like the Stanford prison experiment, right? They were literally becoming people who like when they came up, they were looking at me going like this, trying to scoop them, and that's called tampering. So all that stuff was, I didn't understand that there was a voice of the process, which basically was 6 to 17. And the truth of the matter is, the other thing behind this game is, there's 4,000 beads. I didn't tell you that. 3,200 of them are white, 800 are red. Statistically, you're going to get 10 every time. And so you had no control of, like you said, the system. And I didn't give you, because it was a very sort of command and control, like when Nathan asked about pair programming, I yelled at him, right? Because, like, no, you don't get to make decisions. And so it's sort of a culmination of everything we heard today and everything we hear at almost every DevOps presentation manifest in a silly game where we get sort of promoted. You know, we have a supply chain, or we're a piece of a supply chain, a software supply chain, and we are dependent on 4 other divisions or 4 other groups, and we have no control because our leadership won't do anything. Sounds familiar? And then we get either promoted or we get dinged or we get yelled at because of those things. And because nobody's taking a systems approach to this problem, like looking at like how do we collaborate, a lot of stuff that Andrew talked about this morning or was talked about throughout the whole day. So if I go back to the like understanding variation, this is something Deming was critical about, was you need to understand variation. And like a variation, when you use what they call analytical statistics, it helps you see the voice of your system. It tells you, not only would it tell us, in this case, what we were basically bound. I mean, we would have anomalies every once in a while. Like there'd be like a 20 and somebody'd get a 3, and that happens. But those are what they call special cause correlation. not common. But we'd find out that between the upper control limit and the lower control limit, we'd find that this is the voice, this is the way it's going to be. And so things like something like a 2 or a 20 or something like that, we could track those down as anomalies, but we'll find out they're typically black swans or they're malicious intent scenarios. So anything we do within that system to try to change it is tampering. Yelling, firing, and I would argue OKRs by intention and definition are very useful, but in almost every expression or implementation I've ever seen, it's back to the same problem where you don't really have control over the objectives and key results that you're trying to produce. And so that you're sort of getting judged, and you shouldn't be judged on OKRs, but you do. So variation, again, is the ability to tell what a process looks like by just sort of looking at the data in sort of a time series. Also, the other thing too, and I've written some blog articles about this, but you can also get a feel for patterns. Now, I don't think you'd see any here, and because it's a stupid game, but like what we would find out if we sort of dotted these on a control chart, we could see a trend before it gets bad, like a trend before it pops past the upper control limit. Like the temperature of something just seems to increase. We could see that it would sort of be a linear growth, and then we can know before it actually turns into something fatal. The tampering I already explained. There's a great experiment that Deming does. It's called a funnel game, where he puts a funnel on a little sort of laboratory thing, and then he has a little drawing thing, and he drops marbles, and he plots the dots. And he uses 4 experiments, and one where you just let the balls drop, and then you find sort of a pretty tight circumference of the points. The second scenario, you try to tamper. You try to move the funnel to where the last dot was. And then it gets like twice the radius. And then the worst one is what they call the Milky Way one, is where you basically move it from each spot, and it basically the dots just go off in the future. And it's again, another really simple way to show how tampering a process that you don't understand it will just cause unexpected and probably terrible results. So to be able to look beyond. And then the last piece is the system thinking. The system thinking part of this was there was a number of things we could have done. We could have moved out of a command and control architecture, and I could have said at the end of each iteration, I could have asked for a retrospective and said, okay, what's going on, folks? I'm the boss, and so Sidney Dekker says that a perfect resilience leader is somebody that you can tell bad news to, right? And so what in the scenario of a sort of a resilient safety critical or adaptive capacity organization, I would have said, hey, at the first iteration, I would say, I don't know what I'm doing here. Help me. And then I would have and we wouldn't have really fixed a whole lot of things, but we could have started using like a kata or a scientific method to start experimenting on ideas. And what in a longer version of this thing would be, we'd have the aha maybe on what Mike Rother calls, if you haven't read a great book, Toyota Kata, Mike Rother would call katas, which are experiment, scientific method, on maybe a second or third, maybe Nathan would jump up and say, John, it's the freaking supplier. And then I would sort of actually have 2 people down there who are bringing us the bin, and we'd start questioning their katas of why are they getting red beads, and maybe they're deficient, and why are we using that supplier, not another supplier? So that's a simplistic way to think about system thinking, right? It's like we look at the system, we understand the system from a variation standpoint, and analytical statistics, which I've written quite a bit about, is a great mechanism, it's not the only mechanism, to understand the voice of a process. And then that enables us to start using systems thinking ideas to be able to go out and say, okay, well, statistically, we're not going to change anything here. Like, we are stuck in this 6 to 17 voice of the process. And so that allows us the sort of next step to say, can we think outside of this, and what are the outside connectors to what we do? Well, the first thing would be the supply. I mean, we'd probably experiment, like I said, with maybe it should have been a 50% angle. And they all would have failed with the game, but the point is, at some point, we would have got to to a point where we would have said, like, it's the supplier, and then we'd sort of include them in the retrospective. Hey, y'all two, come over here, like, we're going to have a retrospective, and then we'll work through this. Only got 2 minutes. Deming called this, and it's the genesis of my book, or the point of my book, which is, he called it profound knowledge. And the idea of profound knowledge, and it is, excuse the pun, it is profound. It is his 70 years of a journey where basically at the end of his life, he came to this conclusion of what I would call his manifesto. And he said that the way to deal with complexity, and there's nothing new. He didn't invent anything. In fact, he got stuff from Norbert Wiener. He worked with Herbert Simon. He worked with like all sort of the greats of systems thinking. He worked with Senge. But he said there are 4 lenses that you use to understand complexity. And one was the theory of knowledge. It's epistemology. In the end of the day, it's scientific method. It's a hypothesis, and it's evidential. I get to sort of try it, and I see that it do what I thought it do. The second he talked about is theory of variation. That's the stuff that most of the core of this game is built on, is understanding statistically what a process looks like. The third, which probably is the most brilliant piece of it, is theory of psychology. And theory of psychology is I can do all the math and the science, and I can show you all the charts and this, that, but if you have a bias towards a certain, or if I don't understand the difference between extrinsic or intrinsic motivation, I can't change you, the system, or the process. There are just things that are sort of built in our human behaviors. And again, Andrew spent his presentation about human behavior and social technical. And then the last is what he called an appreciation for a system. If you know Senge's 5th discipline, I like to call it the 4th discipline of his profound knowledge, because it's the wrapper for the other 3. I have to look at a problem. So the problem would have been we would have had retrospectives, we would have made hypotheses. That's theory of knowledge. We would have charted the voice of the process through the variation to understand what it's telling us and where our limitation, where our boundaries are. And then we would have used psychology. Again, in the game, I have other games I use. There's a kata in the classroom. There's Dominica Diagrandis' a DevOps Kanban game, which is just brilliant, where we would have played some psychology things about motivation, intrinsic, what are the biases and the cognitive biases. But at the end of the day, we would have circled the whole thing with what is the system, what are the systems, how do we improve based on sort of keep breaking the boundaries of the system. Anyway, I hope you had fun. It was, I think, a good way to end the day. I will say I get a lot more giggles and laughs in morning sessions when I do this, but thank you all for, and you didn't get a book, right? Did you get a book? No, that was Andrew's. Everybody got a book? Great, thank you all for participating.
Okay, thank you so much. The day is not over. We have not ended the day yet. Okay. Hey. So the official part is over now. We will do like a tiny little closing while Jos is setting up. This is an excellent point to tell my second joke. You want to hear another joke? Okay. Where did the hackers go? Did you see where they went? I don't know either, but they ran somewhere. Thank you, thank you. I know. I'm also physically hurt by that. Right. We have one, yes.
Yes, testing, yeah, okay.
All right, I think I'm the first one. Oh, okay. That's just like saying hi. Okay, yoo-hoo. So, day's over for now. I hope you had some great conversations, learned something, had some fun, laughed, cried, hit someone over the head. Yeah, so we will have a bunch of stuff to do, but then also tomorrow there's another day, so don't party too hard, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah. All right, we also do a second Devopsdays in the Netherlands called Devopsdays Eindhoven. If you want to go there, you still can buy tickets because we open ticket sales today.
Woo!
But maybe you've been so inspired today that you want to speak at Devopsdays Eindhoven, you can too. Conference Papers closes July 1st, and if you work for a company that missed out on sponsoring this year in Amsterdam, or maybe is sponsoring Amsterdam, wants to sponsor, we're also looking for sponsors. Everything is still open.
You know. All right, so welcome back. What a day, what a day. It has been a day, Floor.
Correct. It has been a day. I have enjoyed the heck out of it. I don't know about you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a great experience too to speak to some of the speakers here, for them to join us here, and have little conversations with them on their sessions, because otherwise, like, I don't know if you've been outside a bunch, but it's really crowded. There's like a lot of people.
There's a lot of
So we're actually kind of privileged to have them, they come to us. And
they come to us.
We get to talk to them a little bit.
Yeah. They have beautiful stories to tell. They have so much interesting stuff to say. And what I really like is, these are not talks. These are not prepared things at all. So, 2 minutes before we go into an interview, we'll go, okay, what are we going to talk about? And I honestly like that approach, and I honestly like having conversations like that with people. Unscripted, just tell me what you're passionate about, tell me what you like, tell me what you think is important, and we'll talk about that. Because that kind of adds context to, the humans behind all of these talks, right? So it makes it much more interactive, much more personal and human, that I think is just a good element to add to, any event, but DevOps Day specifically. So what are the ones that you enjoyed most? I don't also
from the interviews here, or from the talks in general, because I've also been walking, between here and the in person. I really like the Ignites. I just love that format where it's just the 5 minutes, and either you do it spectacularly or you do it spectacularly wrong, and you're completely off timing, off key, off everything. So I always enjoy those very much, and also I have massive respect for anyone who does an Ignite, because it is a really difficult format to get right. And actually, I was voluntold to do an open space too, just before joining you here.
Was it chickens?
It was about chickens. How did you even guess?
I mean,
but we had a pretty large group of chicken enthusiasts, so I actually took a group photo, and I'm going to tweet it out later, because it was good, yeah.
Wow.
There were some fun facts shared. Apparently, I was the only person who actually has chickens, and the rest of them just joined because they wanted to have chickens. And I was like, I have good news and I have bad news. I have some chickens hatching this Monday, but it's only 8. And you're more than
there's more than 8 in the audience.
So we'll see how we're gonna scale up that machine there. So that was really nice to have they actually take part in the on-site program too a little bit. And I really like the talks. I'm looking forward to tomorrow too. But it's not tomorrow yet. We have a whole evening program.
Oh, we're not done yet. No. So the after party starts now. So, right about now, the barbecue is being fired up. We'll have some drinks, enjoy a barbecue, hopefully not in the rain, but we'll see.
Because there is a bit of a forecast that we didn't entirely expect. But, we're agile people. We roll with it. We iterate. And apparently there are some rooms in the building being prepared for Plan B. Situations, so that's been really good. So we'll have some food. There will be bingo. There will be prizes. There will be karaoke. So we'll definitely tell the online audience about how all of that played out.
So maybe you'll not be able to hear us properly because our voices are shot. we are going to do karaoke. I'm not making any promises, Floor. So we'll have to see about that tomorrow. But what is on the program for tomorrow? So I know the schedule's pretty identical in the structure that we use. So
Yes,
we're going to do keynotes, we're going to do talks, we're going to do open spaces.
Ignites are going to make an appearance again, at one point. Also tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. Central European. Are we summertime? We are in summertime. Central European summertime.
Yep.
And we'll start with just you and me. We'll open the day tomorrow, actually.
Yeah, so-
we didn't do that today.
No.
But we get to do that tomorrow.
So especially for you online viewers, we'll have an opening between the two of us. Hopefully, as energetic as we are now, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I don't know about you, but karaoke also gives me energy.
See?
So
That's
that should be a good thing. So we'll start at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and we'll do the whole split spiel all over again. I think we're being a little bit more ambitious, even how many interviews and how many people we want to cram into the lunch break.
Yep, I was looking at that.
So we'll see how that goes. But I'm really looking forward to that again. They mentioned it in the closing just now, but we have another event coming up, right?
We do. Yeah, we do. So Devopsdays Eindhoven is going to happen October 11 and 12 in, obviously, Eindhoven. So the CFP is open. We're looking for sponsors. Registration will open up fairly soon, and if you're lucky, go look at the website, and registration is already open. So grab one of those early bird tickets right now because they are on sale and they are very limited. So hopefully we'll see you there as well. And if not, catch us tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. sharp, here on the live stream again, and we're going to have some fun.
Looking forward to it.
Absolutely. See you tomorrow.
Good evening. Welcome back to Devopsdays Amsterdam online, where we're joined by wonderful guests. My name is Floor Drees, and next to me is Lian. Lian, you joined the Devopsdays Amsterdam team for the first time this year.
Yep.
Do you want to introduce yourself real quickly for the audience?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Lian. I'm a developer advocate with Loft Labs. We build developer toolings for Kubernetes. And yeah, as Floor said, I've been with the organizing team of Devopsdays Amsterdam the first time this year, but I have been attending the conference, I don't know, since 2018 when I just moved to Amsterdam. Loved it, so here I am.
Obviously, you loved it. And I think most valued contribution to Devopsdays Amsterdam is karaoke.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about what karaoke means to you? Like what we're doing later today, that kind of stuff.
Sure. Well, what doesn't it mean to me, really?
Karaoke is life.
It is life. It is love. I think the thing that I love about it the most is that you get to kind of share something about yourself, something very personal that you love, and it's not necessarily work-related. So back in Hamburg, where I used to live before Amsterdam, we used to do these karaoke parties as after parties, after conferences. And when I moved to Amsterdam and joined the DevOps scene, I just realized people love karaoke here as well. And it just kind of became a thing. So thanks to you, because you also love karaoke. It's now an official social event tomorrow, I think, not tonight, tomorrow. Or we can make an unofficial one.
This is this is recorded, so
Okay, cut it then.
Yes, it's sometime in the future during Devopsdays Amsterdam,
on Thursday,
we'll have karaoke.
On Thursday evening, we'll do karaoke.
And it will be fantastic.
Yeah.
No doubt. Yeah, so I actually, I really come from the Ruby background, and Ruby karaoke has been a thing for many, many years. So I was delighted that actually more people do karaoke as an after party for conferences.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from
a
a
wonderful thing.
developer background as well, so I'm from the JavaScript world, actually. So maybe there's an overlap between the Ruby people and the Java. I know
Or
there's
maybe
an
just
overlap.
all developers love karaoke, and we
Just
can expect
all
a
humans.
bunch of people lining up to sing their favorite songs.
I hope so, and I have like an entire plan how we can like ease people into it, because I know some people are shy. But the thing is, you know, I've done this a couple of times now, that I go to the after parties, and then I start getting that idea into people's heads. Like, hey, what do you think about karaoke? Not even asking, do you want to go? Just like, what do you think about karaoke? How do you feel about it? And then people will say, oh, you know, I'm really shy, I don't want to sing, or I hate it. But then they join, and I've never met someone who really had a bad time. Like, they always, you know, even if they're not on stage, they will sing in the corner quietly to themselves, or like with the crowd. It's just like, it's a nice communal thing. And yeah, as I said, I just have never met anyone who had a bad time at karaoke.
I think either way, everyone gathers at the end, and we're all singing Queen, and then, you know, like everyone is involved.
As stated by law.
End. Yeah, exactly. We'll have some bingo as well, and I believe that if anyone gets false bingo, they need to sing a song. So while your strategy is easing them in, you know, that is just a hard rule.
I'll just be
false bingo.
I'll just be calling false bingo all the time.
Yes, okay, but it's not a, you know, like it's not a punishment for you if you get a false if you need to sing a song. What is your go-to karaoke song?
So there's a couple, because there's a whole science.
You can be like, it depends, and then there's the different
Exactly.
scenarios.
There's a whole science, whereas, you know, at the beginning of an evening, you will pick songs that are more like crowd pleasers maybe, and then later when everyone's already super excited, then you can pick something that's more like, you know, what your personal favorite is. So if it's like early in the night, I will do I Don't Want to Miss a Thing by Aerosmith. That's always a crowd pleaser. If like people are not that hot yet, you know, like people are not in the like singing mood, maybe it will be like Creep by Radiohead, or Zombie by the Cranberries, also like really good choice. And then later in the day, in the night, or in the day, depending on when you start or like end.
It's an attitude, it's not a time.
Exactly, yeah, it's like a lifestyle choice. Yeah. I will attempt some Alicia Keys or Rihanna, or like really, you know, like, because then I'm drunk. I don't care anymore. And other people also don't care anymore, I hope.
Okay, awesome.
What's your karaoke song?
You and I have done karaoke a couple of times, so you kind of no. It's actually it's not the Rasmus, because I know that's what you think. No, Teenage Dirtbag by Wheatus. That's usually my go-to, because everyone knows it. Everyone will sing along, and you know, so that will be that's a good one to ease into it. But for a total like the person who's entirely new to karaoke. They're at this Devopsdays event and meeting a bunch of new people, hopefully during the day already. They're joining karaoke, or, you know, like they haven't left the room quick enough, and now they're trapped in this room. What are some, maybe do you have like a tip, like a pro tip for them to sort of like...
Yeah, so definitely pick a crowd pleaser. Don't pick a song that no one knows, and that will be just like, it will just, you know, feel awkward for everyone, I guess. Find someone who will sing it with you, right? Like that's always a good idea. You can come to me. I will sing your song with you, even if I don't know it. I don't care.
Even if it's Erasmus.
Even if it's a song that I don't particularly like a lot, I will sing it with you, just so you know you don't have to feel lonely or like by yourself. What else? I mean, ideally listen to the song on your phone first, because like what happens a lot, and I do that also, even though I would say I'm a professional karaoke singer.
Yes.
But you pick a song and you think like, oh, I love this song, it's amazing, and the song comes on, you're like, I actually don't know this song. I actually don't just know the chorus in the middle, like
exactly.
2 sentences.
Then there's a surprise rap intermezzo, and you're just like, what?
Or at the beginning, you're like, what is this song? So I would recommend either pick a song that you know very well, or listen to it on your phone before. If you have an iPhone, Apple Music now has this karaoke feature where you can see the lyrics with the music, and you can turn down the voice and like sing it with the music on Apple Music, I think.
Yes.
And so you can like train for it. You want to? Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Love these strategies. So thank you for some of those, like beginner entry to karaoke tips and tricks.
Yeah.
And we'll see you tomorrow or whenever this has been released, this video.
I will see you on Thursday. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the conversation.
Yay.